Toxic words. 20 things you should never say to yourself. Improving one's self-worth through changing one's self-talk. A cognitive behavioral approach. Mark Underwood, M.A., LMFT. Forward and a few notes of thanks. The vignettes that start each chapter of this book are not based off of any one specific person who I have seen in my practice over the last 15 years, but instead are based on the general memory of hearing numerous people saying the same things to me that are playing in their heads on a daily basis. No one person is responsible for me writing any of the 20 chapters to follow. That being said, I want to express my sincerest gratitude and thanks to all the people who contributed to the writing of this book, by trusting me with their innermost thoughts and believing that I could help them improve their daily lives. It's no small thing to trust someone with what you think, feel, and believe in your deepest and most private place, which I believe in your conscious mind and the thoughts generated from within. Again, I am humbled to have been allowed to see and experience what my clients think, feel, and believe. I hope that I was able to make their lives better in any way possible. I would like to offer a special thanks to my trusted friend and mentor, Dr. Thomas Battacletti, PhD, for his wisdom and expert training many years ago, without whom this book would not be possible. I would also like to offer a special thanks to Emily Henderson for her unwavering support for this project and for her patiently and carefully reading each chapter and providing me feedback on how easily understandable what I wrote was, and how easily it was to be processed by the casual reader, who is not a trained therapist. Her efforts and responses are appreciated more than I can put words to express. Lastly, I would like to thank my lovely wife, Amber Lynn, who took the time out of her busy schedule to correct my many run-on sentences and grammar mistakes. Your willingness to take on this responsibility and the effort you put forth in it was and is greatly appreciated. Thank you again, Mark Underwood, M.A., LMFT, Daphne, Alabama. Introduction. There are 3 kinds of books that you can buy that are written by therapists. The first are books that are written as research projects that are trying to break new ground in the field of psychotherapy, primarily for other therapists to read and consider. These are very technical in both language and content and are not meant for the general public, and they would not be very interesting to read by the regular person out there. The second are books written by psychotherapists for other therapists to use with their clients, sort of guidebooks or walkthroughs for either techniques or theories that can be used during sessions to make their lives better. The average person can buy these and read them, but they are written to be used by the teacher and not the student, and they can be a bit technical or are still largely written in professional language. The third kind of book is one written by a therapist for a potential client, the average person who may not even know much about the world of therapy, who doesn't need to know technical jargon or psychotherapeutic principles to enjoy or utilize what's in the book. It will not take you very long, presuming that you either purchased or borrowed this book, to figure out which of the 3 this is. I am deliberately writing a book for the man or woman on the street who is not particularly interested in the world of therapy and doesn't have any familiarity with the basic concepts or principles that come from it. In fact, I didn't really write this book per se, because I used a voice application and talked each chapter out like I was having a conversation with someone, so that it would read more easily and hopefully more comfortably and enjoyably. The world of psychotherapy is not necessarily complicated by necessity, but frequently because, like any profession, the people in it would like to make it look more prestigious, more difficult, and deeper on intellectual and emotional level, so that it will be valued more. While I don't want to reduce what I do, or what we're going to discuss in the chapters to come, in a way that cheapens any part of my profession, What I do want to do is make it easy, consumable, and digestible for you, the reader. My premise is that people's lives are shaped by what they believe about themselves and the world around them, and how they should relate to it. And the best way to tell you what you, or I, believe is to hear what we say to ourselves in the privacy of our own thoughts. I believe that what we tell ourselves privately determines the success of our emotional and relational lives, and also determines whether we will create depressive symptoms in and of ourselves. I have included 20 examples of things I have commonly heard my clients say to themselves over the years that has caused them some form of internal misery, resulting in depressive symptoms for one reason or another. This is not a clinical research book, but rather an experimentally based exploration of the most frequent potholes that I have seen my clients drive over and damage their cars on, and how and why I would want to steer you away from these on the road of life. Hopefully, you will find this book to be easy reading, but also somewhat eye-opening and helpful. It was intended to help others to have a better life by not getting constricted into knots emotionally and cognitively, which cause people to call me and set an appointment up. My end goal would be that you would get the benefit of seeing a therapist or seeing me specifically without having to take the time, money, and opportunity to actually travel to the office. So hopefully, you'll get 40 or 50 sessions worth of cognitive behavioral therapy for the price of this book, no matter whether you bought an ebook or a hard copy. And you'll find things in these 20 chapters that will cause you to think and reflect and make your life better as a result. Here's to hoping that you'll find what I wrote worth spending the time to read. Mark Underwood, licensed marriage and family therapist, Daphne, Alabama. But everyone else around me seems to be so happy. Jennifer was a married woman in her early 30s who walked into a therapist's office with a very vague sense that her life was not going well. She had bouts of depressed mood and unhappiness, despite seeming to have a pretty productive and healthy life. She described to the therapist of having what seemed to be a fairly normal marriage to a man who, by her account, seemed to generally provide financially and emotional security for her, and seemed to love her and their 2 children, who are healthy and behave about how you would expect kids of their age to. Jennifer also described being reasonably successful at her career and had a better than average position and salary in marketing, and appeared to generally enjoy her job and coworkers. She reported being financially successful enough, together with her husband, to live in a nice home in the suburbs, drive newer upscale SUVs, and take a vacation with the children to Disney World each year. On the surface, it was hard to see what caused her distress that she reported, at times tearfully, as the sessions went along. As she began to speak more and more about her life, Jennifer's reasons for distress became more and more apparent. She had the normal level of stress in her marriage, living with a man who saw and experienced the world differently from her. And they occasionally have down moments, where they fail to connect and sometimes disagree and have squabbles. She also had normal level of problems hurting 2 children with their own powerful wills, who occasionally need or demand an excessive amount of attention, and she sometimes became frustrated with them, even angry at times. Her job was not always a cakewalk, either due to deadlines or pressures from clients, but again, it seemed within normal limits. The problem was Jennifer's perception of her life. She frequently found herself on social media. She would read and listen to tales of both close friends and casual acquaintances on Facebook about how their relationships were, which appeared to Jennifer to be more affectionate or passionate than hers. She would read about all the things that other couples were doing and feeling, and she stated that she and her husband weren't doing those things. Jennifer also took in how other young mothers were excitedly relating how they were perfectly content with their children and how life is full of joy and happiness and just couldn't be any better. Jennifer took all these images in at complete face value and believed every one of these images to the depth of her heart. She told herself that her occasional questioning of her marriage or her parenting was proof that she was falling behind in life and probably failing somehow. After all, she said, everyone around me always seems so happy all the time. And yet, she is not. The term keeping up with the Joneses is almost always used negatively, usually to express some sort of foreign and unnecessary neighborhood competition for who has the greenest and sharpest cut lawn, the newest Acura, or whose daughter just made the cheerleading squad. I understand that there is some truth to criticizing this sense of wanting to compete, or at least stay even with what your neighbors are doing. And that, in one sense, it is ridiculous to judge your success in life, based on materialistic or impressionistic standards that may not mean a lot in the big scheme of things. On the other hand, it seems perfectly human and perfectly normal to look around us for some sort of barometer to judge and grade how well we are doing in life by how well others are doing. It seems reasonable, on one level, to try to determine or create the grading scale by which we can tell whether we are above or below average, or about right where we should be, in the middle. I don't think it's a stretch to say that human beings are generally social creatures that tend to base their self-esteem on others' acceptance or perception of them, even if this is something we do by necessity when we are young and presumably, or hopefully, move out of this thinking to some degree. I'm going to argue that basing your entire self-worth on what others think of you is pathological. It is proof of a lack of emotional independence and shows a lack of differentiating from one's parents or peers or from cultural expectations. But looking around to try to find a baseline of what is normal is pretty, well, normal. Part of how we deal with anxiety as individuals is we look around to see how other people experiencing the same stressors managed, how they problem solved, and we observe what level of success they had. Again, I think this is normal. Anyone who wants to get into my profession and become a psychologist would, by nature, absolutely want to compare their experiences in training or those just starting to work in the field with people who have been doing it for a long time. You are judged to be successful so that you would know that we're doing things in the generally accepted way. While there are always examples that fit the old parable of the emperor's new clothes, and what the outlier thinks, feels, and experiences completely different from everyone else proves to be the rightful standard bearer of truth. More often than not, the majority is probably right when it comes to success, and what is normal to accept and achieve in everyday life. This is because most of us live pretty similarly, and have common level of struggles, problems, and challenges in the categories of life that these occur. These tend not to change much from person to person. We all share largely the same struggles between the bookends of birth and death, whether that be struggling through school, having children and trying to parent them, trying to figure out romantic relationships, or just dealing with the basic challenge of surviving in a world with limited resources that have to be fought for. So far, it sounds like I'm justifying and agreeing with everything that Jennifer said to her therapist, doesn't it? Well, I kind of am agreeing with her in one sense. I'm agreeing with her belief that she should be able to tell something about her own experiences and her success at managing life with those experiences by looking, listening, and learning from others around her. This does not mean that I believe that everything she told her therapist is right, or that she should absolutely double down on her sense of failure and anxiety and depression because she doesn't feel inside the way that others are presenting on the outside. These are two completely separate issues that we need to discuss and put as much distance between them as we can. Why do we need to separate them so drastically? Because while I believe that it's a good thing to look to others' experiences and to listen to what they have to say and feel about themselves to determine some sort of baseline normalcy for ourselves. I don't believe that the people around us generally tell us truthfully about their successes and failures. It's ironic that we mentioned the Emperor's New Clothes earlier, because that's exactly what I think is at play when Jennifer looks at everyone around her and tries to figure out how she's doing based on what everyone else is presenting. I've heard this same story told to me about half a dozen times by different people in one form or another, but we'll take the example of a very outwardly successful woman in her 30s. She would be regarded by her peers as being physically attractive and career successful. She was married to a man of some considerable standing, both with respect to the community and his career and their financial success together. She told me that the depth of her own self-questioning and existential anxiety and depression, that she mustered the considerable courage to lay out all the cards on the table in front of her women's group at church and risk scorn and criticism for not being the shining picture perfect of inner success, and gave something very close to full disclosure. Being considered by everyone in the group as the picture of success, spiritual leader, and role model, she had some natural concerns about this disclosure, how this disclosure would be received. After she told her story, she recounted to me that there was a gigantic sigh of relief, followed by people telling her that they could never have believed that someone as attractive, healthy, and seemingly well off as she could be having these kinds of problems, because she didn't look like she had any problems. After that, one woman confessed that she regularly thought about cutting her wrists. Several others confessed that they frequently had powerful but passive suicidal ideations about wondering why they were here, and that there was a giant unspoken but powerful depressive spirit within the members of the group. What my client found and spoke to me about was that she broke the ice and gave everyone permission to drop their facade of success, functioning, and happiness and be real about how they felt, how they were really functioning in life. I don't think this is a one-time social occurrence or something that doesn't really speak to what's collectively true. After the fact, my client stated that she was considered even more of a leader and a role model for having the courage to break the chains of fear and anxiety. She found that public failure had given everyone permission to feel and be who they really were in truth. The problem here is twofold. The first part is that we tend to believe others' self-presentation as true, as long as it's reasonably believable. I frequently tell the story of an acquaintance of mine that I spent time with, hanging around in middle and high school. He told everyone during all those years that he was a black belt in Taekwondo. Now, this fellow never showed us 1 millisecond of anything karate related the whole time we knew him that would have validated this claim. He was super athletic and muscular and was known for doing some pretty impressive acrobatics, so nobody questioned his claim. I mean, he looked the part, and there really wasn't any reason to question his self-presentation, so no one challenged him as a result. He carried a pretty healthy level of respect, despite being a sort of happy-go-lucky and playful guy. Then, in my senior year, he got into a scrum in the lunchroom with a much smaller kid a couple years younger than him, who was determined to press the issue, and either hadn't heard of his reputation or wasn't fazed. It only took maybe 10 seconds for our karate master friends and reputation to be completely obliterated. The younger kid stood up and threw 3 or 4 quick punches that landed square in his face, and Mr. Taekwondo didn't even get his hands up in the semblance of any kind of blocking self-defense, and clearly had zero training in any kind of martial arts. The fight was quickly broken up by teachers, and nobody suffered any real harm outside of our friend's reputation. I remember my buddies and I just shaking our heads and groaning about how badly we had been scammed, and laughed about having believed this mythic tale of martial arts prowess for 6 long years. Again, While we have to rely on each other's experiences to try and get a gauge on what ours should reasonably be, to try to figure out what is normal, it is also seemingly true that we cannot put complete trust in how individuals self-present. The biggest issue that I see in having my sessions currently appears to be that social media allows us a wider view into the larger group of other people's lives. This gives us a larger sample size to judge our peers and use those reflections for our own purposes. And those reflections can be trusted to be generally honest and accurate. It is also foundationally depends on the idea that you can actually get a read on how others are truly feeling from their outward appearances and offerings. What do people actually show on social media? Their true existential strife and success? People don't show their true selves on Facebook or in public venues because they are worried about what you and others will think of them, and assuming that you and others are happy and they do not want to present failure. Well, I think all of us would agree that people are not transparently honest on Facebook or any other social media site about what they are thinking, feeling, and how they really see their lives. It would take courage to present failure as your experience when you believe others are doing better. Perhaps to do so would invite ridicule or unwanted sympathy that would reflect a lowered social status or some other public embarrassment or criticism. So there appears to be collective fear that causes people to not present as they truly are on social media. That fear is either how they believe others expect them to be and live, or how they wish to be perceived as being and living. It has happened more times than I can recollect off the top of my head that someone who has posted happy selfies with their spouse and presenting as happily married on Facebook has messaged me and said they think they are getting a divorce or their marriage is in dire trouble. I don't believe that we really can tell much about anyone's inner life by what they deliberately present to us publicly. This means, of course, that much of what Jennifer has based her own self-critique and feelings of inadequacy on is a complete mirage and smokescreen. Going a little further, it also appears from the vignette that Jennifer believed that she was alone in her struggles to juggle family and work responsibilities and the demands of adult survival in a world of limited resources. She believed her feelings were unique. As I said in a different chapter, I believe in the principle of shared experiences as sort of a standard and reliable way of managing anxiety about our lives. This includes what others actually think about us, who we are, and what we do. She assumed that others do not feel and think like she does about the basics of life, and that what she would logically experience as stressful, time-consuming, or exhausting must somehow miraculously not be that way for someone else because they are not visibly showing it or admitting it. This appears to be really anxiety-based and not very logical, as it would stand to reason that if you are being rained on and everyone else is being rained on too, they probably feel just as wet as you do. Now, it could be that they are the exceptions somehow, and that they don't register on a sensory level and can't perceive the feeling of being rained on or getting wet. Or it could be that it is raining harder in their neck of the woods, as it is in yours, but exceptions to the rule are still exceptions to the rule, which are not the norm. As I've said before in the chapter, I feel like others are looking at me and thinking negative things. It's generally a pretty trustworthy guideline to believe that other people around you pay no more attention to you than you do to why you're shopping at Walmart, unless they or you are doing something so far out of the norm to merit some sort of special cognitive and emotional attention. So if you agree with the principle of shared experiences, do you factor this into how you interpret people publicly, say about their work, personal lives, and their marriages? Or are you taking whatever people present publicly as the absolute bottom line truth about what they are really feeling. One of the more regular yet powerful sessions that I have with people is breaking the illusion that everybody else is happy. For my clients, especially when it comes to marriage and kids. I regularly address this with people in sessions all the time by saying that my life advice is always don't have kids and don't get married. I'm only being about half serious when I say this. Because of the two hardest things to do that no one really does well, even if they think so. We are told repeatedly throughout our life that life will be easy and deeply fulfilling. Everyone comes to my office and assumes that they are the only ones struggling, miserable, and overwhelmed with trying to figure out how to be married to someone who thinks and feels wildly different than they do, or how to raise children, who are essentially socialized little animals who can consume a week's worth of resources in any given day. I always bring up my belief that culture deliberately tells us that getting married will be a wonderfully pleasurable and smooth adventure that will bring us nothing but happiness if it's done right, and that children are an absolute blessing who will always bring smiles and a warm glow to our hearts. Anything less, and we are absolutely screw-ups as parents. I think it is by necessity that society does this, because if everybody admitted publicly and personally, and broadcasted everywhere that marriage was an incredibly difficult thing to master, even under the best circumstances, and that parenting was a thankless and bloody job that will leave you exhausted physically, mentally, and frequently financially drained, then no one would want to get married or have children. What would then happen to the world? Well, I think there'd be a lot less marriages and a lot less people having children. I will be the first to raise my hand and admit that when I got married, I had absolutely zero concept about how emotionally and cognitively challenging relating, living with, and partnering up with someone who felt and thought completely different than I did would be. Let me raise my hand a second time and admit that when I had my first child, I had absolutely zero concept of what I was doing, of what I was going to be required to do to successfully raise my son, and had zero preparation ahead of time to conceptualize just how draining, exhausting, and challenging that parent would be. My wife and I have a shelf full of those willow tree figures that are hand-carved displays of loving husband and wife embracing a happy mother warmly cuddling her baby in her arms, and we frequently laugh at the absurdity of making the most idealized moments of marriage and parenting. We laugh about those figures being a visual symbol of how we were fooled and lied to. When I bring these up in my sessions, without fail, my clients take a giant breath and sigh in relief and end up saying, "We thought it was just us that felt that way." Usually understanding that everyone generally feels this way brings up a permanent shift away from this isolating feeling that they are the only ones struggling with something that should come naturally and easily to them, like it does everyone else in the world. What Jennifer did not understand was that others feel pretty much exactly the way she does about her life struggles. Nobody has a perfect idyllic marriage. Nobody has a smooth and always happy time raising children. What she also appeared to either not understand or has forgotten is that people present as they believe others expect them to be on what they see others present as feeling and being. Thus, it ends up a giant circle of continually self-perpetuating mirages. I believe that if she accepts that she is buying into a giant set of illusions, that Jennifer will be able to struggle her way out from this destructive funhouse of deceitful mirrors that make her look shorter and everyone else look taller. She will be able to adjust her own self-worth accordingly and realize that she is probably doing a much better job with her life than she thought she was. Jennifer's Jennifer's therapy centered on two specific points to relieve her self-imposed criticism and unrealistic expectations, centering on seeing her own feelings about parenting and marriage as normal and par for the course, and that her own experiences are probably not far off from what others would experience in the same situation. Jennifer slowly warmed up to the idea that her feelings were not indicative of some deficiency of her own, and that the different tasks and roles she has in life could never be easy and merely enjoyable or without personal change and evolution. She then began to understand that others feel the same stressors, fears, frustrations. Jennifer's anxiety gradually lowered the further she saw through this veil of pretend happiness and complete competency in areas of parenting and marriage. She gained confidence in her own perceptions and experiences, and her unhappiness dropped similarly. As time went along, she started seeing that she was actually doing life at a pretty high level, and even though the challenges and stressors did not change, her reaction to them did. She began enjoying her life more and began to bond on a more deeper level with both her husband and her children. She left therapy a much happier person and committed to not take others' presentation at face value and believe that others were really much happier than her. You should always give 110% in everything you do. Pete was a hard-working man in his late 30s. He was self-employed and worked in a profession that appeared to be in the process of getting slowly phased out due to improvements in technology that allowed customers to perform their own fixers on in-home equipment. Despite realizing this and regularly voiced that he was fighting an uphill battle to maintain a business that would eventually become extinct, Pete worked tirelessly. He put in long nights at the office and had frequent weekend meetings with clients only to receive diminishing returns, which left Pete showing the effects of the fight. His marriage began to suffer, and he felt that he missed important time with his children. But Pete stayed strangely committed to being the captain of a sinking ship, even when it was apparent to others, especially his wife, that he could work a regular job with 9 to 5 hours and likely bring home the same amount of money with loads less stress. At first, it seemed like it was simply ego or just stubborn pride that was at the root of Pete's commitment to an enterprise that was failing. But eventually he identified that the real root of all this wasted and unproductive energy was the words of his father echoing in his ear from childhood that you should always give 110% in everything you do. Being an obedient and somewhat intimidated son, Pete had embraced this as a life principle and simply could not either put less effort into tasks nor accept that there was a time to disembark off a sinking ship that would be failing to give 110% and rejecting the value he had internalized. There are numerous problems with trying to literally apply this generally positive principle. The first being that it was meant as a motivational saying to encourage performing tasks with commitment and making sure that work ethic was encouraged and promoted. When not taken with religious seriousness, people generally understand that this principle means that important tasks should be done well, with pride, like old work craftsmanship. Taking it as a mandate for each and every life task will wind up leaving the person in an exhausting and exasperating journey that can never be completed. First of all, giving more than 100% of one's life energy and concentration to anything is mathematically impossible. So, right off the bat, we have a distorted call to try and do what cannot be feasibly possible. What cannot be feasibly accomplished. And that's the obvious flaw we start at. But trying to even apply 100% of your energy and attention to every life task that stares you in the mirror each day would be exhausting and a study in absurdity. Imagine getting up and starting your day with your usual breakfast of oatmeal and coffee. You prepare both with beady and eyed intensity. You make sure your oatmeal is evenly placed in the bowl, and you make sure that it is perfectly and evenly centered in the microwave. You then set the exact correct time to cook, while making sure that the coffee is similarly measured and timed to brew with the exact amount of water. While these are working, you intensely set the table with silverware and a napkin, making sure that there is absolutely no laziness nor lack of cognitive commitment to everything you do today. After eating and finishing your morning coffee, the dishes must be scrubbed to absolute perfection and get the full rinse and dry process as though they are the holy grail themselves. Showering must be done with complete commitment, lest some sort of sloth creep its way into your soul and cause some sort of complete moral breakdown. So you meticulously ensure you get every square inch of your back with the shower brush, and that your hair gets rinsed like you're standing under Niagara Falls. Drying yourself with grim determination, you make sure your work clothes are perfectly pressed and are the absolute best choice for the day's work. You then dress in the mirror as if there is no room for any slacking now or at any point in the day. After locking up the house, you settle yourself into your car. You make sure your mirrors are perfect, and you then proceed to prepare mentally for the busy commute, as though you were sitting in the starting grid at the Indianapolis 500. I've made all of this sound silly, deliberately, and deservedly so. Trying to do everything at full intensity in one's life would make you look like a complete idiot who shotgunned a 6-pack of energy drinks and has absolutely no common sense. But people try to live up to this principle every day to their own detriment. The reality is we all have a limited and finite amount of emotional and cognitive energy and resources, and in order to survive in life successfully and to flourish, we have to ration them appropriately and wisely with this fact in mind. Living with excessive and uniform intensity will cause one to be exhausted and end up with a disjointed sense of balance, as you will run out of gas at inopportune times. This alone will cause anxiety and relationship problems. One task of adulthood is to find a workplace life that would allow for the best blend of completing important tasks such as making money, taking care of one's property and belongings, maintaining and enjoying relationships, and also having rejuvenating experiences personally that allow your tank to be refilled. Not being able to find this place of life ends up with individual feeling overworked, pressured by personal commitments, or perhaps spending too much energy on relationships or hobbies, and will eventually cause anxiety to build, as one is not in total control of their personal and professional life. I once had a very conscientious young man come into my office who clearly struggled with finding this pace, and who tried to perform most, if not all, of his life tasks at this meticulous and magical full of intensity. The first clue I had that he was out of balance was that he took 35 minutes to fill out the intake forms. These forms usually take the average client maybe 10 minutes, and mostly consists of very short statements about the presenting problems the client is coming in with, a short medication list, and a bunch of signature pages for HIPAA. Before the first session was over, I heard about a frustrated and desperate struggle to manage the demands of college life, and how he felt every paper and every assignment had to be as close to perfect as they possibly could be. This belief ended up causing so much pressure on this young man that he began procrastinating about doing bigger assignments and papers because the task of polishing them up repeatedly towards perfection was exhausting. He ended up worrying almost compulsively about whether they were really good enough, to the point where he almost couldn't start them. Of course, the solution was attacking the underlying bugaboo of perfection. That is, the egg that is the principal hatches all too often. My solution was to challenge the perfectionism from the perspective of the recipients of his projects at college, the professors themselves. We discussed how the ones grading the papers might feel about his papers, and everybody else's, respectively, and what their perspective might be. Placing ourselves in their shoes, we role-played how they might look at the stacked papers that needed grading each week and just how much attention and energy that we'd put into assessing them, and what they would see as the difference between a good paper versus a mediocre paper. It was not hard to envision that the professors and teaching assistants would not be eyeballing each sentence and paragraph for some sort of literary or scholarly perfection, just as the basis of workload. In fact, we concluded that they probably weren't spending much intensity on any one individual paper because of the workload. We established that they most likely were grading off of a general impression styles of grading, where some content and C quality were reviewed. They weren't expecting a Picasso-like masterpiece, but rather looking for pretty well-written papers which clearly showed that the student had a grasp of the subject matter. And they might not even be reading closely enough to catch any of the perfectionist touches. We used the analogy of getting your car washed and waxed, and looking to see if it was generally looked clean and shiny, and not checking to make sure that the front valance underneath the front bumper got a perfect layer of turtle wax. I kind of laughed at this analogy and stated that he would make an attempt to do a good job instead of a perfect job and stopped trying to wax underneath the bumpers. Most situations don't require 100%, nevertheless 110%, and instead require no more than a general sense of competence and skill with only a reasonable amount of effort. My wife and I recently retiled a sunroom and scraped up the old vinyl plank tiles to replace with ceramic ones. We definitely did not measure every angle of the sunroom and center the tiles perfectly to ensure an absolute perfect and uniform distance between the tiles and the outside walls. Nor did we make a passionate attempt to guarantee that all the tiles lined up exactly, or that the spaces for the grout were exactly the same either. Before we started the job, we agreed to do a good job and intended to find something that would be like a B if we were graded seriously. In fact, we would have been happy with a B-. When we finished the work, we looked it over and saw pretty straight lines with level grout, and it looked a whole lot better than the old, faded, and peeling vinyl planks, and both of us were satisfied. Some things deserve a B-level approach, and some others likely deserve a C-level approach. There may even be some tasks that require or need or deserve even less than that. The key skill is being able to use reality testing to determine which life tasks take priority over others, and then decide the level of energy that each task takes. This takes life experience to be able to perceive the expectations of those who you are either performing the task for or who will be affected by them, and then match that level of expectation with the energy and effort you put into it. While the tile work job mentioned above, no one really was affected by the job. No one was really affected by the job we did, as it wasn't going to be graded by anyone but us. But had we been doing it as a business and a service for a customer, then we would have needed to determine the level of craftsmanship and detail that they would have been expecting when they agreed to the deal in the first place. What I find gets in the way of this happening is that the chef who is preparing the meal for the customer becomes fixated on their own feelings, preferences, and standards of what the meal should be like instead of what the customer wants and expects. I use this analogy to help people work their way out of an exhausting and unnecessary perfectionism. Ultimately, it is lost on the one who the work or goods are being created for, and to focus on whether they, the customer who is writing the check, are happy with the finished product. I grade my own work as a psychotherapist almost solely on whether the client feels they received what they were expecting or hopefully more, or if they feel like I'm helping them and they want to come back again, rather than holding myself accountable for some picture-perfect clinical exercise where every word is graded for strategic appropriateness and fits some intellectual therapeutic standard. Taking this statement in a good way would hopefully mean that we learn to give really good effort when we do work or do things for others. It would mean that we have a good work ethic to where we don't shortcut jobs and shortcut others out of laziness or dishonesty. Not that we should work ourselves into a manic frenzy trying to make every puzzle of life fit perfectly. Regulating your energy to get the most out of what you have and then carefully spreading it out around wisely to accomplish the greatest amount of what you want and need to as possible is the goal. To do otherwise leaves your life uneven and disjointed, with some things being overdone and others being neglected, and will leave you feeling that you can't do everything you need to do and everywhere you need to be. After realizing the folly of taking this principle literally, Pete began to make substantial changes in his approach to life. It was slow and painful to let go of something that had become a big part of his identity, both the distorted value and the literal business itself. But eventually he took a regular job in a field close to his skills and training. It ended up being an increase in pay compared to what the business was grossing. Pete downsized the business and started selling off the equipment and worked it as more of a hobby on his off time. His family life and relationships began to improve, and his stress reduced. He began making more appropriate decisions about when to give 110%, and did so when the occasion called for it. When situations required less than ultimate energy compared to other situations and tasks, he would perform them without deliberate or extra effort at all. He began to feel more comfortable emotionally and cognitively. Pete was pleased with these changes, and others soon noticed the improvement in his energy level, mood, and overall happiness. But we have such incredible chemistry when we're together. Tasha began her search for a therapist and eventually ended up in a counseling office due to an exhausting up and down roller coaster experience with her boyfriend of almost a year. This resulted in constant anxiety and frustration due to their constant arguing and fighting. A young, vibrantly hopeful woman in her early 20s, Tasha was dating a man, Todd, who was slightly older than her. She felt very strongly about him and described him to her therapist as charming and thoughtful, and stated clearly a strong emotional attachment and investment that she really loved him. Further exploration of their relationship and interpersonal transactions showed, however, that there was a wide gap in personal responsibility. Most would interpret this as a gap in maturity, as she was ready for a stable domestic life. Todd, however, was prone to bouts of heavy drinking and disappearing with old buddies from his college days. Tasha described herself as being more of a nagging parent, struggling with a pleasure-seeking adolescent in many instances. Tasha expressed extreme anxiety and insecurity when she found evidence that Todd was flirting with other women, was not forthcoming about his activities and whereabouts, and that he poorly managed his money. Over and over again, Tasha painted a picture to her therapist of a man who appeared objectively neither motivated nor perhaps even capable emotionally of being in a monogamous relationship with reasonably adult behaviors. Todd did not provide her with much of the way of security, either from a financial or interpersonal position. On the other side of the coin, Tasha described an equally powerful emotional wave that she rides with him, one that runs counter to these experiences, with numerous examples of wonderfully romantic experiences, great tenderness and passion, and she gave credible testimony to Todd's charm, charisma, and physical attractiveness as well. She justified some of her seeming excessive forgiveness toward him by describing his lavish apologies and the great make-up sex where he would pledge his undying love for her and promise to change his behaviors repeatedly. It appeared that the highs somehow almost counterbalanced the lows for her. and caused her to overlook the foundational dysfunction between them. When finally confronted with this clear incongruence in session, Tasha exclaimed, "But Todd and I have such incredible chemistry together." She returned repeatedly to this pleasurable, gratifying emotional and physical connection as a reason to keep trying to hold a relationship together that caused her recurring anxiety and depressive symptoms. This is such a common thing for people to hear themselves say, and I'm not even sure where to begin to address it. Placing a value on an emotional connection is a pretty natural thing to do in any relationship that is personal and intimate, no matter who you are. However, it seems that there is something foundational in our wiring when it comes to relationships that causes us to overvalue the concept of chemistry. Now let's define exactly what I mean by chemistry and what you probably understood it to be as well. We're talking about how pleasant it is to be interacting with someone, how gratifying and how smooth and how natural those transactions are. Maybe to really understand what the positive side of chemistry truly means, we have to discuss what the negative side is. Everyone that I know has been on a date with someone that they felt physically attractive. That they have felt was physically attractive. But they felt no electricity between them, and they felt that there was a disconnection. No spark. The best analogy I can think of would be listening to a song on the radio that doesn't do anything for you. Doesn't make you want to dance. The lyrics didn't evoke any deep feelings, or that speaks to me moments. And as you didn't really care too much whether you ever heard it again. It might even have been a song by a band that you really, really wanted to like, or you felt like you should have liked, but it just didn't make a connection into you. Usually when someone goes on a date with a person, unless it's a blind date, which is not really in vogue anymore, the issue of physical attraction on some general level has long already been decided. If not, there wouldn't have been a date scheduled to begin with. And the issue is whether you feel something internally when you're in the presence of the other person. I'm assuming that the word chemistry would best explain the concept of mixing two substances to come to the right and satisfying blend that would bring the desired result of feeling good. I have absolutely no interest in combating or disputing the idea that people should not put any weight whatsoever on how well they emotionally feel when they're in the presence of someone that they are trying to have an intimate relationship with. Nor would I try to say or insinuate that it's a bad thing to find any emotional fit with a partner that feels comfortable and enjoyable enough to want to keep. But for the purposes of this chapter, understanding the phrase, "but we have such great chemistry," is inherently toxic is key. There appears to be some rationalization behind the first word of that statement, as if justification of any accepting something bad from another person is somehow natural and comfortable emotionally. This also suggests that there may be really big problems in the relationship, despite having feelings of a natural and comfortable emotional fit with another person, that you require to say a statement like this. That is at the heart of what I am going to get into in the sentences and paragraphs to come. Despite being licensed as a marriage and family therapist, I would like to state for the record that I am not a marriage counselor or even a relationship counselor of the first order. I do not specialize, nor want to specialize for that matter, in counseling couples, but I have plenty of experience in doing so and continue to gain experience doing it because relationships are unavoidable as a therapist. As a result, I have developed a pragmatic working model from my experience with couples, from wives' observations, and experiences from the nature of romantic relationships. Being that I tend to think and form concepts at a pretty basic experimental level, I would refer to my understanding of the relationship building and evaluation as the 1 2, 3 approach. This would be my way of simply laying out the basic stages of how people build and process relationships. 1 is an easy and simply understood first step. That is whether or not you find the person attractive on a physical level. This would mean their overall appearance, which includes their physique, facial features, body languages, and maybe even their personal presentation as far as dress and voice goes. It's a pretty simple and easily answered question. Do you find this person that you just met visually attractive enough to want to have a potential physical relationship with them? And can you see them as a potential mate? Period. There can be a lot of variations to this, but almost as a rule, this first question has to be answered with a yes, or things don't go much further. People either look good or they don't. 2 is where the concept of personal chemistry comes into play. This is the question of whether this other person that has now met the criteria of being physically attractive will feel good to be with on some sort of emotional and foundational experimental level. Does the way they talk and the way they present themselves evoke a positive emotional reaction that makes you feel something warm and good, excited, or comfortable, safe, and good? Do they present themselves in a way that makes them interesting and desirable? Do your conversations have some natural flow and synchronicity that makes you want to get off the phone with them? That makes you not want to get off the phone with them? And do you feel, as people often say to me about someone when they met, that we could have or did talk for hours and hours? Do you feel like you and that person have some sort of special shared understandings, or sort of a secret language with lots of unspoken feelings, where you feel like you can finish each other's sentences because you are so tuned into each other's radio stations? These are the kinds of questions that come under the step number 2 in building relationships. They may look good, but do they feel good to be around and leave you wanting more, where you can't wait to see them again? This experimental part is an absolute must in any romantic relationship. The final part, 3, is the tricky one. This is the issue of whether this romantic candidate for a relationship is actually good. Once you get past the question of whether they look good and the question of whether they feel good, then the next question and the final question is whether their values, moral beliefs, and their instincts and habits make them truly a compatible and appropriate match for you. Now, this is a much harder thing to determine than number 1 and number 2 because it takes detective skill and it takes time, whereas the first 2 numbers are things you can tell fairly quickly. Determining who another person is at their core takes forensic skills, on top of a desire to find out who they really are. It also takes a little bit of emotional detachment and a lot of time. The dating process itself, by my experience and observation, has a lot of salesmanship to it. And it's a very structured process where you don't want to show that 3 of clubs in your hand, and you don't want to show as many face cards and aces as you possibly can seal the deal. It's human nature to want to hide things that we don't like to talk about ourselves, or that we might be ashamed or feel guilty about. We might even feel that we just don't want someone else to see our flaws, because they may not like them even if we're okay with it ourselves. So to determine this number 3, you may have to work through someone's defenses. Or it may be that you have to look for the things that just don't come up in normal flow of conversation. It may be that determining someone's character or values about infidelity or raising children or their work ethic and responsibility may only truly show themselves under stress or moments of opportunity. As you can see, this is a difficult question to answer, and it's really difficult by nature to try to figure out somebody out while you're in the middle of trying to enjoy and experience them. To me, this is a lot like jumping on a sled and going down a steep, snowy hill at full speed and worrying about rocks in the path at the same time. Usually, We're too busy enjoying the rush and the speed and the wind in our face to question whether we should be going down that hill at all in the first place. Now that we've laid out the 3 steps to a relationship, we're ready to operate on the patient and critique the statement, "But we have such great chemistry," and pick apart what's wrong with that statement and why you should never, ever say it to yourself. The simple issue that I experience in my counseling practice every single day is something about human nature that makes people stop the process after number 2. What I usually see and hear in people is that people have said to themselves, "Looks good, feels good, let's go," and then jumped full force into the relationship with someone that they don't really know. And if they're in my office, then they probably have begun to see some disturbing things about them in the number 3 category. Having a woman tell me that she met a wonderful guy that looked great, felt great, and had incredible chemistry with, and that she later dove wholehearted into a relationship, and 9 months later discovered that he's a raging alcoholic who has been cheating behind her back with his ex and can't be trusted to break a dollar, is about par for the course. It can go the other way as well. I've had plenty of men tell me that they met a beautiful, charming woman and are in deep waters with her only to discover she's an anxious, jealous mess with fits of rage and is prone to burning his stuff in the fireplace or throwing it out an upstairs window. To be fair, I've been there and done this very thing in my younger and less wise of assessing potential girlfriends. And less wise days of assessing potential girlfriends. And it's something probably a lot of people do before they know better. It could be also, however, that the person is pretty appropriate when it comes to moral basic self-control. But it might be that when they look at family life and marriage with completely different values, and maybe they don't feel the same way about children or discipline that you do. Perhaps they want a very loose and casual daily life and you don't. Or it could be they believe in a completely different style of relationships. Or maybe you find that their political and religious beliefs may cause major problems and divisions down the road. I think it's fair to say that lots of people can look good and feel good, but that will not work in a long-term relationship for you a year or 2 years down the road. The real problem with valuing chemistry is it's a skill, and it's not a sign of character. What this interpersonal chemistry is, I believe, a sort of salesmanship and self-presentation that you learn by trying to get things for yourself. Chemistry is not worth overvaluing because it doesn't reflect anything other than the same well-developed social skills and being really good at forming relationship attachments. My standard sarcastic sort of joke is that the 2 best groups of people I know at forming chemistry are strippers and people with substance abuse issues. I say this because those 2 groups are masters at having to size people up quickly and form charming, pleasurable chemistry in order to get something from you. And neither group has any interest, most likely, in any kind of long-term relationship that's healthy or sustainable. Chemistry is absolutely valueless as anyone can create it for any reason or any motive that they choose. It can be a sign of thoughtfulness and consideration and great social skills if used for good, or it can be evidence of someone who just got really good as a kid talking mommy out of an extra cookie before dinner. When someone starts reflecting back on their supposedly great chemistry as an argument to stay in a relationship, I know that they are valuing something that is superficial and emotionally based. They are facing a giant, flaming red flag that should be telling them to either slow down the relationship or jump off the sled. Very simply, it's exactly the wrong thing to base a relationship on, even though it's important and even though it's necessary. I'm going to argue that you should value things in someone else more than take. It will take more effort and time to create, and these things are always found within number 3. And that looks good, feels good, should only mean that the person is worthy of the time and effort it takes to look in that category. I'm a big fan of delaying gratification in the short term, in order to accomplish longer term and more substantial goals. I can't think of anything longer term and more substantial than finding an appropriate lifetime partner or mate. The world is full of both men and women of all ages, races, cultures, and experiences who misinterpret chemistry, and I feel like they fit in with and I feel who misinterpret chemistry and feel like they fit with someone on an emotional level as proof of they've found the one. I will even admit that my counseling practice is made up of these folks and depends on this distorted belief and value to keep me full and busy. I'm challenging you personally not to fall into this giant pit and overvalue charm and see it as proof of some greater motive or value to truth, and not to make the relationship decision based on how someone feels to be with. The girl, Tasha, in my imaginary scenario, likely believed that Todd's charm is foundational proof that he is incredibly invested in her on the deepest of levels, and that behind the charming chemistry is a burning commitment to provide her honorable security and to meet her needs. More than likely, it really means that Todd was just really good at selling himself and saying and doing whatever it took to get whatever he wanted. Behind all that charm is nothing but superficial selfishness and desire to consume Tasha's resources for his own pleasure and benefit. Chemistry is like an invitation to a party that's written in beautiful calligraphy on greeting cards, but tells you nothing about whether that party is going to be a wonderful and memorable night with great friends or a complete catastrophe with beer bottles being broken over people's heads, broken furniture, and the police getting called. It is an invitation for further exploration and should be seen as just that. Tasha did not have one specific aha moment or dramatic epiphany that caused her to begin seeing or feeling differently about the relationship. But she began to reflect and process a long series of back and forth interchanges with Todd that fell into a very specific pattern. The therapist did an excellent job at separating what her boyfriend did versus what he said, and was able to draw a highlighted sense of attention to what Todd's actual personal values and beliefs were about relationships and life altogether. Tasha slowly began to come to the unavoidable conclusion that Todd was a guy who loved immediate gratification and lived in a childhood state of seeking fun, pleasurable experiences to the exclusion of being responsible or honest or doing hard and difficult things for the benefit of their relationship or anyone else. At first, though, Tasha clung to the wonderful moments where Todd was charming and romantic and displayed a great heart and said all the things she wanted to hear, his love for her and what he wanted for them both. Over time, however, she had the unpleasant realization that these sweet words were a way of smoothly and sweetly covering over the reality of his displayed and undisputable actions, and that those words never amounted to anything more than a brief payoff for the next time he was thoughtless, self-centered, or acting like an adolescent in search of the next good time. Tasha began to distance herself from these tasty proclamations of love and promises of a flowery future, and she began to find that she was affected more and more by what he did, rather than anything he might say. It was at this point she began to re-examine the whole concept of chemistry as a reason to keep the relationship going. She still felt swayed occasionally by his powerful charisma and smooth-talking nature, but eventually began putting more weight on his destructive and undesirable reactions and using emotional distance as a consequence in response to her disappointment and offense. Before long, Tasha found that the chemistry she valued so strongly had begun to vanish, and she was only left with a boyfriend who could not meet any of her needs and was too immature and childish to provide for her any real financial, emotional, or relational security. She eventually decided to take a break from Todd. While this brought on an intense increase in his charming and now desperate overtures to reconcile, Tasha held out for someone who could actually do the right thing instead of talk about it. She soon found herself dating a man who had a much more congruent set of values to her and who would keep his word about where he was and with whom, and also exhibited a strong sense of adult self-control and responsibility. Tasha began developing a deep relationship with him as Todd faded into the distance as just a necessary learning experience. I could change their mind if I just try hard enough, or say, or do. Marissa was a married woman in her mid-30s with 2 children that had just begun school, who had gotten remarried, and was expecting all sorts of chaotic family problems. She called the counseling center to use her EAP benefits in order to hopefully reduce her anxiety and depression, and admittedly, sometimes her angry outbursts. She presented initially to the therapist as very competent and determined person in her demeanor and outward presentation, but quickly described a miserable family life with constant squabbling with her husband and constant intrusions from her elderly mother, who was an on-again and off-again alcoholic. Marissa openly detailed a deeply entangled relationship with her mother from her earliest memory that was either a best friend sort of union or an incredibly contentious and nonstop argumentative mess. It was rightfully interpreted as a love-hate relationship. The therapist identified quickly that her mother had immediately identified her new husband as a threat to her maternal control and primary bond. She was actively working to create problems between her daughter and her daughter's husband, and the mother was very successful at doing this. When the therapist discussed boundaries and assessed which ones were in place, which ones were working, and which ones weren't there at all, Marissa revealed an incredible vulnerability to her mother that seemed to be incongruent with her generally assertive and competent self. It was clear that she had allowed the fox into the henhouse herself, per se. When pressed further, Marissa admitted that she and her mother were frequently locked in an incredibly unhealthy relationship pattern, where they both attempted to use emotional force and argumentative pressure in order to get the other to believe and act the way that they themselves wanted the other to act. Despite the damage to her family life and personal stress that she experienced herself that was causing her to continue unhealthy habits of smoking and drinking, Marissa found it very hard to find any tangible peace when she discussed her life in the first few sessions. Finally, after examining her transactional patterns with her husband and her mother, the therapist found that Marissa's relationships were built on the belief that if she tried hard enough and was really committed emotionally to it, she could change her mother's and her husband's mind about things. This was at the root of almost everything she chose to say, do, and invest with both of them. I'm not sure that one chapter is going to do this subject justice, but I'm going to give it my best shot. This is certainly an understandable thing to say to yourself, and we have all said this at one time or another about somebody that we loved, somebody that we needed, or just somebody that we believed that we needed to have their mindset changed about something that we thought was important. In fact, I've seen it happen many times about something that wasn't important at all. I have seen many uncomfortable battles between people regarding what's right in some really insignificant matters, and to be frank, it always ended badly. What's at stake here in this vignette is that we have initially what appears to be a hopelessly tangled and chaotic series of relationship transactions that seem like a slumber party full of kids attacking each other with silly string and would seem almost impossible to untangle. We have a woman who, in her mid-30s, was excessively invested in her elderly mother, and likewise an elderly mother was invested excessively in her grown adult daughter. We also have an unwilling husband who was thrown into the mix and evidently has learned to grab his can of silly string and spray along too. It would be absolutely tempting as a therapist to spend many sessions discussing and encouraging some adult boundaries and differentiation between the client and her mother. However, the problem is not that Marissa is a child at heart who needs to learn to be different and declare her independence from her overbearing adult. That would be too simple. It's also tempting to process with her the natural frustration and concern that she would have over both her mother's substance abuse-fueled actions and behaviors, of which there are plenty to be concerned about, and make the focal point of the counseling process going forward. The real issue at the core of the gobstopper is that Marissa is of the belief that she can debate and filibuster her mother into acting, thinking, feeling the way that she wants her to, or that she can pressure and coerce her into agreeing with her own beliefs and values. This is the real target of the treatment, and the distorted self-talk that is in her own head. Now, I'm pretty committed to the idea in and of itself that you can influence and motivate others to change their belief system and to examine and change their deepest held values, or I would not have spent the time, effort, and money to write this book. I do believe in behaviorism that says the way I manage relationship transactions can bring about different behaviors in others that I care about and relate to. Absolutely, without a doubt. The difference is that behavioralism stays on the tracks while codependence jumps the tracks. The only thing that keeps one way of relating to others on the tracks and from crashing into the countryside is that the other person must be willing to consider changing the way that they think, feel, act, and believe for that effort to have any meaningful chance or success or do any good. I do not engage in hostile relationships with my clients, and no therapist worth their copay would have a relationship with a client that at its core is negative, and no therapist worth their copay would have a relationship with a client that is at its core adversarial and negative. One of the presumptions that I start out with when I am meeting a new person is that they are instigating the relationship on their own and by their free will, and that they are asking me to help them figure out how to solve some internal or external problem and are open to solutions. If I encounter someone that is essentially playing games with me and claiming to want to change but is not displaying any real interest in doing anything different, then that's what I'm going to reflect back to them in the session, and frankly, I'm going to validate their right to keep living in exactly the way they have been living that has not been working for them. One of my most deeply held beliefs is that you cannot override someone's will to make them think and feel differently than they want to think and feel. Of course, you can force some sort of compliance on a superficial level with a threat of consequence, but you will not overwrite anyone's internal hard drive without their consent. But, to be fair, let's frame this issue correctly and in an empathetic and understanding manner. There is not one of us that has felt desperately that we needed to step in and straighten somebody else out, either for their good, our good, or the benefit of everybody in between, even when it seems hopeless on the outside to do so. Let's list the reasons why. We all see someone believing something that is blatantly false. Whether it's a friend that is in love with someone who is unfaithful and untrustworthy, someone with a strange religious or scientific belief, or just someone who doesn't seem to interpret their surroundings anywhere close to accurately. We've all seen someone believe in something we did not agree as true, and felt the overpowering urge to correct them. Anyone who has spent more than 10 minutes on social media, especially Facebook, has seen heated wars in threads over political beliefs where someone has reacted to someone else's belief that they are sure is false. My favorite example of this was when two guys I went to high school with, who were marginally acquainted because they were diametrically opposed to each other in lifestyle habits, beliefs, and occupation, decided to debate politics and correct each other's false beliefs. And it ended up in a fascinating flame war online, where they both ended up questioning each other's humanity and worth as a human being, their sexual practices, basic intelligence, and then decided they were each sure of these things about the other and ended up making threatening posts about each other before unfriending, swearing never to talk again. It's an extreme example, for sure, but I'll bet you've seen something right along those lines yourself. Whether it's a personal question of what's right, or we just see someone doing something or believing something empirically provable as wrong. It is really the same issue. I think it is pretty normal and ingrained in us from an early age that there is a right and wrong answer to most questions, and we definitely expect someone to correct it if it isn't right. We all see someone doing something immediately harmful to themselves. This one is as easy as turning on an episode of Intervention on A&E. Not one of us doesn't have a relationship to someone who is having or has had a substance abuse problem that is immediately harmful to themselves and would like them to stop doing it. Likewise, we probably all have a relationship with someone who's done something destructive in a relationship, and it's going to end up damaging themselves and their partner. Maybe it's from being overworked and stressed. Maybe it's from having to put themselves in a bad financial situation, an immediate way. But we frequently are hit with something that activates our basic empathy and compassion for everyone we want to react. We all see someone doing something we know later will be harmful to them. Sometimes this is all about simply having an adult perspective from having experience going down the very same road you see someone else going down. We can see that a path might look good without the perspective or experience, but in the end, it will be a wasted effort and futile. We would desperately like to save someone the years and years of wasted effort and eventual failure that we are certain they are facing. Perhaps it's having a baby too young, deciding to wait to go to school and go make a living first, or adopting some other get-it-right-now value that is obviously short-sighted. We all see someone doing something that distances us from them or affects us in some way relationally. We all have a horse in a race. We all have a horse in the race with any relationship that's important, and we generally and instinctively want our horse to come in first and get the winner's wreath and the trophy cup. This is absolutely human nature. Even with a less blindly selfish viewpoint, it's a common experience to see someone pursuing a relationship or a personal belief or habit that will cause the union that we would like to keep strong to become more distant or be disrupted and destroyed completely. It's an element of self-protection to want to stop this from happening. I don't think I will have to argue too hard to get you to agree that the world is full of this sort of codependent relationship style, with the end resulting in terrible transactions and emotionally frustrating and draining effects. All anyone has to do is simply spend an hour on Facebook and bypass the harmless memes and family vacation pics and center on posts about politics or religion to see this distorted principle in its finest and fullest bloom. One of my all-time favorite blow-ups on Mark Zuckerberg's finest creation had to be watching two high school acquaintances, again, desperately try to convince each other that each other's voting choices were not only wrong, but stupid. This interaction quickly disintegrated, and the two escalated into threatening to fight each other despite living 800 miles apart. and in a presumably abandoned shopping mall parking lot somewhere in the bowels of West Virginia. Additionally, I would give an honorable mention to an incredibly volatile and entertaining verbal fight between an ex-employee of a place I worked at and her mother-in-law over who was the greater alcoholic and the worse parent, when both appeared to be texting while under the strong influence of alcohol and pharmaceuticals. That was admittedly something I felt guilty about seeing the absurdist humor in. I would like to add that nothing was gained by either side in either conflict, and that everyone's values and beliefs stayed exactly the same as they were before the verbal daggers and swords were drawn. The fruitlessness of these kinds of conflicts was best illustrated by a video that my son's friend sent to me, where a young woman in her early 20s was caught on cell phone footage finding her live-in boyfriend violating their passionate vegan lifestyle at McDonald's, chomping on a double quarter pounder with cheese. Despite her almost fanatical personal beliefs and most logical explanation of why not eating meat is an essential spiritual decision, her boyfriend kept working on that sandwich the whole time while explaining that he never really bought into her beliefs and that he was done with them. Amusingly, this did not dissuade her, not one single second, from her evangelistic fervor and attempts to drag him outside the restaurant to again imprint her values and beliefs on this poor soul. But neither did her efforts appear to be inspiring or any sort of intrapsychic conversion in him either. Only those close to the situation would be able to tell how this relationship saga ended up, and whether he submitted superficially to her demands in order to keep the pretty girl, or if he decided to look for his next girlfriend in the lobby at Outback Steakhouse. So why would we develop such an illogical and seemingly obviously disproven belief? Well, as demonstrated above, it's superficial because we want other people to act differently for our own benefit, and possibly for their own benefit as well. On a deeper level, I think this is a desire to change others is something that is common to every one of us, and is something programmed deep inside us during childhood. We're presumably adults now who are reading this book and discussing these issues, so we have probably graduated from having a first-hand, lingering memory of what it felt like to be 8 years old and remembering our immediate emotional and cognitive needs from that general time frame. Let's start with the premise that I suppose is arguable, that children are incredibly dependent and needy when it comes to their parents or caregivers, and rarely have any way of understanding the adult intrapsychic values and conflicts until they get to be an adult themselves. Let's add to this premise with the perspective that children really can't change their parents' nature, because people are going to be the parents that they've already decided to be, and kids generally just get the parents that they get, and that is the luck of the draw, unfortunately, in a lot of cases. So children are imprinted from their earliest experiences with a realistic sense of helplessness and hopelessness if they do not get treated well, do not get what they need, or suffer some level of abuse or neglect. I believe that this childhood matrix of helplessness and dependence leads us to want to believe that we have magical powers over our parents or caregivers because we cannot understand adult intrapsychic dynamics to be able to interpret their actions, values, and beliefs correctly. Our desperate need for their care, warmth, and love fuels the necessary belief that there is a good mommy or good daddy in there somewhere, if we can just work hard enough to pull it out of them. What 8-year-old would be able to accept that all mommies and daddies do not love their small children, and that some people are just not interested in their own offspring, are too depressed to react appropriately, have addictions, or are just too narcissistic to care under any circumstances? That would be an incredibly painful and hopeless thing for an 8-year-old to come to believe. It's much easier to believe, or it's much tastier It's a much tastier belief to hold that you can generate that love and care for that you can generate the love and care from them that you need if you only try hard enough. This fantasy allows you to believe that the situation is not hopeless, beyond repair, and that you will simply have to live without this essential relationship thing that you need, and that you actually have control over your future destiny and interactions with them. False hope is better than no hope in this case. Of course, what ends up happening is that this hypothesis that the child has created is proven wrong over and over and over again. Little Jimmy can practice his Little League batting swing until either his wrists fall off or he becomes the next Barry Bonds, but his baseball prowess is never going to correct his father's parental indifference or alcohol-fueled criticism and rejection, no matter how hard he tries. This failure will start to poison his self-image. The repeated failure of a child to be able to change a significant figure's personality, traits, values, and beliefs for the better will only cause them to question their own self-worth more and heighten their anxiety even further as their lack of control is reinforced. If this magical belief that we have the ability to override somebody else's will and then change them in a forced override fashion is either overdeveloped out of necessity or is not converted into something more logical and achievable, then we will grow up to become incredibly codependent adults. We will end up wasting an incredible amount of time We will end up wasting an incredible amount of life force trying to knock down the castle walls of someone else's independence with a papier-mâché battering ram and end up desperately anxious and depressed. The reality is that not only is this self-talk statement fundamentally distorted on the achievement level and can't happen for that reason alone, but is also fundamentally flawed because it assumes that our adult view of someone else's life path or decisions is absolutely correct regardless of their cultural differences, perspectives, personal circumstances, or different life goals. It may be that the job that you do not want your daughter to take might be more congruent with her job skills and personal career beliefs, and is far more comfortable daily environment than you could ever know. It may be that the girl your friend is dating may be the best possible choice for him to have long-term relationship with of all the available candidates, and that he would be foolish in allowing your concerns to override his decision-making process. Or it could be that you're absolutely right, and that you can see the end result way better than they can, but that trying to force your values onto them while he ruins the relationship you have, but also prevent them from having a necessary learning experience. As a friend of mine from college once told me, the things you learn for yourself are the things you learn the deepest. One of the most difficult values to achieve within either spirituality or psychotherapeutic process is to truly accept the individuality of those we care about around us. This means that we not only accept that we cannot magically use emotional force to make others transform their beliefs, values, lifestyle choices, and personal likes and dislikes into what we would find more comfortable and approving of, but also that we cannot stop others from making possibly harmful or distorted decisions, no matter what we want for them or believe about them. This step is a difficult one, full of potential heartache, and transforms us into true adulthood, where we accept the power of our own choices, and we accept the power of others' choices as well. Marissa was a difficult sell on the concept by accepting the individuality of others for quite a while in therapy. This was largely due to the belief that you could force others to change their beliefs and values, had been promoted as a central truth in her family for as long as she could remember. Her therapist was patient and took a unique approach to this challenge. This distorted belief that was causing her such internal misery and external chaos. He decided to use a primarily experimental approach in sessions to highlight what it felt like for Marissa when her husband or mother or a friend attempted to force their way over her boundaries and demand what she feel, think, and believe as they did. As she began to process regularly how violated and insulting it was to be reduced by others to a pliable small child at best and an object to be manipulated at worst, Marissa began to rethink that this belief affected others. She also began seeing clearly that these hostile takeover attempts never worked, and that she maintained her own individual beliefs no matter how hard she was pressured to change, unless she, of her own free adult mind and will, decided to change them herself. Over time, Marissa began to feel more protective of her own values and beliefs, and refused to entertain others challenging them. This reduced about half of the emotional clutter in her married and personal life, as she became more and more effective at defusing the takeover attempts. By the 6-month mark, she began projecting her own frustrations with being overrun onto others as in that she could empathize with, and how intrusive and insulting it was. She started catching herself doing it to others. Eventually, she became proficient at not trying to change others' minds, and started accepting that her mother would likely never stop drinking, or that her husband would never stop some of his own controlling behaviors, and started to develop a strong sense of self with increased boundaries, resulting in inner peace. Her marriage and family life improved on this alone over time, and she successfully graduated from full-time treatment to occasional check-ins, here and there, as reinforcements. I did it out of general principle. Teddy was a well-paid courier driver in his early 30s who lived with his older sister and helped care for her children, as the children's father passed away in a car accident several years ago. He's had a string of turbulent, short-lived relationships with women following an unhappy marriage, as his wife was untrustworthy due to unfaithfulness and substance abuse. He frequently made decisions with women that seemed spiteful, dramatic, and somewhat self-defeating. Teddy was also hot-tempered on the job and actually took medication prescribed by his family physician for anger and agitation. He admitted with some shaking of his head about himself that he had a tendency to react way too strongly to his supervisors and co-workers at his job. He admitted that sometimes he made rather risky decisions in interacting with drivers out on the road. He had several powerful confrontations with supervisors over things being unfair. He has become embittered about his fellow employees who seem to get breaks here and there, and he doesn't feel he gets, as he has even had some road rage incidents where he has confronted other drivers to the point where he has blocked them with his van while yelling at them about their driving. When discussing these decisions with his therapist and the subsequent problems that came from them, Teddy regularly used the phrase "I did" out of general principle. Teddy regularly used the phrase "I did it out of general principle" in order to justify those possibly self-destructive or dangerous actions. He admitted to being tense in general, almost waiting for the next offense. When it comes, Teddy is locked and loaded for confrontation and reacts pridefully and frequently in an exaggerated manner. He is aware that there is no good reason to risk losing a good-paying job over a slight offense that doesn't really matter in the long run. But the phrase "general principle" keeps coming up again and again in sessions. Teddy admitted that he gets easily offended, likely too easily offended. However, he stated that he can't let people get over him out of principle, and felt justified in that way in doing things that don't really make his job better, his relationships with women work more smoothly, or help his family life with his sister's children. As a result, his therapist noted that Teddy was always unhappy and gloomy about life, and that Teddy can't ever seem to make progress at working through his problems because he appears to be sabotaging his own progress. In the most general sense of the word, someone saying principled is a complimentary thing to say about them, and means that they are an individual who has a firm set of morals, as well as someone to be admired for their strength and integrity. Most people would want to be seen as having principles, and would take it as an insult to be said otherwise, as it would insinuate that they are someone who is greedy, unscrupulous, and would do anything that benefits themselves, regardless of the effects on others. Speaking about doing something out of principle, however, is almost always like shooting up a flare high up into the midnight sky, that you're doing something that is counterproductive and probably doomed to fail. It has been my experience that when people use this expression, I did it out of general principle, they are using this statement as a justification for something that is impulsive, poorly conceived, or just plain boneheaded, which made a mess in their personal or professional life. I see two different kinds of principles that fit this statement. Doing something out of a reactionary pride or defiance because one's ego is bruised, or their feelings were hurt, or doing something out of a commitment to a vague rule that you are trying to apply across the board to all sorts of difficult life situations that require improvisational solutions to specific problems. The first of these two is simple to describe, and we've all done it. In the example with Teddy, he regularly engaged with spars with his supervisors when things don't go the way he wants, even when the offending event wasn't really that disruptive or important, and risked his job for no good reason. In fact, a few weeks before I started doing this chapter, a 40-something-year-old man reacted with rage over a car full of teenagers ding-dong dashing his house, ringing the doorbell and running away, and chased them in his own car at a reckless speed until the teenagers ran off the road and crashed into a tree. Several of the teens died in the accident, and this man, who had previously been a law-abiding citizen, ended up being charged with several counts of vehicular homicide and is going to potentially be finishing his life behind bars, away from his family. Thankfully, these types of incidents are usually less common. More common examples would be instances like telling off an old boyfriend that you know you shouldn't bother with, or perhaps refusing to go to a child's birthday party because someone will be there that you don't get along with, yet you know you should go, otherwise you'll end up disappointing the host. Or perhaps enforcing a rule that you are fully aware doesn't matter just because you can. Walking away from a business deal over a small amount of money that you probably should go through with just because. All of these are easily identified examples of reacting defiantly out of a bruised ego that we justify on the basis of principle. The second is a little more complex and needs just a bit more explanation. The best example I can think of involved a dispute that I was drug into the middle of on Facebook several years ago. Someone had linked a news story of a single mother who was struggling with her 12 or 13-year-old daughter's acting out behaviors. Specifically, the mother was upset over finding out the daughter was misrepresenting her age while texting adult men in their 20s. The daughter also speaking very provocatively to them and talking plainly about sex. As a result, the mother decided to take a drastic action and put together one of those old-style sandwich board signs that businesses would have someone wear outside of their stores as a walking advertisement with the sort of slogan on it about an ongoing sale or a special event. In this case, however, the mother handwrote a very critical description of her daughter's character and actions that went something like, "I'm a nasty little girl who texts adult men and talks about sex with them, and I have no shame," etc. Half the people responding were talking that were taking the aggressive position that this was absolutely the perfect thing to do because you can't just stand by and let her get away with stuff like that, and you have to remind her who the parent is. The other half were taking the position that this act on the mother's part was certain to destroy that poor child's self-esteem, and that you should never so openly be critical of your child and publicly humiliate her. The thread was already up in flames when I ended getting tagged in it. At some point, some of my friends and acquaintances who were in the middle of heated discussions realized I was tagged in the post. Someone asked me my opinion because I was the family therapist. Others then chimed in, asked me which side I was taking, and whether I thought it was a good idea that this exasperated mother put this provocative signboard on her child. No one seemed too happy when I said I didn't know. This brought a slew of demanding questions of why I didn't have a clear opinion. I posted I don't know because I didn't hear whether it worked or not. In my mind, if it caused the girl to feel ashamed of her inappropriate behavior, and it initiated the start of her acting in a self-controlled and age-appropriate manner, and not engaging in risky behaviors, then the mother hit a home run and saved her daughter from a multitude of misery. If it caused her daughter to ramp up the defiance and become more aggressive and determined in her behavior, however, then it was absolutely a terrible thing to do, and it will probably end up furthering her self-destruction. Neither side liked my answer because I didn't pick up a principled response. Principles are valuable in the right setting. They are wonderful basic building blocks for developing personality to set into place to learn entry-level ethics and appropriate behaviors, and should be seen as just that. Where people get into trouble is when they want a one-size-fits-all approach to life situations and take a lazy approach to trying to apply these basic and generic solutions to very specific and complicated problems. The reality is that life is not that simple. As we mature, experience, see, and perceive things more clearly, we need to use custom and improvisational solutions to make things work and be better. Coloring with primary colors is fine when we're small and inexperienced, but eventually we should shift into using more complicated shades like periwinkle and magenta to fill in the spaces and answer the questions. When I hear people use this phrase, I can again almost bank with certainty that someone is sitting in front of me trying to justify using a generic solution or slogan as a response to a specific problem that has failed and subsequently made a mess. In fact, principles are at heart of most of the sayings in the book that end up having a toxic and self-defeating effect in our lives. Accepting that they are a general truth and not a universal truth is a big step forward behaviorally. The counter to acting out of principle is very simple in theory, if not in application. The answer to the question of what makes your life better and what makes the life of those of the people around you better is the counter to acting out of principle. You could take into account your children, family members, friends, employees, an employer, or maybe even people that you don't know. To ask this question means you value yourself and you value the things you have as well as the things you have accomplished. It also shows that you are able to care about the present and the future of those around you. Maybe it is a matter of perspective. Maybe it's a matter of self-esteem in that you do not feel that who you are is valuable enough to protect. Or maybe what you do is precious enough to keep from risking. Or maybe what you do have is precious enough to keep from risking. Or maybe what you do have is precious enough to keep from the risk of losing it. In my story, Teddy did not seem to have a healthy respect of what his work provided him in terms of status. His $80K salary that allowed him to drive a new Ford Quad Cab 4x4 and the ability to take golfing trips to South Carolina and live in a nice home with a 2-door garage. He also did not seem to clearly he did not seem to clearly he also did not seem to clearly see and value the reality that he had a professional position that provided him with a generous salary and great insurance. He also did not realize that he rated above and beyond the regular status and salary of most of his peers. Women were impressed with his position too. All of those things didn't seem to be enough for him to be able to see the need to protect his position. Instead, he did impulsive and aggressive things on occasion to his supervisors, customers, or pedestrians that seemed to threaten that very thing that fueled this life he has. The stories are endless and flow like a perpetual river if you know what to keep your eyes out for and ears open for. I hear them on a daily basis, both in the office and out of the office. The attorney who decided to make a public scene with a client and coworker argued loudly and dramatically over trying to coerce them to share his political position and got fired. The family friend who gets angry over someone cutting him off in traffic and gets into a fist fight with another driver in front of his children and ends up with felony charges. The woman who insists that everyone in her immediate family reject a cousin over a seemingly small slight and drives long-time relationships apart and fractures her family. Someone making a ridiculously hopeless and quixotic protest against a monolithic company that does nothing but make them look foolish and cause them night after night to have exhausted tears and fruitless anxiety. It goes on and on. The question is whether you want this to be you or not. Over time, and with the help of a good therapist, Teddy began to react less strongly and less generally to life situations, and began to react more thoughtfully and strategically instead. The therapist began to regularly quiz Teddy on what he should do to make his life work better, enhance his relationships and personal life, and challenged him when he was thinking about responding to situations by asking, "What makes your life better?" Slowly, Teddy began to see himself differently, and seemed to value himself and his accomplishments more and more, and began to appear much less likely to do something prideful or self-defeating. He became more careful about where and when he expressed his anger, and began protecting his job by being less confrontational with his supervisors over small things that didn't really cost him any money or any real permanent damage at his job. He became less worked up over having to work a few minutes over his shift, having his route changed, or having someone getting in his way while driving. His reputation improved, and at the same speed that he made these changes, and his job became more secure. Furthermore, Teddy became better with his other relationships too, and became more patient and wiser about how to treat his nieces and nephews as they began to grow more attached and respectful toward him. Before long, Teddy's long-standing depression began to lighten, and his mood improved as he developed greater self-control. He gained more ability to make his life better, and he became less anxious about the stresses at work and home, as he now feels more prepared to handle them successfully. Slowly, the phrase, "I did it out of general principle," faded from his vocabulary, and everyone around him is better for it. I don't like confrontation, and I try to avoid it whenever possible. Frederick contacted the counseling center with an obvious feeling of discomfort and sheepishness. He requested an initial session due to some vague and lightly detailed anxiety and relationship problems with his longtime girlfriend. He rescheduled the intake session twice before finally trudging in for his afternoon appointment. He presented as a light-hearted and unassuming man in his mid-20s who seemed, at least to his therapist, to be someone who worked hard to silently blend into his surroundings and not make waves. Frederick described a fairly normal work life as an information technology worker for a large company managing the help desk and performing basic repairs on their computer system and giving guidance for using their software. His problems, he stated, came not from his job, but from dealing with his relationship problems overall, and specifically his girlfriend, with whom he was living in a nearby condo and had planned on asking her to marry him. As the session went along, he described his girlfriend as frequently frustrated with him and as trying hard to get him to either interact with her on a stronger level or set boundaries for an intrusive mother and or a couple of friends. These intruders would invite themselves over to the apartment and take over his space and their space. And take over his time and their space. Frederick admitted that his condo was frequently overrun by buddies who dropped by to play video games and that these unannounced visits were a regular source of tension between him and his girlfriend Amanda. But he just couldn't bring himself to put the brakes on his friends coming and going because he didn't want to make any of them more upset than he did his girlfriend. He also admitted that his mother was occasionally very possessive about her place in his life and had been causing issues with his girlfriend. He did, however, deftly dodge taking any responsibility for the situation with several versions of "that's just mom" statements, while acknowledging that the prime reason he was sitting in the office was trying to find a way to save his relationship with her. When pressed on this reality, Frederick visibly flinched and forced out an admission that, "I just hate having problems with anyone. I avoid conflict whenever I can, and I try to keep everyone happy." Frederick admitted, however, that this approach to life has left him with a troubled home life and in need of change. I can imagine that there are people in this world who absolutely relish the idea of conflict and are attracted to it like a moth to streetlight. You'd have to think that professional fighters would have to enjoy conflict to want to step into a cage and fight for a living. Or that there's a certain kind of person that's a corporate officer who likes the life and death struggle over a boardroom conference meeting table. Most people who appear to like conflict probably don't see it that way, though. Instead, they see conflict as merely a means to the end of getting what they want, when they want it, and from whom they want it from. Perhaps this is all too broad of a discussion to start with, and the real situation with conflict is that people may like it in certain scenarios, in certain situations, or with certain people. I've seen some pretty non-confrontational people get pretty excited doing battle on a video game screen playing Call of Duty, as though their life is dependent on it. But in any event, most of us folks would consider ourselves to have a normal sense of conflict, would say we do it in the situations that we have no choice. For example, let's take Frederick and agree that he generally makes sense on the onset, as it's a pretty logical thing to think and feel when you say that you want to avoid encounters that are unpleasant and that you want to have transactions with other people that are pleasant. Who in general would argue with that? It sounds pretty logical to me in its simplest form. Human nature is to seek comfort, pleasure, and security, as well as to avoid pain and conflict. I absolutely agree with the first part of Frederick's self-talk, and no one should relish confrontation with other people that will either make them hostile towards us or make relationships uncomfortable going forward. As we talked about in another chapter, seeking harmony and emotional congruence is a wonderful principle, one that almost all forms of religious faith and spirituality as a center value, and psychotherapy is right there with them, and trying to improve the synchronicity of your relationships. The problem that I have with Frederick's conversation within himself is the part about, "and I avoid it at all costs." This is where the distortion lies, and where he ends up bringing misery upon himself and subsequently to everyone around him. Let's get into this in the way that might get me in some trouble. Part of what I do the most in my private counseling practice is teach people how to negotiate with their current relationships so that they can reduce their anxiety by learning assertiveness and work through long-held depressive feelings and beliefs by learning to stand up for themselves in the heat of battle. Why do I do this? Well, because the two primary kinds of relationships that we have in our lives, with our employer and at work, and with our romantic partner that we choose to live with all our lives, requires us to be able to negotiate in order to get our basic needs met and avoid being taken advantage of by folks on the other side who expect and want us to do things for them. Not everyone agrees with me on this. Some people believe that from the moment they make contact with an employer and have an interview, that there should be some sort of miraculous emerging of common goals and needs, and then everything should automatically and magically come into play. And then everything should automatically and magically come together. They also believe that there should be no essential need for labor and management to ever butt heads. Or there are people who believe the kindly-looking white-haired psychologist who owns a popular dating service who says that if you subscribe to will use his 10 or 15 areas of compatibility and he will find you a lifetime soulmate and he guarantees it. As you can guess, I believe that this is a giant truckload of manure that stinks long and hard. And I think that people can convince themselves that you shouldn't have any kind of tense negotiations with employees or employers or lovers. And that somehow you will all want the same thing and be on the same team. This seems like the sweetest and most desirable of all fantasies to me. I also happen to believe it's a tasty lie. You might be lucky enough to find someone to have some soft negotiations with that were particularly painful and maybe even were barely noticeable. But they were there. You may find out that you put together an initially easy to deal with someone or some employer, and that it got much more complicated and heated as relationships and their circumstances are genuinely fluid and ever-changing. So, if I'm right, then why is this? The obvious answer is that we generally don't want the same things other people want, and especially not in adversarial relationships like employer to employee or man to woman, where you're at cross purposes from the very beginning and both of you need the other to accomplish their own goals. It's a modern example of wishful thinking to deny that men and women generally have completely different reproductive drives and completely different goals and needs in the relationship. But I hear all the time, and I always wonder if people who try to convince themselves of that are either woefully naive or simply close their eyes to the world around them. I don't think the employer-to-employee relationship is nearly as strongly debated, as it is pretty empirical that the employer wants goods or services and the employee wants payments, benefits, and a positive working environment. This sets up necessary conflict in order to negotiate a relationship that is quid pro quo and mutually beneficial and acceptable, so that trust and appreciation can hopefully begin. Stepping outside these two very black and white examples, I think the problem with what Frederick was attempting to accomplish was that it would depend on everyone being in agreement that the negotiation process would always be pointed downwards to a goal of peaceful and gentle discussion. Most people don't share this idyllic goal of emotional peacefulness on a daily basis. Perhaps it's because one person in the relationship really wants something very badly and is willing to escalate the tension and emotional pressure at the bargaining table in order to get it. It's frequently also true that one person in a relationship has some hostility toward the other person they're sitting across the table from, and that is going to kill this idea of peace at all costs pretty quickly. The reality is that the person on the other side of the table may have completely different perspective of what's even being talked about to begin with. My general feeling is that we're really talking about the question of human nature, though. Anyone who's ever raised a child would not disagree with my statement that human beings are born consumers and instinctively want to get things from other people in order to feel comfort, important, safe, or to get gratification. If you accept this point, which I think is empirically logical, then it is also a common reality that we need boundaries, both physical and emotional, to separate our assets, both physical and emotional, from other people who want things from us. Sometimes those people who want things from us are well-meaning individuals who want to make a fair exchange. Other times, they are amped up consumers who really aren't thinking about fairness in the moment, and other times these individuals are hostiles who are making a territorial play to take what we have. Avoiding the reality that all relationships require some level of negotiation necessary to achieve any transaction, and that you have some responsibility to embrace some level of conflict in order to either achieve your own goal of the transaction or simply protect what you have, does not avoid the transaction itself. Frederick has unfortunately found that his desire not to participate in these negotiations doesn't keep the transaction from occurring, and that others simply power past him and take what they want. His mother doesn't stop from barging into he and his girlfriend's apartment because he refuses to sit down at the table and discuss whether she should or not and when. She just comes over and does what she wants because no one is telling her that she can't. His friends aren't setting boundaries for themselves and saying, gee, maybe we ought to ask Amanda if it's okay if we come over and play video games with Frederick in their apartment either. Both of them probably assumed that if Frederick didn't want them to come over, that he'd stand up for himself and say no, or place some conditions on what they want in the relationship. Avoiding the negotiation and the resulting conflict does not stop the transaction from happening. It only means that you are giving the other person or persons permission to decide what they think is fair and what they want, which is passive failure to protect yourself and your interests, and absolutely results in all kinds of anxious feelings and depressive symptoms and thoughts. People avoid the conflict central to negotiations for a variety of reasons, but it always starts with the basic reality that for them, conflict doesn't feel good. Let's do a quick review of why that might be so. I'm not comfortable standing up for myself, and I'm not comfortable saying no to others or expecting a yes from others. Some of us just have never been given permission to assert what we need or feel from our earliest childhood experiences and have never learned to do it. I've had many clients who were thoroughly oppressed by their parents that they never developed the confidence to claim anything as theirs. The ground floor of the self is knowing that what you like, dislike, want, and don't want. Some have had these very basic decisions challenged by overbearing caregivers and simply do not feel comfortable being decisive about anything for fear of being challenged, attacked, or being wrong. I'm afraid to be told no from others and want to avoid that feeling of rejection. Fear of rejection, to this powerful of a degree, usually points to underlying fears of abandonment. If you don't agree with everything the other person wants, then this will be a deal breaker and they'll walk away from the negotiating table forever. I want to please others more than myself and live for approval from others. This is the desperate desire for approval to the point of absolute self-sacrifice. Perhaps a parent figure has made themselves unattainable under normal circumstances and demanded absolute obedience. Or someone has such low self-worth for a variety of reasons that they need constant reassurance of their immediate worth. I can't stand hurting others' feelings and seeing them upset. Hypersensitivity to anyone outside ourselves, even feeling the slightest bit of denial of their desires, or experiencing even the mildest hardship, is an exaggerated sense of empathy. It avoids the question, is it good for someone to get everything they want all the time? I think relationships should come together naturally, without any conflict. We've covered this earlier as an example of wishful thinking, but let me pile on a little more. Think back to your earliest childhood memories at school, and the first time you were unleashed on the playground for recess. Who decided whose turn it was to be on the swings and for how long? Who decided on the game that you all played, and who made all the rules? When the kickball game was organized, who got to kick first, and who got to pitch? Did any of this ever come together perfectly and seamlessly without any negotiations or any conflict? Of course not. Listen, the stakes may change and vary from small to large, from unimportant to life and death, but the nature of relationships does not change. The avoidance of normal levels of conflict and confrontation within relationships is either a denial of your own value, skills, time, and person, a denial of emotional quality of relationships themselves, or it's an admission that you do not have the ability to assertively obtain what you want from others to keep them from taking the things that they want from you over your silent objections. This subject is at least a couple of chapters by itself and may become an entirely different book. But to cover it briefly here, the biggest shift that we make as relational and social human beings is the transition from helplessness and dependence of childhood relationships to the assertiveness and independence of adult relationships. When we're children, we really don't have the ability to negotiate across the table with our parents because we're not on a level playing field. Not being equals in terms of assets, consciousness, or ability means that we tend to get pretty much whatever our parents decided we would get. As we got older and reached towards independence and adulthood, they, being parents, should change, and we should feel ourselves growing and differentiating into separate people from them, who then have the ability to function as equals. The question is whether we move out of this position of learned helplessness and dependence and into an adult assertiveness so that we can motivate other people to give us what we want from them in equal and fair exchanges, or prevent others from taking what we don't want to give them. If we do, then we accept that conflict and confrontation are intricately and irreversibly interwoven into all of our adult relationships, and that we have to learn to negotiate assertively in a variety of different roles, situations, and circumstances in order to have a functional and healthy life, period. Hopefully, this assertiveness brings out successful management of conflict that is necessary to achieve the balance and fairness at the heart of healthy and trusting bonds with others, and that breeds mutual satisfaction and happiness. Frederick was a pretty tough customer to make progress with in the therapeutic sense, and avoided the inherent back and forth repartee and conflict with his therapist too. He would occasionally avoid sessions where the tension of the subject matter became uncomfortable. He struggled mightily with the idea that he had a firm responsibility to start developing some assertiveness and applying it to his relationships. Eventually, Frederick was able to communicate a deep sense of fear at making others angry, with fear that others would potentially leave him based on some of his experience with his parents, his father leaving the family, and his feeling of being abandoned by himself, and his feelings of being abandoned himself by his father. The therapist effectively challenged the idea that Frederick could somehow prevent others from making these kinds of decisions by completely and passively complaint with whatever they wanted, and that he was actually in the same boat now with a woman he loved and wanted to marry, considering abandoning him because he was so passive. This reality caused Frederick to show some deep and genuine emotions for the first time, and he became tearful at times when reflecting on his inner conflict from his past and how it affected his current conflict. Eventually, with the therapist's reflective challenging, He acknowledged the reality that he needed to accept that some conflict was necessary to effectively develop some sense of order in his life and protect his relationship to the woman he wanted to marry. Frederick's efforts were tentative at first, but he began setting some limits on how accessible he would be to his friends, and started protecting his personal space by blocking out time so that no one was allowed to drop by. He gave his girlfriend more security in the apartment they shared, and by also increasing the amount of time they spent together privately. Putting the brakes on his mother was a little harder, as she was very possessive of Frederick. Her behavior was probably an after effect of a painful divorce and not wanting to lose her oldest son to adulthood. But he plugged away at learning these new skills and eventually learned to gently but firmly risk her disapproval by putting his girlfriend's needs first. Frederick eventually asked for their key back from his mother. There was some anger and hurt feelings, but he stood firm in the pocket, and eventually his mother came around and accepted his new assertiveness. Finally, Frederick was more assertive in his relationship with his now fiancée, both with speaking to what he himself wanted from her and also stating his feelings about the directions that he wanted their eventual marriage to go. As time went along, he saw that the risk of disapproval and either anger or hurt feelings of others was far outweighed by the success he had in forming healthier and more structured and gratifying transactions, and embraced the need for some conflict in order to live a fulfilled life. Frederick left therapy after a year and 3 months, still not being completely comfortable with conflict, but capable of having adult relationships and not being run over by others. I don't want to say anything positive about myself because it will make me seem arrogant. Clement was a clean-cut and professionally dressed man in his early 30s who scheduled an appointment with a therapist due to some vague unhappiness and martial tension that appeared to be some fuzzily defined depression or lack of energy about life. Upon the initial assessment visit, the therapist was informed by Clement that he could not put his finger just on what was wrong with his life. He had an attractive wife by anyone's definition. He has healthy, well-behaved children and has a thriving mortgage business that has provided him an income well into the mid and high six-figure range. He recounted a long struggle with career setbacks on the way to getting where he is now, and on having a career and on having to reinvent himself a couple times after having good jobs that ended due to buyouts and reorganizations before starting a new career as a mortgage broker. The therapist noted that Clement was strangely passive about claiming several apparent successes at reorganizing his life, and the very obvious strength of will displayed at continually fighting through these unfortunate setbacks that were no fault of his own. He also seemed strangely subdued about his accomplishments and the resourcefulness, talent, responsibility, and the drive it took to achieve this success. He appeared to take no pride in having a nice house in the suburbs, a beautiful wife who admired and respected him, well-behaved children, and a thriving practice that he built from the ground up into a very successful business. When asked why he seemed to be almost rejecting his rightful reward, Clement became uncomfortable and shifted in his seat, saying, "I don't want to talk about what I have and what I've accomplished to anyone because I just think it makes me sound arrogant, like I'm bragging or something." One of the most commonly seen struggles in my office over the years, especially with individuals who have sincerely embraced a personal faith and who are trying to live it out on a daily basis, is how to come to a coherent and practical definition of what it means to be either humble or arrogant. The struggle is not limited to those who attended Christian churches or practiced some other faith, though. It can be seen from plenty of other people who are just considerate, compassionate, and socially aware of the feelings of others, who don't want to come across as insensitive blowhards that toot their own horn to the annoyance of others. Both terms deserve to be explored and defined, both practically and usefully, for those who are concerned about how they are perceived by those around them, and who want to live with integrity and true character. Hopefully, we can do just that in the paragraphs to come. My experience has been that these terms rarely get this kind of thoughtful and logical exploration, however. They are usually superficially thought through and get an emotional interpretation and eventual application that causes people depressive symptoms and issues in relationships that diminish one's energy and investment in life. Since I identify publicly as a Christian counselor / psychotherapist, I am confronted with the concept of humility regularly by people who are worried about embracing the concept appropriately and avoiding calling untoward attention to themselves, just like Clement. The boilerplate interpretation of what humility is believed to be by avoiding any The boilerplate interpretation of what humility is believed to be is avoiding any public or personal claims about your strengths or accomplishments or talents, and being very careful to deflect any credit for any of them to God or someone else. People will go to great lengths to deny any and all possible positive things about themselves to accomplish this. In short, they see humility as not just carefully avoiding speaking about oneself in a loud and grandiose manner around others, but to deny any successes altogether completely. In this model, humility is at least a social attribute first and foremost, and means avoiding any mention of success for fear of offending others who have less in life financially, physically, professionally, or personally. Sometimes it is a deep-seated fear of criticism or being disliked from the same people. With the element of faith included, it usually means that the person is trying not to claim any credit for anything they believe that God Himself has either blessed them with or developed within them. This is out of fear that they may be stealing the credit that He deserves and will run afoul of the Almighty and receive a rightful blast of anger for displaying and embracing the sin of arrogance. They believe that all that occurs in their life is not justified by God's grace and power and then turned over to them to enact, but that the whole process is fully engineered and caused by Him. They believe they have no right to claim any of what they believe they created. They believe they have no right to claim any of what they believe they had no creative stake in. While I sincerely appreciate the good intentions of both positions, I also sincerely believe that these beliefs are distorted and end up causing all kinds of social and interpersonal problems for the people that hold them so strongly and try to practice them. Let's tackle these two beliefs about offending others in a social sense and also offending one's God by assuming any responsibility for one's successes by first looking at the flip side of humility and examining what arrogance is believed to be and what it truly is. Most people would see these as being two sides of the same coin, and that this coin either flips up in the air and lands on one side or the other, and that you are either arrogant to speak well of yourself openly or humble to avoid ever doing so. It is seen as an either-or proposition with only two options, and neither really seems good on an emotional level, or it wouldn't come up so frequently in sessions. I would argue that this putting arrogance and humility on opposite sides of a coin is making the subject too simplistic, and that the practical interpretation is slighting the reality that there are more options here than two. If any statement of skill, talent, success, effort, intelligence, or wisdom is an example of arrogance, then one cannot ever morally assert anything positive about themselves and must then logically wait for someone else to affirm these good things about them. And then they are honor bound to deny the truths of whatever is said about them, or that's arrogance by proxy, as you are subtly agreeing openly and publicly with them. This means that no one can ever make any testimony of legitimate qualifications or talents on a professional level to begin with. There is a recent commercial getting a lot of airplay where a patient was being prepared to go into the operating room and he meets the surgeon, who first entered the room with flippant, "Guess who's been reinstated again?" and responds to this now frightened man's statement that he's anxious about the immediate surgery by giving him a somber look downwards and admitting, "Me too," before leaving the room. The patient is rightfully now very, very anxious, and the commercial ends with this poor man sitting on the dressing table with his mouth open in complete shock and horror. While this is a humorous example, what would the world be like if no one was allowed to attest to their own competence and ability? Not only that, but if we would have to deny or deflect when others attest to our character or skill or work ethic. This would absolutely destroy the collective public confidence in all manner of individual professionals and eliminate the need for reassurance in them. And would eliminate the necessary need for reassurance in them. It would also limit any reasonable advertisement of what someone would and could do as far as services or producing goods. We would have almost a complete moratorium on advertising, as advertising is making a claim about one's skills, characters, and work ethic. Speaking about oneself fairly in a positive way inspires the necessary confidence in others about you. Furthermore, letting others know what your credentials are is a necessary thing in order to do basic business. Demonstrating and calling attention to the traits and efforts that brought success is inspiring and informative to others and conveys confidence and collective security. Curtailing this out due to a misguided desire to avoid arrogance would be tragic indeed. I would argue that an accurate view of arrogance would be to commit an act that is dishonest at its core regarding how you represent yourself to others around you. Arrogance should be seen as deliberately exaggerating your own talent, your own accomplishments, or your own character, or tearing down someone else's, for the purpose of getting respect, credit, or a status that you have not legitimately earned. An example of this in the counseling profession is when someone has claimed to be a licensed therapist when they haven't gone through the process of accumulating the supervision and client hours needed, and they haven't passed the rigorous examination to actually earn it. I think it's fair to say that conflating one's own self for the purpose of getting status that is unearned is truly a form of arrogance. On an interpersonal level, you would experience someone being arrogant when they overstate who they are or what they've done for the purpose of one-upping either someone around them for either one's own narcissistic ego or to diminish someone else for one's own emotional gratification. I have told the story frequently in my sessions of a guy I knew in high school who claimed to be a black belt in Japanese karate. I have detailed that story in a previous chapter in this book. However, the gist of the story was that the guy had clearly and deliberately fabricated his credentials completely for the sake of getting respect and admiration through lying and arrogance in order to gain something that he hadn't earned. If someone plainly and honestly stated their credentials as a martial artist and represented their training, skill set, and fighting accomplishments, I would not consider it an example of arrogance in the least. Honesty being the key word here. On the other side of the coin, a one-dimensional definition of humility suggests that someone embracing this virtue would similarly require you to avoid saying anything positive about yourself and actually undervalue yourself publicly to others to achieve it. Imagine this. To be humble, you actually have to embrace some sort of noble dishonesty and diminish yourself deliberately in front of others. We're not talking about being gracious about receiving compliments and maybe toning them back to a level of accuracy either. We're talking about seeing humility as a deliberate and untruthful portrayal of yourself as something less than you actually are. For example, if someone asked me to describe myself professionally and assess myself, I would assert myself as a very experienced family therapist who is fairly talented and advanced in I would assert myself as a very experienced family therapist who is fairly talented at advanced cognitive behavioral therapy and who is also good at getting to the core of people's depression. But with this model of humility, I would be forced to either refuse to give myself any positive credit for the skills that or experience I have either deflecting. I would be forced to either refuse to give myself any positive credit for skills or experience I have by either deflecting the question altogether or telling you that I'm not all that and really have a lot to learn actually, or that there are a lot of better therapists out there. Parts of these statements may be true, but it's not a true reflection of my legitimate ability and worth, and would be absolutely of no value to anyone trying to figure out if I can help them. Now, if I claim to be the best cognitive behavioral therapist in the state of Alabama, depending on the circumstances, I may not even be the best in my own office, or stated that I am comprehensively trained in all forms of mood disorders, no one is that I know of, and I am the best choice for anyone needing treatment, I have zero experience with eating disorders, for instance, then I would be incredibly arrogant and lacking in humility. Trying to find that accurate place where you rate in the pecking order personally and professionally for objective sense of self-worth seems to me to be quite an example of humility. Knocking yourself down to a lower and inaccurate place is false humility, and actually seems like a strange sort of arrogance in that you would be trying to get credit for excessive humility in front of others. So how much fun this can be? See how much fun this can be? So let's see if we can put the top back on the bottle of shaken up soda and define arrogant and humble once and for all, or at least for the purpose of trying to answer the question pragmatically. It seems that taking all the elevators down to the ground floor would leave us with a very simple truth that arrogance is being dishonest about who you are and what you've done. Humility is an honest and objective assessment of one's attributes and accomplishments. Arrogance is dishonest and humility is honest, and that is the ground floor. It's that simple. It would make the world much simpler and be a better functioning place if we just all agreed to see it this way and stopped embracing the social anxiety and fear of criticism that causes us to fall into a false humility that ends up taking root inside and causes all kinds of internal conflicts and eventual depressive symptoms. The result of this disordered view of humility and arrogance is depression and lack of interest in the world around you. This is exactly what happened with Clement. He became divorced from his own experience and processes throughout his adult years and neglected to claim and internalize all the hard work, self-discipline, skill, talent, charisma, and his ability to delay gratification to accomplish things of importance to take care of others. As a result, Clement created a world where he continually defeats himself and cannot win. Why would you wake up every morning with enthusiasm, energy, and passion to accomplish and experience wonderful things each day when you've already decided that to do so will amount to absolutely nothing inside yourself, and you'll have to erase any points you put up on the scoreboard the moment you score the touchdown? Taking this route would mean that you could not enjoy the process of success, nor the fruit from the tree you worked so hard to plant. It also diminishes your self-confidence and limits your relationships as well. Again, What's your motivation to live daily life with any energy if you cannot claim and enjoy any victories? The real issue is to be careful not to claim victories that you have not truly won or trophies you haven't really earned, and doing this, in my humble opinion, ensures that you will be truly humble. Clement's views about humility and arrogance were deep-seated and hard to untrench, despite him slowly seeing just how deeply distorted his view of humility had worked its way through his life, and how much subtle misery it caused both himself and those around him. He continued both to deflect any and all of his positive accomplishments, and also the clear and empirical proven character traits that caused these things to happen for months and months. Slowly, however, with the constant reinforcement from the therapist and his wife in sessions that humility is not denying objective truth about himself or his life, and that it is perfectly acceptable to tastefully claim the good things he had done or become. Clement turned a corner and began to evolve personally. He specifically responded to the truth that he could both feel good about his life and who he had become, and still accept within his Christian faith that he was unworthy to stand in the presence of the Almighty, as they were not mutually exclusive values. Clement's mood began to improve, and he began feeling the dark clouds over his head, letting more and more sunshine through, and he started enjoying his daily life and began to see himself as successful and productive. His wife reported that his self-confidence improved, and that he was less agitated and more patient with her and their children, and their romantic life began to spark. Clement started enjoying his daily life experiences and was no longer afraid to feel good about them. He closed out with counseling after about 8 months of sessions, and he felt that he was no longer depressed. He left a much more relaxed and happier man for changing his view from, "I don't want to seem arrogant by saying anything positive about myself," to, "I may be careful saying positive things about myself publicly to not seem like I'm bragging, but I'm going to own and value what I have accomplished and who I have become inside myself and carry myself accordingly." I really didn't have a choice. Julie began every counseling session somehow finding a way to find fault with herself for some small failing or problem that she'd struggled with. A pleasant-looking woman in her mid-30s with an average life and an average set of problems, she always seemed to feel like she was driving into emotional potholes or taking the wrong exit with decisions and life direction. Whenever her therapist reflected that she had done or accomplished something, either past or present, that displayed some strength of character or some intelligent planning or thoughtfulness, Julie responded by downplaying her efforts and acts as though she had been somehow forced by circumstances outside of her will to make a responsible and successful move. When the therapist pointed out that one of the pivotal points in her life was when she lost her college grant money and family financial support, she then decided to work incredibly long hours at a restaurant job that allowed her to pay for her college classes and books out of pocket, and earned her degree under incredible duress. She shrugged and said, "Well, I really had no choice. I couldn't just drop out and move back home. There was no other option." This deflecting of personal responsibility only applied to the things she had succeeded at, however, and not the laundry list of things she felt she had failed at. It became clear that this was at the heart of why she felt badly about herself. It was always, "Well, I really didn't have a choice." Every single time she was confronted with examples of her perseverance and willpower. We are all confronted with the need for a grading system from our earliest moments of independence from our parents, such as the moment we stepped into school. Starting from kindergarten, we are judged on a scale from our behaviors and our performance, and we internalize a way of seeing ourselves. I remember very well sitting down with my youngest daughter every day after she returned home from her first year in school, and I checked with her to see what color she ended up on the behavior chart. All parents are likely exposed to the concept of their children being moved up the chart or having their clip moved down, and getting rewards or consequences as a result. But no matter what system we encounter in school, all of us develop our own internal and private grading system for ourselves that others cannot truly see in all its fullness and application. For sure, whatever internal grading system we develop is to one degree or another shaped by our parents and our primary caregivers, and they had a big hand in shaping how we see ourselves. But we as individuals have the right and the ability to paint it whatever color we want, for whatever reason we choose. As a therapist, I have had a front row seat to see and hear how people build this internal grading system and see how they apply it. It speaks volumes to the limitations of parenting. I know plenty of children who were trained with a very objective sense of grading oneself and still managed to twist it into something destructive. I remember one ultra-responsible young woman that came into my office who was actually a terrific mother and a highly skilled nurse that drove herself into a continual state of anxiety and long periods of depressed mood because she felt that she was always falling short of expectations that were best described as utterly unreasonable and unattainable. When we begin confronting the true reality of her perfectionism and how it slowly disintegrated her emotionally and physically, she became willing to look back to the roots and the creation of such an unfair and lopsided self-assessment scale. Surprisingly, she reported having had very supportive and enthusiastically positive parents who served as wonderful cheerleaders for everything she accomplished and succeeded at. I was perplexed at how she took this apparent warmth and encouraging pattern of parental reflection and twisted it into a broken mirror of self-disdain. She finally revealed that she never trusted their recurrent praise and completely discounted everything they ever said to her with a deflection of, "They're just saying those nice things because they're my parents and whatever they say doesn't count." As a result, she created a distorted mirror at a very young and inexperienced age that never reflected anything approaching success and was never content with anything she produced or became or achieved. The obvious problem with Julie's responses is that they cannot possibly be an accurate or even close to an accurate assessment of who she is and what she has or is producing. In any situation we encounter that is a personal challenge or task, there are many more degrees of grading by the nature we can judge and assess success and failure by. Let's use a temperature gauge in a car, for example. Some cars have a dummy light that either stays off when the engine is operating under normal temperatures or shines bright red as an alert when the sensor detects a problem with overheating. Julie was asserting that this was an accurate gauge for judging success and failure and had said, "Well, I didn't want to fail, so I pushed forward so I wouldn't." There were only two opinions, and one was destructive. So why should I get credit for just not doing the failing thing? The problem is that most cars have a much more precise temperature gauge that goes beyond yes and no, and shows a scale from 0 degrees to perhaps 260 degrees, and has a number lines to mark the temperature grades in between. This seems to be a much more accurate way of understanding the results of personal choice and resulting successes and failures. I would like to argue that what Julie was saying to me was another version of straight A's are always accepted, in that straight A's are always expected, in that she was asserting that there were only two possible outcomes, and neither one was anything that could be celebrated or taken as any positive sign about herself. This is a distorted and limited view of the interpretive gauge that judges outcomes. I believe that there are probably limitless degrees of grades that can assess how well or how poorly we respond to life challenges, and that this scale points towards many possible ways to critique or praise ourselves for our efforts. Limiting ourselves to some strange pass or fail grading system would absolutely inhibit our personal growth and development. It will also stunt our problem solving abilities, as well as sticking ourselves with a perpetual black cloud that follows us overhead, like that Flintstones character Scalp Rock had, and rains scorn and self loathing down on us as we try to work through life. Let me try and give the opposing viewpoint by using her working while attending school analogy from a personal stance. Probably the best time in my overall life was when I moved to Texas to attend school full-time in my early 20s. I was under the pressure of having a limited-term scholarship to accomplish all the classes necessary to complete my degree, and also faced very difficult classes that I was uncertain as to whether I could pass successfully. To say I had initial anxiety when I showed up on campus would be fair, if not an understatement, and it was an honest assessment of a fairly difficult challenge. One of the things I am most proud of in life is that I worked at a part-time job. One of the things I am most proud of in life is that I worked a part-time restaurant job to support myself on campus and took a full load of classes every semester, including the summer term, and graduated in 2.5 years. I felt I proved that I could work under pressure and that I had an above average work ethic. Looking at my experience with a larger gauge, with many different marks on it, I'm sure that I could have been even better at time management and studied even more disciplined manner and pushed myself even harder to get stronger grades than I did. I'm sure I could have been more selective about how I socialized, and I remember quite a few wasted evenings with people that I can barely place that didn't evolve into long-term relationships. I even had a couple dates with young women that I had either no serious interest in or no chance to develop anything with. Maybe I could have even picked a better restaurant job to work at. Hindsight tells me that I could have worked in a high-end serving job at a higher class place that a friend of mine tried to talk me into working at. While I could self-critique my time in college better than anyone, though, the reality was that I graduated with pretty solid grade point average and felt good about being competitive with people whose intellect I respected. I had all sorts of great experiences when it came to learning and expanding my consciousness intellectually, emotionally, and spiritually. I felt I did a good job of taking advantage of the opportunities that I was offered. My time there ended up with a set of wonderful memories with lifelong friends with whom I keep up with to this day as well, and it would be ingenuous to grade such a multifaceted and intricate set of experiences with either a wholesale idealistic A+, or a pessimistic sense of abject failure, because I didn't hit all the possible marks I could have. Overall, I would have graded myself as being in the 85 to 90 range for how well I performed under pressure. And I gave myself considerable credit for succeeding and getting to move on to the next level in my education and personal and professional development. I couldn't help but wonder when listening to Julie write off a whole 3-year period of her life as having been one lack of choice, just how many wide and varied experiences she had that were both some degree of successes and failures. How many deep experiences did Julie ignore or write off that she could have used either as an incredible learning experiences or as essential building blocks of healthy self-thoughtful resilience, or as essential building blocks of healthy self-esteem that proved her capacity for endurance, hard work, thoughtful resilience, or adaptive intelligence. How many colorful and memorable experiences with people, places, and things got lost in a simplistic and dulled grading system that didn't allow for anything but the blackness of failure or the dingy grayness of a half-hearted success. The essence of all clinical depression is a distorted sense of what is real and a deliberate, if not always conscious, diminishment of everything we do, and all that is good and worthy of respect or exaggeration of our own perceived faults. In this case, Julie had minimized an entire set of life experiences that culminated into what should have been a foundational victory in her life against adversary and stress, and proved her with the proof that she was in her life against adversity and stress, and provided her with the proof that she was capable of navigating through stormy seas and choppy waters to achieve something needful and that made her life better. Instead, she reduced all of these small and daily struggles she experienced at college that required a whole host of life skills, such as patience, diligence, and the ability to concentrate on tasks that required extreme discipline and mental effort, into a bland, so what? That response reeks of dismissiveness and detachment, and projects any credit onto some anonymous process she acted as though she had no control over. This minimization is what therapists call cognitive distortion, and is best described in every language as misinterpretation of what is actually true. My response to someone who has learned to use this phrase to diminish their accomplishments and who has likely picked up some form of perfectionism like a rampant virus is to challenge this two-outcome view of life as patently untrue and destructive to their mental health as a result. Instead, I would argue that he or she should expand their scale and accept that there are endless possibilities of grading one's performance with a wide swath of degrees to determine success or failure. This ability to grade one's accomplishments or experiences is an ongoing skill that we learn over time. The first step is accepting that there is a limitless outcome view of life and rejecting the idea that I had no choice but to succeed, in favor of willingness to give yourself whatever grade you truly deserve. The second is to develop an accurate mirror that can give you an accurate reflection of yourself, one in which you can see and absorb complicated nuances of successes and failures, and give yourself a genuinely accurate grade for what you do and do not do. Self-grading is a giant part of the process of becoming emotionally independent and cognitively independent, and is always a central goal for any parent to coach their offspring into having and using appropriately. While it is possible, as from my example above, that someone could develop a perfectionist view of life despite whatever their parents or peers tell them, it's generally true that we inherit the distorted values behind this phrase, I really had no choice to succeed, from our caregivers or those who we originally give the power to grade our efforts. In Julie's case, taking the subtle grading over back for herself and then learning to do it with skill and grace and accuracy is paramount to achieving emotional freedom and an accurate sense of one's own talent, worth, and skills. Over time, Julie began to identify that she disqualifies the positive as a depressive symptom, and that is part of an unfair grading system that she not only applies to herself, but one that has caused her to have a distorted perception of herself. Slowly, she began to accept that she indeed had a myriad of choices when confronted with losing her college funding, such as she could have dropped out of school, become angry or depressed, or even self-destructive, and fallen into a series of menial or dead-end jobs. She now has begun to see that her grading system should change in all her subjects, and that she should apply the concept of choice and multiple outcomes to everything she has done, and not just the poor decisions and failed ventures. As a result, Julie began to see that she has highly valuable positive traits and is a strong and resilient young woman who is much more capable of fighting and thinking through life challenges. Ultimately, her depressive thinking patterns became reduced. As the months rolled by, she began to respect and even like who she has become, and is increasingly motivated to face daily challenges and new friendship with this much healthier and brighter self-outlook. I don't care what you said. I know what you really meant. Mark and Marie were young college students who dated through most of their high school years and attended a state university together while living in a dorm in separate rooms on separate floors. They requested an appointment with the Student Counseling Center after they had an emotional conflict that they felt they could not resolve themselves, as they believed it interfered with their student life and threatened their plan to get married in the future. They detailed to the school therapist a complicated conflict where Marie called Mark and learned that he did not feel well and asked if he needed anything to eat. Mark specifically asked for some ramen noodles as he had a stomach bug and thought he could keep those down. After agreeing to make the noodles and bring them downstairs, Marie showed up instead with a big slice of double chocolate cake on a nice china plate, and this started a firestorm between the two. Mark was angry that Marie did not bring what he asked for and questioned why she would ask him what he wanted and then do something otherwise. Marie was hurt and offended that her offering to the chocolate cake was so quickly rejected and brought back an angry response. Both parties displayed a strong emotional reactivity as Mark was insistent that Marie was being self-absorbed and didn't care about him, or she would have brought him the noodles he would actually eat. Marie was equally determined to see his angry response as proof that Mark doesn't accept her efforts to show him love and rejection of her most heartfelt offerings. Both are certain of their interpretations of the other's behavior and speak to each other's feelings, values, and motives as though they certain foolproof knowledge of what goes on inside each other's heads. Both were very angry and offended about being told how they feel, think, and believe by the other. The school therapist let out a big sigh at the prospect of untangling this tangled emotional mess and then went to work. It's absolutely normal for anyone in a relationship, any kind of relationship, to try to figure out what the other person is thinking or feeling deep inside, or what they mean by what they say or what their body language shows. This is completely normal and understandable, and something we do by necessity every day. We do it when a message or an action is not comprehensively clear in its meanings or implications for a relationship. We do it with employers, employees, parents, children, strangers on the street, and we especially do it in any personal relationship where their stakes are very, very high and we are super emotionally invested. I'm going to state that the percentage of times that we guess correctly is probably a good indicator of how successful our lives and relationships go, and that people in general want to get it right, even if they generally don't get it right, or struggle to get it right most of the time. Sometimes it's easy and understandable to figure out what someone is trying to tell us about how they feel about us, how they feel about others, or what their values are, or what they believe, and it's kind of on us to find a way to screw that up. Other times messages are clouded because of the natural differences between men and women in how they see and feel about things. Perhaps it is because we come from different cultures, different age groups, or just because we see things differently and don't realize it. I picture this process as similar to playing the old board game Clue, where a player has to go through a series of processes to formulate a best guess as to who killed the victim, where they did it, and with what weapon. Sometimes you go through the series of clues and put together a best guess that Professor Plum did in the conservatory with the candlestick, and you pull the solution cards out of the little secret sleeve and you find out you got it right on the money. And other times you find out that it was really Mrs. Peacock who was the culprit. Or that it was really Professor Plum, but that he did the murder in the kitchen instead of the conservatory. Sometimes I talk about in session about those misunderstandings between family members or married couples is a big plot device in almost every sitcom episode that's ever been produced, and can even reference episode after episode of the cartoon show The Flintstones as proof of this, as Fred and Wilma never seem to get each other right, until the end of the show anyways, and always assume they understood, and always assume they understand. So understanding that trying to do what Mark and Marie were trying to do is completely normal at its core and is understandable is a good starting point. However, it also illustrates a truth about relationships that every marriage counselor who has ever seen a couple can speak to with certainty. The truth is that this is a very normal process that can become something incredibly toxic and destructive when one person insists that they know for sure what that solution cards are in that sleeve and are willing to fight for that belief. Anyone trained in cognitive behavioral therapy would immediately identify this insistent belief that is as a distorted way of called. Anyone trained in cognitive behavioral therapy would immediately identify this insistent belief as a distorted way of thinking called mind reading, and as something that is pretty deeply rooted in clinical depression as experienced by an individual. The belief that we all have a way of seeing the world, and we try to imprint that way of seeing the world on situations to justify the beliefs we already have in place. People who are suffering from depression will usually, if not always, place a negative interpretation on an action even when it is not deserved or merited. Now, to be fair, everyone does this thing called mind reading to one degree or another. The question is, how often do we do it, and how passionately do we defend our initial interpretations in the light of additional evidence being presented? We are definitely talking about a degree of intensity and frequency much in the same way we are talking about someone who drinks alcohol and whether they are an alcoholic. It is all in the intensity and frequency, and whether you continue to do it when it is not good for you to do it, and it ends up being destructive on a physical, financial, emotional, and relational level in your life. Let's differentiate between a healthy way of dealing with the need to understand and interpret what other people feel, think, and believe. First of all, let's accept that the goal of this process is not to be initially right out of some sort of principle or to justify one's own beliefs, but rather to clearly understand and process the other person's true feelings, motives, beliefs, and actions. This is big. I can tell you from many, many experiences with couples, families, and work environments that it is not always the goal of individuals or families or companies, and that sometimes he, she, or they are more interested in justifying a personal belief or a communal value than they are in getting it right. The only way to truly win at this process is to put aside self-justification and fix our eyes firmly on accurately seeing inside another person and understanding them in a clear and certain way. I'm going to lay out three very simple premises. I'm going to lay out three very simple premises to help you win at relationships and not end up like Mark and Marie, having a screaming match over chocolate cake and ramen noodles that didn't do either one of them any good except to bring misery into their own lives. Premise number 1. People generally know how they feel and what they think. Notice I said generally here. Let's agree that sometimes people, especially children, who have not developed emotionally or cognitively, do not definitively know how they feel about something in their lives, or have not developed final and deep thoughts that are concrete in their conclusions about a certain subject. There are always exceptions to every rule, but I'm going to argue that people almost always know what their favorite color is, mine is purple, or what their favorite food is, Mexican, no question, or whether they like dogs or cats better. Never had a dog, love cats. And virtually no one would argue this fact with me. So what goes wrong then? Well, two things usually screw up this premise. The first thing that screws up this is that we may not like what someone else likes, so we want to change what they feel and think. This may be because we want them to feel and think the way we do for a relationship convenience, or out of some deep-seated anxiety or fear that not feeling and thinking the same way is going to cause the relationship to not work out and someone is going to get hurt. I think this is fairly common, and folks tend to worry that if there are too many differences, they will not be able to get along with the other person. The second thing that screws this premise up is when someone says to themselves, "You don't believe, feel, or think the right thing," and wants to change what the other person thinks or feels because they believe that their own values or interpretations are more right and superior. This goes on every time a door is knocked on by someone in a shirt and a tie who wants to hand out religious material from their faith and discuss why you need to change what you think and feel to do what they do. I will say that living this premise successfully means that you accept that other people have their own individual lives full of different feelings, thoughts, beliefs, and decisions that you cannot completely see. It is also generally offensive for someone to tell you, or for you to tell them, that what they feel, think, and believe is wrong. Now, there are obviously times when you need to challenge someone's beliefs, values, feelings, or underlying thoughts, and I can speak to the reality that cognitive behavioral therapy is intended to do just this. I regularly challenge someone's distorted views of themselves or the world as part of trying to treat clinical depression, and do it each and every day, multiplied over. Hopefully, though, it is done with the permission from my clients as someone is coming to me and saying, help me figure out the way I should think and believe and reality test better so that I can feel less depressed and that I am being careful to understand what they really do believe in, think, and feel about themselves and the world around them. Premise number 2. You cannot read someone's mind better than they can. Again, this premise too comes with certain conditions. Let's get those out of the way at the beginning. Sometimes people are not honest about what they really feel, think, and believe, and they may lie about it. I have spent a lot of time watching the investigative Discovery television network over the years and have seen countless, and I mean countless, examples of someone denying the truth in an interrogation room in front of detectives about how they feel or what they thought or what their motives or actions were. Sometimes this was done to such a ridiculous degree of uncertainty that anyone who watches crime shows has seen someone deny these things in the face of overwhelming evidence otherwise. The joke I always think about in my mind is that when someone is confronted with clear video evidence that they committed a crime, with multiple witnesses confirming that they committed the crime, and DNA evidence confirming that they committed a crime, and that they will deny to the death that it wasn't them, and instead it was someone who looked and dressed just like me and stole my DNA. But even in these cases, I will argue, the perp in the interrogation room absolutely did know what they did and why they thought and felt the way they did leading up to the criminal act in question. It was always a matter of them finally admitting what they knew to be true deep down. That being said, to accept this premise is to accept the individuality of someone else. You are accepting that they are a separate person who has an entire life full of unique experiences and private interpretations that cause them to think and feel and believe the way they do. This is a powerful thing to accept, and it is an adult thing to accept. One of the roots of depression is that the child, who is experiencing some sort of rejection, neglect, or abuse, cannot understand and process what an adult is thinking, feeling, and doing. So the child will personalize it because of them. So little Johnny, who is 8 years old, is not going to be able to understand why his dad gets liquored up a couple times a week and comes home hangry and lashes out with a vicious temper, because he cannot understand from personal experience why an adult would do this. Johnny then assumes it's because of him not being a good enough child. It is absolutely part of treating depression, then, to develop the ability to perceive other people as true individuals who act out of choice, character, and values, and not as someone that we try to take responsibility for and assume they are acting that way because of us. Again, this is a very difficult thing to do. Few people seem to be able to do it with skill and consistency. This is why few people are truly accepting of each other's differences. And we can see this every time a fight over politics breaks out on social media. The core premise remains an acceptance of our own limitations to understand what other people feel, think, believe, and also an acceptance that other people are limited in being able to understand what we think and feel and experience deep down as well. Now, this goes against the grain of our cultural training about relationships, as the myth of soulmates is a tasty delusion that people snack on like salty popcorn at a movie theater. They would like to believe that relationships are easy and that you can synchronize completely with another human being and not have to deal with any of these complicated differences. I will also have to say that there are some unethical people in my profession that love to sell the myth of complete intimacy and complete familiarity for the sake of selling books or memberships to dating services. Nevertheless, it remains a lie to believe that it is possible to understand immediately and without investigation the incredible complications that exist within others around us. I remember specifically talking about this with my own wife when she worked as an office manager for a group practice that I was a part of. We both talked about how surreal it was that she spent most of her workday literally 10 feet away from where I saw my clients as our rooms faced each other. She could see through the blinds in her windows into the room where I worked, and she had absolutely no idea the complex interactions I had with 30 people a week, even though she knew them and checked them in. She could see into the room where I was working, but only could guess at the complicated interpersonal exchanges, the things that were said, felt, and perceived in that room. And likewise, I had no idea that what she was thinking and feeling, being on the phone with insurance companies, logging new clients in, or trying to resolve billing snafus or interpersonal or inter-office squabbles. It highlighted the natural gulf that exists between people that were experimentally and physically close to each other. Accepting these differences is limiting initially, but then opens up a myriad of fascinating and rewarding interchanges that you can explore as someone else's world with them and earn their trust and respect doing so. Admittedly, this is the concept that is difficult to put into play. Premise 3. You have to become good at investigation. No one is going to investigate something that they already believe that they know. Let me say this again for the record, just so we're clear. No one is going to investigate something they already believe they know. This is the root of almost all marital and relationship unhappiness. The belief that I don't have to do any investigation because I already know what you think and feel, and I can know what you think and feel, and I'm going to tell you and argue with you about what you think and feel. What ends up happening is the two people end up fighting for control over what the other person believes or means. There is nothing more infuriating in my experience than someone else being willing to die on the hill in a fiery explosion because they think they know what you think and feel better than you do. This is absolutely what happened to the young couple that were described in this scenario at the start of this chapter. Mark believed he absolutely knew, according to his male world upbringing and cognitive style of being, that Marie was deliberately violating the rule that you shouldn't ask someone what they want if you're not willing to follow through with what they say. He also believed that she was deliberately ignoring his logical request for something and swapped it for something that wasn't useful and that only benefited her. If he had interpreted her correctly, and my guess is that he never considered that there might be an alternative explanation for her decision to bring the cake, then he would have been correct in being angry, because as men, we joke about, if you ask your buddy to hand you a screwdriver and he hands you a wrench, you hit him over the head with the wrench for being an idiot. This is definitely a male way of seeing things. However, Marie believed Mark rejecting her loving act that was done with good motives was actually him wantonly rejecting her at a core level. The anger at being misunderstood was intensified by each insisting that they clearly read and understood the other's motives, in turn became enraged at being told by the other that you don't know how you feel. Nothing can cause a firefight quicker than having your individuality being denied by someone close to you, and by having someone try and define you as someone you know yourself to not to be. The issue behind the premise is to take a cautious and investigative approach in your relationships. Maybe you need to create a necessary pause, sort of a time out from the flow of potential conflict and misunderstanding, to explore and make sure you understand how another feels, and for understand for certain what they mean by their words, gestures, and actions. This is not something that can be achieved, I don't think, by a standard tactic promoted by generic therapists of counting to 10 before getting angry. I'd say it is achieved by recognizing that other people, especially the opposite sex, likely have a completely different set of assumptions, values, beliefs, and motivations that we can immediately see both foundationally on a permanent basis and are not easily and readily understood at face value in immediate reactions either. Sometimes it is just what is suspected they thought. Sometimes it is just what you suspected they thought or felt for sure. But it never hurts to get confirmation before making a concrete decision of how to react. Accepting the not knowing for sure part of this premise is the core piece behind avoiding the relationship mess that Mark and Marie, and just about everyone else who has ever had an intimate relationship, got themselves into, and building that instinctive pause into your interactions that can increase intimacy and understanding and avoid needless fights over misunderstandings. Remember, the goal is to get it right in the end, not justify what you already believe or want to believe about someone else. The therapist spent the first couple of sessions confidently listening and validating both Mark and Marie and their respective hurt feelings, and believed they were both misunderstood in order to slow down the energy and anger between them. He did this to get them both to hear each other and recognize that they were fighting over how to interpret this problematic event. Then the counselor introduced the concept of mind reading and confronted the young couple with the reality that the only person who can truly and accurately speak to what they feel and think and what their motives and underlying values are in a specific situation is that person, and that person alone. The couple seemed surprised by this offering, as they never really thought about it this way, and tentatively agree with this statement, and were willing to go forward with the rule that they do not get to speak with certainty as to what the other thinks, feels, believes, and values. At this point, the tangled knot began to show some signs of improvement, as the true nature of the conflict became uncovered. From Mark's perspective, he was asking for Marie to make him the noodles from a pragmatic need to have food that he was capable of eating with an active stomach illness. He assumed she understood this request and that she simply decided to bring something that he couldn't eat as some sort of strange showy display of affection to obtain praise and attention. From Marie's perspective, She heard that Mark didn't feel well in an emotional sense, and it wasn't clear that he was physically ill. She simply wanted to both cheer him up and make him feel better by showing him how much she loves him, and couldn't understand why he would reject this effort. In a slow process of differentiating their feelings about the incident, the couple began to understand that they drastically misinterpreted each other and mislabeled their actions as proof that the other doesn't really love me. With a little more work, they both accepted that they should have paused and asked questions and spent some much needed energy to investigate, and that they both jumped to conclusions. Both parties agreed that they could and should have asked for clarification, and that if they could have understood what the other really meant and felt when Marie would have gladly made the noodles, and Mark would have graciously explained that the cake was a wonderful idea, but they could instead share the cake on the dorm balcony together in a romantic moment a few days later. Both agreed to ask more questions and not assume that they could read the other's mind, and resumed having a healthier and happier relationship that is more respectful and more functional. Mark and Marie presumably got married and had a fruitful life together as a couple. I shouldn't have to tell you what I want or tell you what to do. Kayla was a 32-year-old woman with 2 children who called the counseling center looking for a therapist. She was frustrated and overwhelmed professionally and personally. She admitted that she needed help in dealing with her anxiety and occasional angry outbursts. Her therapist encountered her as a reasonably professionally dressed woman with good social skills who presented during the intake session to be perpetually on edge about her husband, children, and her co-workers. Kayla tensely explained that she worked in retail management and felt her job was especially stressful due to her employees never doing what they are supposed to do. Admittedly, when she arrived at home, she had the same feelings regarding her husband and children. She described a long list of minor transgressions that her 3 children have committed. That may seem small in and of themselves, but has added up to be a much bigger mess. They never remembered to pick up their clothes in the bathroom and put them in the laundry hamper, or to remember to put the lid back on the peanut butter and place it back in the pantry, and they failed to put their dirty dishes in the sink, and they failed to turn off their cell phones at bedtime or finish their homework without prompting. Similarly, she felt that her husband, although described as a hard-working and loyal man who appears to take his role in their relationship seriously, did not make enough effort to do the things she wants from him. Kayla became tired of explaining to her husband where she wanted to eat when he offered, or about what she needed from him when she was tired, sad, or lonely. Life appeared to be a constant source of pressure on Kayla to do for others and compensate for their shortcomings. She couldn't see herself not filling in all the blanks and over-functioning in this way, and she frequently cried in the therapist's office about this stress and frustration. After one particularly stressful day at work, where she needed to coach a few salespeople on company policy, she came in for her appointment and railed tearfully in frustration and exasperation at the idea that I always have to tell people at work what to do and enforce the rules, and then I go home and my kids can't figure out what they need to do either. My husband never knows what I want or need from him emotionally, and I have to tell him what I need at the end of every day too. I shouldn't always have to tell others what I need and expect from them. Well, you're probably right. That's the first thing I think when I hear somebody saying this, either in session or in my normal life. It would be a wonderful thing if everybody was more self-disciplined and was capable of doing the right thing out of conscience, where the rules didn't need to be enforced. I am in 100% agreement with that sentiment. I'd like to see everyone's memory just all of a sudden expand by 10 times over when it comes to remembering to do simple things like shutting the kitchen cabinets when you're done, taking something out of them, putting something back in them, or remembering to pick up dirty clothes off the floor, or remember to send thank you cards for graduation or birthday gifts. I'm on board with this too. I especially would love to see a world full of more perceptive people who can perceive others' needs and their feelings and know where personal boundaries start and end without having to go through the painful process of trying to explain to others what and why and where they are. This sounds a whole lot better than the world we're living in right now, doesn't it? It would certainly be a world with a lot less confusion, and a world that needed a lot less authority and consequences to be administered for when the rules were broken. And a world where we could all save years and years worth of personal energy. Just talking about it makes me want to buy a ticket and jump on the next shuttle heading to this ideal world, and I'm guessing you'd probably agree. Now that we've gotten that out of the way and we are all in an agreement that we shouldn't have to tell everybody repeatedly what's right and what's needed or what goes where and why, we can begin to objectively analyze why this is not a good thing to tell yourself and why this falls into the category of toxic words. The first reason that I would challenge this statement as being essentially true, even though it feels that way, is that it is wishful thinking. It is in denial of basic human nature. It does not take a behaviorally trained researcher to understand that human beings do not like to do unpleasant tasks, even if those tasks are generally good for them. Nor do they like to spend mental energy on repetitive or boring duties that do not benefit themselves, nor are gratifying. Anyone who has ever had children knows that children are consumers. They only want to do what is enjoyable, fun, and interesting in that moment. And that trying to motivate a child to produce anything of value is a fascinating chess game that is challenging and lengthy struggle. Left to themselves, kids will destroy any environment that they are allowed to have dominion over, and they will consume anything and everything they can get their hands on. They will leave nothing as it should be or where it belongs. If you're ready to argue this point with me, then I would either question your integrity or your sanity, perhaps both. You would think that this problem would be naturally corrected when small children get older and grow up into adulthood, and that there should be a natural transition to not being needed to be told what to do and when to do it and why. But it doesn't work that way either. One of my favorite things to say is everybody is all excited to eat, but nobody likes to shop, prepare, and cook the food. Then no one is particularly thrilled to clean up and do the dishes either. Not all children naturally accept transition from consumer to producer, to where they no longer need to be told what to do and what was expected. I think we all have experienced that many adults are adults in name only and have the basic instincts and self-discipline of a 4-year-old. In the case of children, which is where I hear this statement the most frequently, it is an essential and necessary part of parenting to train them cognitively through repetition to do what you believe is right and good for them. You help them learn, and they eventually remember what your expectations and rules are. The repetition is absolutely unavoidable for anyone who is attempting to learn new things, and it is especially unavoidable for training those who are not fully developed yet. The last time this came up in family therapy was when a stepfather, rightfully frustrated that his 14-year-old stepdaughter could not remember to put the toilet seat down in a shared bathroom, and said, "I shouldn't have to keep telling her over and over again to do this." I agreed that it was frustrating and that he shouldn't tell her repeatedly to put the toilet seat down. My response was that he should make her responsible for remembering to do this, or else there would be some sort of consequence, instead of just repeating the same request again and again. If you are telling someone to repeatedly do something, and they either can't remember or choose not to do it, then stop this unhealthy process after the second or third time, and move on to assigning some sort of consequence for the behavior that you don't want to see continue. To just repeat a command repeatedly is to completely disarm yourself of all leverage and authority in the relationship. And any parenting situation is one where you are being depended on to have and use the authority for the betterment of who you have it over. Spare the rod and spoil the child is not a biblical mandate to spank your child. It's saying that the rod is a symbol of authority and that you should use this to direct behaviors for both the good of your offspring and society. To repeat a command repeatedly with no consequence for disobedience is to reduce it to nothing more than an emotional request, which gives them no motivation to comply. Interestingly, the stepfather in question noticed that his stepdaughter was wise enough to ask if she could place a post-it note by the toilet to help her remember. He was wise enough to see that this was a very adult effort to try and teach herself self-discipline, and he allowed her to do whatever it took to remind herself to remember to put it down. While I completely understand that the process of training young ones is exhausting and frustrating, I absolutely agree that you shouldn't be telling anyone of any age something repeatedly and let your words fall into thin air and become meaningless. If you haven't moved into the consequence phase after 2 or 3 violations, then the problem is all on yours, and deservedly so. People learn not only by remembering and repetition, but also by the response that they get to repeated actions. Both require the person on the other end to participate and not just passively stand by and watch. I believe the same rules apply when it comes to an employer and employee relationship too. To assume that an employee should automatically share your same investment in policies and procedures is to be in absolute denial of what the relationship is, and is a common generator of this belief that I shouldn't have to tell them to do this or that time and time again. I am fascinated when someone in a managerial position will complain endlessly about having to go behind their underlings and make sure the work is being done right and on time. Employees, in general, are not invested in the overall health of your business. There are always exceptions, of course, and are much more invested in what they will get out rather than what they are supposed to give. They are rarely able to be left alone without any accountability to perform tasks independently to perfection. I frequently remind people that if they were capable of doing this, then they wouldn't need a supervisor and you would be out of a job. Again, the cue to action is when you feel you have reminded someone of their job abilities enough times that you should have reasonably grasped it in the allotted time, and you are sure that the issue is laziness and a deliberate desire to not remember to do the right thing. At this point, we are back to the issue of consequences and giving some sort of meaningful, negative, and undesired response to cause the supervisee to think twice about being irresponsible or negligent in the future. Again, that's really what you are being paid to do as manager and supervisor. Make sure they do what they are paid to do and have agreed to do, and not to tell them over and over again just to do it. Accepting that people need structure and potential consequences to ensure accountability and productivity is the opposite of unreasonably expecting others to police and govern themselves independently. It is your job to provide the motivation for following rules and procedures, either from a position of encouragement or through consequences. That's what supervisors do. Up to this point, I have agreed with the complaint that I shouldn't have to tell them, on the understanding that it is excessive and that it is truly too much, and that we've bypassed an essential question. The important question is whether you really shouldn't have to be telling your son, daughter, coworker, employee, or girlfriend, boyfriend that same thing repeatedly, or whether you might be completely unreasonable in your perceptions and expectations. The reality is that we all learn through repetition. None of us can learn tasks and responsibilities without some guidance and some training. If you are in a supervisory role, as either a parent of a child or a manager of employees, it makes sense to accept that some repeating of what needs to be done is just a regular part of the role, and is helping them remember and internalize these things. It may be that you're avoiding this very simple reality that people can't train and teach themselves in most cases, and verbal direction is necessary. You also have a responsibility in these roles to reinforce the instruction with some type of response as well, as this is a big part of making the instruction stick, with either a positive one that is a pleasant reward or a negative response that is a correction. People all learn from your response as to what they do and the things that you direct them to do, and this process cannot happen without your willing participation. It's worth putting forth the effort in to get the It's worth putting the effort in to get the behaviors you want and need to have happen for your own benefit in order to make your daily life better. Do you agree? Now, when you say, I shouldn't have to tell him/her what I want, when you're talking about your husband or wife, your fiance, or boyfriend or girlfriend, that is a completely different discussion altogether. One that probably deserves an entire chapter itself. It is perfectly natural to want our romantic partners to be able to perceive our needs and wants and to understand what we do and do not like, and so on. I'll sign off on that as true across the board for everyone, including me. I expect my wife to remember some basic things about what I like and don't like, or what I've done or not done, and to have certain amount of information stored away inside to draw on in basic transactions on a daily basis. She feels likewise, I'm sure. We would both expect a certain amount of remembering historical kinds of things to show that we were taking each other's needs and feelings seriously, and that they were important to one another. Again, reading this, I am doubting that you have any disagreement so far. And you have the basic expectations about your own relationship now and relationships in the past. The problem arises when these expectations get stretched from remembering basic likes and dislikes and people's places and things, and start to become expectations about what you are feeling and thinking in the moment. Educating our partners about what we think, feel, believe, want, and what brings out the best in us is a natural part of any relationship we're invested in, and so is expecting some of it to stick. If it doesn't, it might be proof of laziness, dependence, selfishness, or just not concentrating on the right things. I'm going to make the not very outrageous argument that expecting things to be remembered that are historical and physical, like a favorite color, dates of anniversaries, or what your favorite restaurant has always been, is a much different situation than expecting someone to remember things that aren't. Some of the biggest arguments I've ever seen in marital sessions are over one person expecting the other to know things that were not concrete and physical, and that were much more internal and personal things that the other person could not have reasonably guessed. At one session, I had a woman get upset with her fiancé because he took her shopping and didn't know what kinds of styles and dresses I liked to wear, and believed his inability to guess correctly was a sign that they weren't compatible. I thought the fact that he took her shopping at an upscale department store and spent 2 hours following her around the women's section while watching her look and try on clothes was a pretty good sign that he was invested. In this case, she clearly expected her fiancé to know things that were deep and private to her, and he likely couldn't have reasonably known unless they had some very serious discussions about this very subject. Now, he might have known, or should have known, that she didn't like blue jeans or never wore sleeveless blouses or tops if this was a matter of public record, but expecting him to remember specific styles or remembering specific styles or fabrics seems pretty unreasonable. In the cognitive behavioral world, we call this expression mind reading. In the cognitive behavioral world, we call this expectation mind reading. It's a term used to either describe the belief that you can somehow see others' private interpersonal feelings, motives, beliefs, or values, or when you expect someone else to automatically know what's in your private vaults. In this case, the "I shouldn't have to tell them" is about the latter and the expectation that someone should be able to magically see into your deepest and most personal mental space and know what you are thinking or feeling. Of course, this happens all the time. "You should have known that I didn't want to go to the dinner party because I don't like Linda's husband. I should have known that you didn't. I should have known that you wanted the clothes put in the dryer even though we didn't discuss laundry today. You should have known that I wanted to go to Mass early this week because I have to get up earlier for work the day afterwards. I should have known that you were bothered by the heat and gotten you water before you had to tell me. You should have known I wanted to get romantic after we got home from dinner out at the Thai restaurant. And you're mad about it, or I'm mad about it, or one of us is hurt about it. On and on it goes, and these kinds of magical mind-reading arguments are what keep marriage counselors busy and divorce attorneys on speed dial. My guess is that maybe 20% of what we think, feel, want, and believe is actually able to be seen and recognized by even those closest to us. We have an immense amount of information traveling through our inner space that only we ourselves could ever know, and it is not transparent to anyone else. This means that we have an obligation to be self-aware enough to be able to have a good idea of what others can and cannot see about us. We also have an obligation to only expect our loved ones to know things about us that we've clearly displayed or communicated. "You should know" is a very dangerous thing to say. It is either truthful and a reasonable expectation that points out a real relationship lapse, or it's completely unreasonable expectation that can never be met by our partners, no matter how much they love us and invest in us and want to remember what is important to us. The trick is being able to tell the difference. Kayla came to therapy for 6 months before things started to change for her. The therapist was fairly patient in listening first and foremost to her numerous complaints, and validated that she felt exhausted due to the amount of things she was required to do for others. The sum total of her stress and exhaustion had taken a toll on her emotionally and physically. After this initial period of necessarily validating that her feelings were indeed important and worth consideration, the therapist began helping Kayla by reviewing these demands for her for instruction. The therapist used reality testing to see which demands were normal and expected for time and circumstance, and which ones were truly excessively demanding on her and were as a result of lazy dependence from others around her. In time, Kayla began to see that her expectations in many cases were unreasonable, and that she expected more from her children and employees than she should have, and that she was not doing the basic instruction and follow-through that was necessary to create the behaviors and habits and skills that she wanted desperately to see both personally and professionally. The real breakthrough did not happen until she had an argument with her unsuspecting husband over a pair of silver candlesticks in the garage that he suggested putting on Craigslist to clear out. She erupted into an angry and tearful outburst where she was despondent that her husband would even think of getting rid of something she inherited from her favorite aunt who passed away when she was in college, and how could he be so incredibly insensitive? His blank surprise was eventually followed by the truthful reminder that she had never really expressed much about her aunt, nor the candlesticks, and that they didn't even start dating seriously until after she had passed away. Sheepishly, Kayla realized that she had never expressed to her husband how deeply she felt about her aunt, and that these candlesticks were something that she had always admired, and that her aunt thoughtfully left them to her specifically in her will. Being forced to confront the fact that she had expected him to know something that somehow, despite having never been told, and that she had erupted in tears and anger on him caused deep reflection and growing on her part. Kayla eventually brought her husband into therapy and decided to become clearer in communicating both her feelings and thoughts with him. And she can only assume and expect him to know what he could reasonably know, and disavowed the whole concept of mind reading. As a result, she found herself saying, "I shouldn't have to tell you, much less," and her anxiety and hurt feelings reduced substantially by the time she felt ready to graduate from counseling. I feel I'm letting people down if I don't always help others when they ask. Katie was a bright-faced college student who just finished up her third year of an education degree and was on her way to hopefully becoming a school teacher. She called in for an appointment at the counseling center due to feeling anxious and stressed. She immediately impressed her assigned counselor as someone with a high level of energy and social awareness, and who openly described herself as having a big heart, and framed this personal value with the qualifying statement that, "I feel like I'm letting people down when I don't help others out when they ask." As the sessions proceeded, it was apparent that Katie was feeling overwhelmed with the demands of being a full-time student while holding a part-time job, combined with a general approach to relationships that required her to meet other people's requests for favors and help. She reported being particularly worn down by her overfunctioning in required group projects in her classes, as she performed a greater share of the work than other members, who either pled ignorance or lack of technological skill, or just approach the projects with passive attitude that gives Katie the idea they will not complete their share. This seemed to be a template for almost all of Katie's relationships. All too frequently she did things for others, whether it be a long-term boyfriend, her younger sister, or just friends of her childhood, more than they felt compelled to do for her. This contributed to a general sense underneath that she was not important to others as they were to her. When this inequity was pointed out, Katie reverted to her belief that she should always help others when they ask, if she is going to remain a good person and a good Christian. To be sure, we have all experienced friends, acquaintances, and even complete strangers who have made requests of us with varying degrees of emotional pressure and appeals for needed or desired help. We feel that pull to comply with whatever it is that they have asked for. Depending on how insistent that person is and how desperate their stated need is, it can almost feel like a giant magnet pulling us into their world emotionally. And this pull is a hard one to resist. It's hard to say no in the face of an emotional appeal, not only because of the sales pitch as to why they need help in the first place, but also because it is a sometimes subtle and other times very clear and open appeal to our own goodness to come to the aid of someone else in need. Anyone reading this who has ever had small children can understand how powerful the emotional pull can be on us to do a favor, and how easily you can get completely sucked into just going along with whatever they want, just to avoid the necessary energy it would take to hold your ground and not be swept up in their emotional tornado of need. Other times it is an implied and much more adult version of this appeal that is more cognitive and comes across as, well, if you care about me, then you'll help me with what I need. Or, if you don't help me out, then we both will know you're selfish. Whatever the nature of the request was, or how impassioned it was delivered, it is always hard at the core to resist any request others make of us, with the implied statements about our character and humanity, if we resist a completely reasonable call for help. This is even stronger if it is someone with whom we have a strong and personal relationship with, and we don't want to damage or don't want to offend. Other times, however, we are driven to offer help in situations that we are not specifically asked to give. We may see that someone is in need of help because of some glaring deficit in their life that is hard to overlook. Or we perceive that they simply aren't aware or capable of performing something needed for their own welfare. In Katie's example from her therapy session, she felt that some of her fellow students with whom she had been grouped with for projects were less talented or less capable than she was with technology, or perhaps struggled with the core concepts of the assignment. As a result, she felt she both had an obligation to fill in where her group mates either could not do or did not seem motivated to do, because it was always the right thing to do to help others. She also recognized that their lack of ability or motivation would negatively affect her grade if she did not increase her own investment. Either way, she felt that subtle call to give more of herself to others who gave less of themselves. And this is something that weighed on her over time, as it was just one more responsibility added to an already quite long list. If we accept the premise that all requests for help are exactly the same in nature and are all reasonable and good at face value, then how could you, in good conscience, refuse anyone who waved the white handkerchief? That is the central question at the heart of this statement about you should always help people, and one that we need to explore. Is everyone that asks you for help doing so out of an honest and pressing need? Are they approaching you from a sense of independence, where they have already exhausted their own resources, skills, and energy before asking for someone else to give over their precious and limited resources? Finally, is this thing they are asking for something that is morally good in and of itself, or something that will actually make their life better if you do this thing for them, or benefit their core character? The question is really whether all help really accomplishes any positive goal. As a friend of mine once asked, does it feel good or does it do good? This seems to be the core question at hand. The other and less discussed issue that lies underneath the concept of help is how we individually see human nature. If you believe, as Katie presented, as someone that believed that everyone is basically a good person with pure motives and has values of independent self-care and would never ask someone to take care of them in the name of dependency, most folks, if pressed, would not pair the statement that heads this chapter with an idealistic view of human personality and just aren't thinking about this question at the same time. They are confronted with the generic concept of help, but if we force those two concepts to face off with each other, I find that few people will cling to an idealized view of people's behavioral core, instead of admitting that not everyone is asking for favors, time, or money for good reasons, or only asking after they have been responsible as they humanly could have been. My view of human nature is based on our roots as children. As I find myself saying to parents in session after session, children are consumers. That's who they are and what they do. By my experience, they don't just naturally evolve out of this constant childish neediness into some adult view of moderating one's own appetites and not wanting to take advantage of others out of some innate desire to make someone else play parent so they can continue living in the role of a consuming child. So then the question becomes whether someone is asking for your assistance because they want to be dependent and make you responsible for their needs and care. The next and obvious question is, are you contributing to the consumerism by giving this person what they are asking for? I recently heard a usually reliable and sensible pastor state in a sermon that he blindly gave a fairly large sum of money to a couple holding up a sign at a Walmart parking lot, stating that they were hungry and needed money for food, and that we were called not to judge or worry about what they do with the money, but only to respond with love and care. Frankly, this is a ridiculous stance to take on so many levels that it's offensive, and probably a sign that I need to send him a copy of this book, or at least this chapter. I've done enough time in social services to make an educated guess that the pastor's money went into buying some sort of illegal substance that would have been adjusted one way or another, paying off a gambling debt, or allowing the couple to avoid working honestly for a living. I've seen too many examples of this sort of behavior. There was a couple who panhandled regularly near my old office when I lived in Indianapolis, out by our main thoroughfare. This couple was well known by several of my clients who were police officers to be heroin addicts who collected a couple $100 a day to maintain their habit. Granting that there are quite a few people looking to feed destructive habits or irresponsible behaviors and lifestyles who hold these signs, don't we have an obligation to not contribute to the delinquency and destruction of someone else's character and personality, as well as their physical and emotional health? This seems like a foundational, if not admittedly a complicated issue, that we need to confront instead of blindly feeling all help is needed and good to give. The issue of personal stewardship is an important one that I speak about frequently with my clients, and it is certainly appropriate to discuss here in this chapter. We all have a limited amount of emotional and physical assets at our disposal, and a limited amount that we can create over the course of a day, a week, a month, or over the course of our life. There is also a hierarchy of responsibility at work here. Your first responsibility, I would argue, is to your own personal health, emotional growth, well-being, and cognitive development. This is easily justified from both a spiritual and therapeutic perspective, in my opinion. I would argue that the core spiritual value in Christian faith is the transformation of your being by the Holy Spirit by moving away from an animal instinct and reactionary gratification into becoming an existential being capable of the empathy, morality, and vision of Christ. From a purely secular therapeutic position, I would argue that the goal of therapy is to become healthier and more whole, both emotionally and cognitively, and to be able to relate to others better and make wiser and more self-protective decisions. Accepting these as true, there is a central need to protect your own resources in order to be able to appropriately function and grow. This is not a mandate for selfishness, but rather an understanding that a person is not unlike a car. In the basic maintenance, it is necessary, or you'll eventually be going nowhere and no one else will be getting a ride from you either. If you exhaust and deplete yourself, then you wouldn't have anything left to give anyone else anyway. You are responsible for the management and the dispensing of your own resources, and this means you have an ongoing duty to use and spend them in a way that benefits not only yourself, but also benefits your spouse, children, relatives, friends, employees, supervisors, and coworkers. I will personally admit that the process I just ran through above has left me in a position, despite being ironically in a helping position, where I am very careful about where I offer one-sided help to others and how much I allow myself to invest and give. One of the things I would address with Katie is the reality that the adult world and our whole system of being both legalistic and economically driven is based on the concept of quid pro quo. Without delving into the Latin roots and definition of the term, and understanding that I speak about this in other chapters, let's simplify it to mean that healthy adult relationships, either interpersonally or economically by necessity, should be fair and balanced, with each participant receiving something from one another of comparable value. People sometimes want to argue this with me from an idealist position. However, they invariably end up agreeing that they would object if their employer cut their wages, yet still expected the same amount of production. Similarly, they would also agree that they would have severe marital problems if their spouse stopped reciprocating altogether, but still expected the same level of favors, care, and attention. The challenge I would have for Katie is whether she is really believed The challenge I would have for Katie is whether she really believed helping those slower, lazier fellow students in her group projects helped to prepare them to be fellow teachers in her profession, that she would want to continue to collaborate with, and has furthered their adult independence and responsibility as students, or did it actually damage them educationally and professionally? Did she actually cheat the whole college process by having allowed them to get a better grade than their effort, work, and skill actually deserved? Did she set them and their future employers up for a failure as a result? Was this a good expenditure of her own resources at school, in that she, on her own, spent her own energy worrying about someone else's grades and successes to the detriment of her own education that she was, in fact, paying for? My belief has come to be that it is my responsibility to teach my own children to eventually and appropriately grow from consumers to becoming self-sufficient adults who will eventually create their own resources and regulate their own behaviors while learning to care and protect themselves. Likewise, when I consider the subject of help, it is usually not a simple question. My goal would always be whether what I am asked to do furthers the requesting person's transition into being a more capable adult who can work, problem solve, and control themselves and their resources better, or will it allow them to retreat into a destructive, childlike position of dependence? I can certainly understand Katie's and others' dilemma and reluctance to jump into this deep set of considerations about what it truly means to help another human being fruitfully, and what effect it would have on ourselves, as it is a complicated and multifaceted question. Furthermore, it is a question that never has a paint-by-numbers set of answers that can always be applied in any situation, as each time the question is confronted, it requires an improvisational answer. This is probably why people would, in general, like to stay with the simple view of the issue and just endure the stress and frustration of believing and acting the same way Katie originally did. Reducing Katie's emotional exhaustion went hand in hand with reducing her accompanying anxiety and depressive symptoms, and required changing her view of relationships from a simplistic of absolute obligation based on fulfilling requests and demands. By instigating the essential question of whether a specific act feels good or actually does good in consideration when she was asked for help, Katie began to question whether spending her precious energy on a specific situation is a good investment rather than just being an automatic giving machine. Over time, her confidence began to rise in managing these requests, and she felt less altruistic about rushing to other people's aid and started to place a higher value on her own time, energy, and emotional capital. With this increased assertiveness, Katie also experienced a reduction in anxiety and has now become more intentional about these situations and people she does make an attempt to help and feels much better about the higher percentages of success she experiences from her efforts as a result. She effectively changed what she told herself from, "I should help everyone that asks, and I feel guilty when I don't," to, "I will help those who truly cannot do it for themselves, and when it makes their lives better, and whom will appreciate it." Her relationships become much less one-sided and healthier as a result. Katie left therapy as a more confident, assertive young woman who was able to manage her emotional resources better and was capable of keeping from being overrun with the demands of others. People are probably always looking at me and thinking something negative. A very anxious and hesitant young man who identified himself as Justin called the counseling center and scheduled an intake session and eventually made his way in for the appointment after he canceled a couple of times, seemingly out of anxiety. After breaking the ice and starting to tell his story, Justin described a slow descent into social isolation at his parents' farmhouse and pretty much avoided all outside contact and travel except for his third shift job at a local factory. He worked largely by himself with the exception of a few coworkers he had known for years. Despite looking fairly normal for his age and peer group, and seemingly having an average level of social skills, nothing really stood out much to the therapist about his presentation. He stated that he dreaded going to the local Walmart specifically and wasn't much interested in going anywhere that there were people. This had become so much of a concern and a habit that even his relationship with his girlfriend had become affected, to the point where they only spent time together isolated in her small apartment or at his house in the family room or his bedroom. The only break in his routine was an occasional late-night walk or ordering takeout food to be picked up, by her of course, or delivered to either of where they lived. Justin's predominant struggle was his core belief and recurrent thought that people are probably looking at me and thinking something negative about me. This thought, which he accepted at face value, caused him to feel a sense of awkward shame, or to feel an occasional emerging defensive hostility at what he perceived was a hostile rejection. In any event, because of what he said to himself, Justin had developed self-esteem problems and depressive symptoms as well. We have all been in this exact place in our lives at one time, no doubt. Everyone can remember a time earlier in their lives where they were so absolutely consumed with concern and anxiety about how others were seeing us. So Justin is someone we should have great empathy for, as probably each and every one of you that has made it this far through the book has felt the exact same way, if not at the same time in your life. In this case, the issue that I would have right off with the bat with Justin's life story is the timing and circumstances. I can remember being absolutely consumed with anxiety at one point in my life on a daily basis with how people looked at the way I dressed, talked, or handled social situations. My guess is you'll probably remember 7th grade the same way yourself. In my opinion, the question that is at the center of understanding the problem without saying to yourself, everybody is looking at me and thinking negative things, is really just how much attention do people pay us during the casual, fleeting interactions out in public. I'm not trying to deliberately be snarky by dropping the 7th grade comment. It's just that in normal time in our lives, when people are around us actually are watching our every move and putting... It's just that this is the normal time in our lives when people around us are watching our... It's just that this is the normal time in our lives when people around us actually are watching our every move and putting each other under the microscope. The middle school years are when kids generally hit puberty and boys start paying intense attention to girls and thus start the process of establishing an intense pecking order to rank who is where on the list. Likewise, at the same time, the girls are going through the exact same thing as detailed perfectly in the Lindsay Lohan movie Mean Girls. An intense attention is paid to hygiene, designer clothing, appropriate social behaviors, and people feel like they're in a fishbowl. This time of scrutiny happens to both sides of the fence and is usually where bullying is and criticism of your peers hits its peak. Sometimes the issue is that this period of life is so traumatic and painful for people that they live the rest of their lives believing that they are under the same watchful and intensive negative eyes that they were at public school number 73. I recently had a client who was in her early 30s and had admitted that she had never gotten over being the new kid in her class and having been judged as a threat by the other girls. She was given never-ending criticisms for every little thing that she did or said, out of the other girls' jealousy that she might take one of their spots in the pecking order. It affected her strongly enough that she did not trust others, despite being very attractive, educated woman with a nice personality. The average person would look at her and generally see the good qualities in her, but she assumed the scrutiny had still continued. The question then is whether the social video camera is turned off for all of us from those days, or if nothing has really changed. If nothing has really changed, then Justin is right on target. And so are you, if you believe people are really watching you to see what kind of pants you wore today, or whether you're wearing the coolest tennis shoes, or how your hair looks, or whether you have a pimple on your chin. If things have changed, and the camera is not nearly so sensitive to details, then his response is a gross overreaction, and he has endured much of social anxiety for nothing. As we discussed earlier in this chapter, the reason that we have all paid extensive scrutiny to one another at an earlier time in life was due to a unique, one-time need to establish a pecking order, when the boys discovered the girls and vice versa. I'm questioning whether there has been, or ever will be, again, a time in life where everyone in your social world is desperately and passionately competitive with one another, enough to spend time with one another, enough to spend the energy to put each other under CIA levels of surveillance. My experience has been that as soon as everyone got established girlfriends and boyfriends and started to get jobs, the pecking order sort of settled, and everyone went about their business and life. Therefore, there was/is less scrutiny from those around us. I'm sure there may be some minor exceptions to the rule, but they would be exceedingly rare. To myself, at any My question to anyone who says that people are probably looking at me and thinking negative things would be to ask why anyone would care that much about you to put you that high as priority in their daily or even momentary life. Without fail, I never get a concrete or logical answer to this question. When I ask, I just receive a passive, I don't know. Let's try to come up with a legitimate way of judging whether other people are really paying that much attention to us in public. I will tell you the way I approach this with my clients who have this value and say this to themselves. I ask them to tell me right then and there in the session to remember or recount the last time they saw someone in Walmart that stood out to them negatively because of their appearance or body language. I have never had anyone immediately answer that they remembered anyone who stood out negatively from their last shopping experiences. Not even once. Here's why I think no one ever remembers anyone negatively. The difference between the terms WNL and ONL. Now you have no idea what those terms mean, most likely in that they are kind of a semi-therapeutic language. I'll explain how they apply to this question. WNL means within normal limits, and ONL means outside normal limits. They apply to this question in as so far, I believe that the only way anyone is going to notice someone at Walmart or out in general public is if they act in some way outside of normal limits and not within normal limits. I believe that it will take something substantially out of the norm for people to notice you negatively while walking through the frozen food aisle at your local supermarket. Likewise, something substantially out of the norm positively for them to notice you walking through the canned good aisles there as well. Now, if you put the Walmart question to me and ask me if I remember anyone over the last few years that I've gone to Walmart here in the city that I live in, the answer is yes, I can remember a few people that stood out. I can remember a woman in the checkout line in front of my wife and I who was dressed like she had just left her job at the strip club. She raised a horrendous fuss, seemingly steamed, and demanded to see a manager in charge to tell her that she was being stalked through the aisles by some man, and she demanded the manager to do something about it. I can also remember this one particular family that had a complete absence of social skills, and how they all four decided to jump on and and commandeered the electric handicapped shopping carts and started racing around the store. What a complete bunch of morons. Yep, no problem remembering them either. On the flip side, maybe about a month ago, I remember seeing a mother and her kids walking through the store toward me in the center aisle, making eye contact with the last and youngest boy in line and giving him a subtle fist bump with the resulting explosion, and him smiling at me as he walked away. I was impressed with his social skills and how he picked up on what I was doing, and I remember him because he was a smart little guy. It was a fun exchange. I don't remember walking down the dairy aisle and thinking to myself at any point, gee, that's an ugly and weird little man right there, or, my lord, her hairstyle is absolutely abysmal. Somebody needs to get an intervention going. Of course not. I'm too busy trying to load my car and get the heck out of that place. I'm either preoccupied with trying to figure out what to put together for meals, or I'm getting frustrated because I can't find the breakfast enchiladas on aisle 5. True story, actually. I'm not there to people watch, nor is anyone else. People are shopping to get what they need and get the heck out of there and go home, just like you are. My question to you would be whether others function on a different cognitive level than you do. What do you even remember? What do you notice and remember when you go out on a random errand? Why would others not feel and cognitively process these social encounters like you? Who would notice you? If you wouldn't, why would they? So either you would be saying that you lack the ability to put others naturally under the intense scrutiny, or you're saying there's something about yourself that merits other people putting you under an excessive level of surveillance. That something would have to be really outside of normal limits of appearance or behavior too. That really justifies others taking the time and effort to notice you negatively as well. Otherwise, what I'm saying is that you have an illogical belief that there is something negative about yourself that is unqualifiable and indescribable that naturally causes irrational and unexplainable reactions in others that we can't come up with any real definition or description of. I believe that paranoia, especially in these kinds of lower levels, is at the lowest common denominator based on a belief that you are a main character in everyone else's movie playing in their heads, or even the main character in their immediate world, instead of being the generally insignificant minor walk-on character who is seen and maybe briefly acknowledged but quickly forgotten. Most would argue that they weren't being narcissistic in this belief that everyone is probably looking at me and thinking something negative, because they aren't trying to be normally self-centered and egocentric in any kind of normal understood way. I can understand that sentiment. The issue with our main character, though, is that Justin was unwittingly feeling that he was more important to others than he really was, even if he is believing he is more important in a sort of reverse narcissism way. This sort of inverted self-importance is exactly what we are talking about and challenging in this chapter. My argument would be that narcissism is not only a positive inflation of self, but also can be a negative inflation of self-importance as well. It's any exaggerated sense of self-importance in the eyes of others. If you're the reincarnation of Elvis, then people would notice you, but not a regular person like Justin. The solution and the cognitive behavioral correction to this belief is to learn to see yourself through others' perspective lenses, the way you would see them, and accept that your movie camera functions the same way that other cameras do. The therapist had his hands full with Justin's social anxiety and belief that he had drawn negative attention on a deep level in casual and fleeting public interactions. Justin had used this belief that people are looking at me and thinking something negative about me to justify a truly negative sense of self-esteem, and then use that to justify his belief that people would then have a reason to look at him negatively. This circular merry-go-round logic was a hard cycle to break through for both Justin and his therapist. To his credit, Justin stayed the course and kept plugging away for many months before he started to gain traction. His therapist continued to place emphasis on Justin's own perceptions of others, when he had fleeting social interactions as normal for how we will all approach these encounters, and placed subtle validation for his way of assessing others as normal at the very least. Slowly, Justin came to believe that others saw him in the same way he saw them in these casual encounters. He started placing weight on the fact that he almost never noticed others unless they did something that basically screamed for attention or was far out of the norm that he couldn't help himself. While he maintained monthly sessions for the long term, Justin replaced his belief that people are probably looking at me and thinking something negative with people are probably noticing me about the same level I notice them. And this reduced his anxiety and subsequent depressive symptoms and self-esteem issues a fair bit over time. Expect the worst and you'll never be disappointed. The counseling center received a call from a woman who requested an intake appointment because she was overwhelmed with sadness and perpetually gloomy mood. She said she couldn't stand to feel this way any longer. Francine was a married woman in her mid-40s who worked in a skilled production position at a local airplane manufacturing plant with an average but generally pleasant marriage to two grown children. Upon meeting with her therapist, it wasn't immediately clear what the presenting problem was in her life. Francine described a reasonably functional marriage to a man who treated her with general respect and loyalty. Her children were reasonably well behaved and certainly weren't doing anything outside the norm for children of that age. Her job was somewhat stressful due to production quotas and workload, but wasn't really outside the norm, so as to appear to be the serious problem in her life. About 3 sessions in, however, the real underlying issue peeked its head out of the hole like a suspicious groundhog and made itself obvious. Francine had adopted a way of protecting herself from life's disappointments very early on in life and told herself regularly, expect the worst and you'll never be disappointed, and she lived by this principle to the letter. Her marriage? She assumed her husband would forget her on holidays or would neglect her feelings or would forget to complete household responsibilities through the week. Her kids? She always assumed they didn't do their homework, keep the room clean, or had a negative attitude about whatever it is that was supposed to happen or whatever she did for them. Work? You guessed it. Her boss was always going to make unreasonable demands, other departments failed to follow through and deliver their part of the project, or she was not going to get her requested days off. It appeared that Francine was creating an artificial negativity, like a cloud over her life, when it didn't really appear that there would have been there normally. The therapist and Francine both agreed that in reality, her life wasn't that bad, and she could verbalize and recognize that things rarely ended up as bad as she presumed them originally to be. But yet, she still remained stuck in this very unhealthy and negative pattern and position. I have great empathy and understanding for anyone who says this to themselves, because I think trying to be aware of what possibly could go wrong and find some way of preparing for these things have, at times, seemed thoughtful and very adult in nature to me. My experience as a parent was that my children were usually gung-ho, excited and full of energy about life, and I had to bulletproof their ideas, their direction, and their environment because they wouldn't or couldn't. Our vision as parents is usually what keeps kids as safe as they are, not factoring in possible negative repercussions and considering them causes either kids or adults to put themselves in completely hazardous positions that can create permanent harm. There have been thousands of examples and even recent history in the media where someone either lacked a necessary sense of self-protection from either themselves or their offspring, and something tragic and damaging resulted because they didn't foresee something negative possibly happening. Back from the area around my hometown, there was an incredibly painful incident where two preteen girls were allowed to hike on a very rural and isolated trail by both sets of parents with the presumption that they would be fine with just cell phones. After the unspeakable happened, one of the mothers was interviewed in the local media And she said something like, "I don't want to live in a world where you can't let your children walk alone in the woods." And while I felt great empathy for her loss and sadness, I also couldn't help but feel she did not have an appropriate sense of potential danger for her child. Sometimes it is good, right, and necessary to make allowances for the negative side of human nature. One of my great disappointments with modern life is that my children never got to experience the freedom that I did growing up as a young child in the early and mid-70s. Not only was I allowed to treat my neighborhood and the resulting neighborhoods as free range, but I also got up at 5 o'clock every morning and walked down to the corner to pick up my newspapers, put them in a satchel, and go walk through the dark streets, dropping papers off on people's front doorsteps. I look back with great appreciation for this experience because it taught me work ethic and independence that have helped me greatly through the rest of my life. But I also understand that somebody smartened up by the early 90s and figured out that it may not be the safest thing in the world to have your young children out alone and vulnerable in the early mornings. In fact, the very first missing child was ever put on the side of a milk carton was abducted from his morning paper route. So I understand completely that maybe the world has changed for the better. When people tell me that they always expect the worst, I understand that they are taking something that is good and right and necessary and taking it to an extreme. They are either taking it to an extreme because they have a negative view of the world, or because they are trying to lessen the pain of the jolts that life will naturally give each and every one of us before it is all over. Expecting the worst is trying to create an internal shock absorber to cushion yourself against life's bumps and crashes. It is, on the surface, a really smart way of pre-preparing for the big negative life events that are bound to come our way. In this case, the issue is this means you are setting up your whole emotional world on a 24/7 daily basis to just avoid the big shots, even if they only happen on the rarest of occasions, and you sacrifice most of your other days to guard off against them. This would be like worrying about someone dying in your family and carrying a negative daily mood for the expectation of the worst, and all that entails 365 days a year to guard against the one day every 2 or 3 years that someone in your extended family passes away. Unless you have a radically large family full of odd or sickly relatives that are dropping like flies, this is a radically high price to pay in numbers to avoid the shock and emotional pain of one of them passing away. Is it worth having 363 emotionally negative days a year to avoid being blindsided by two really terrible ones? The real problem in adopting this coping mechanism, logical as it may seem in selected situations, is the cost versus benefit ratio that is one's daily emotional mood and state of being. To adopt an expecting the worst always position will keep you in a state of continuous negative apprehension and will heighten anxiety when it actually is supposed to reduce our anxiety. It will also keep you from enjoying the positive that life could and does bring because you're saying that you can't trust in these positive things. Bracing for a car crash would be a logical and proactive thing to do if you were really sure that the car was going to crash imminently and there was nothing you could do about it. To brace for a car crash that hasn't happened is to make riding in a car perpetually miserable. If that car is a metaphor for your journey in life, then you make your entire journey in life uncomfortable and unnecessary. So now we are talking about setting the entire rest of your life up to only be a quest to minimize the pain of tragedy, and that you are completely giving up on any real chance of enjoying, savoring, or anticipating even any positive things that you could either create by yourself or have happen to you by chance. That sounds like an incredibly lopsided trade and a really bad deal. One of the best parts of my own childhood, and maybe one of the primary lessons I carried away from it, was learning to anticipate the next good thing that was going to happen. I remember being very young and looking forward to the end of the school year, starting with Easter, for whatever candy grab there ended up being, and then looking forward to my birthday, which was right before school ended. Then summer break, which was almost a full 3 months away from school. There were a lot of things to look forward to during the summer because summer would be an endless string of playing baseball with friends, hanging out, playing video games, going to bike rides on the trails, and enjoying a cycle of sunshine, popsicles, and cold drinks after coming in from playing hard. Every summer we did two things without fail, and those were we went to Kings Island, an amusement park in the Cincinnati area with lots of roller coasters and water rides, and we always went to the state fair, which was more carnival rides and pineapple whip, along with the excitement of Midway with all the lights, sounds, and smells that came with it. After that, you had football season. I was a big Cincinnati Bengals fan as a small child, and I watched all the games on Sundays. Then there was Halloween, and dressing up in costumes and chasing down bags of candy, followed by Thanksgiving, and then the incredible build-up at school to Christmas. The Christmas build-up went pretty much for an entire month, and there were movies, videos, and crafts, with everything working together to create a magical anticipation for the best holiday of the year, with gifts aplenty waiting for us under the tree. The point is that the point is not that I or any of us had an idyllic childhood, but that there was always something exciting coming up on the horizon to make life meaningful and positive and keep us anticipating the good that was to come. One of the things I find myself working on the most with an adult married couples is recreating the pattern of having something exciting to look forward to break the cycle of work, parent, work, parent, work, parent, which can be exhausting and dehumanizing and creates apathy and life dissatisfaction and depressive symptoms. Frequently, they have fallen into a rhythm of always producing and never getting to consume anything good and bracing for the next meteor to come crashing out of the sky on them. I think by now it's obvious that I am not in favor of excessively negative preparation ahead of the facts for things that could go wrong or potential tragedies that are yet to happen. I am actually in favor of a different sort of preparation, that is, different than coloring the sky with gray and dark clouds ahead of time so that the storm doesn't blow you over. I do believe that you can consider potential negative future events or even tragedy and decide ahead of time how you will handle them when and if they do occur. I would think that it would be wise to think about what would happen if you lost your job, or how you would handle the reality of losing one or both of your parents when they actually do pass away. This would seem a very proactive and assertive way of getting ready for those parts of life that will be negative and are unavoidable, and that this is much more specific way of coping than just painting your entire horizon and future with a negative brush and being depressed and anxious every day up until something happens. What Francine has done is something different. She's not waiting for something to happen and then decided how to respond to it, nor has she thoughtfully considered both positive and negative potential outcomes in situations. Nor did she decide ethically, morally, psychologically, or emotionally how she would respond if this thing, either positive or negative, had happened. What she has done is something much different. She has projected a negative outcome on something that hasn't happened yet. This is emotionally dishonest. This is a sort of deceitful Nostradamus technique that she would probably not consider as being dishonest, but as being somehow, some way, preparatory. She was trying to create a pleasant surprise when things do go well, and she was also trying not to be disappointed when they don't go well. What she ended up doing was ruining her own surprise. Imagine bracing yourself for disappointment on Christmas morning as a child by telling yourself you won't get anything that you put on your Christmas list and that your Christmas will be a horrible disappointment. So you go out there So you go out to the tree and see the presents. You open the presents and find out that you got 80% of what was on your list, and you are pleasantly surprised. But if you have the expect the worst attitude, then probably not. You would probably not feel the rush of the pleasant surprise that you were hoping, because you have dug yourself such a big hole of negativity ahead of time. You would not feel the excitement and joy of the 3 or 4 weeks leading up to Christmas, where you dreamt about what you would find on Christmas morning, and you wouldn't enjoy the school play that attempted to generate the magic of the Christmas spirit, and you wouldn't enjoy the snow, the Christmas lights, and watching Frosty the Snowman, because you've already decided the whole thing will be a disappointment. You will have essentially ruined any momentum building up to the event itself. While you may have saved yourself from a potential catastrophic letdown on Christmas morning, you also prevented yourself from having any positive enjoyment or excitement leading up to the event, and you've dug yourself such a big emotional hole that getting what you want Christmas morning will not feel nearly as good as if you had just maintained an even and neutral expectation leading up to the event. I would prefer that you adopt a less damaging way of trying to wisely brace yourself for the unavoidable parts of life that are going to be hard, painful, or even tragic. I believe that enjoying and savoring the good times in life and the wonderful memories that we create or that spontaneously combust upon us is in itself a fairly solid wall of protection against being blown over by the negative. For sure, it would be always painful to lose one's mother or father, even at advanced age, if they were a positive and present part of your life. But this immediate pain would eventually be transformed and overcome by the wave of wonderful memories that you have had with them over the course of your life. And if you have allowed yourself to have and experience and enjoy these moments. When noted singer Warren Zevon came on David Letterman's late night show after he had been diagnosed with terminal mesothelioma and was quickly approaching death, Letterman wisely asked him if there was anything he understood more clearly now that he was facing the mortality he had missed before. Now that he was facing his own mortality that he had missed before. Zevon paused briefly before replying legendarily, "Just how much you're supposed to enjoy every sandwich." Touché. Francine's self-protective negative bubble was a thick one, and ended up not being quite the objective, logical, and reasonable defense mechanism that she wanted it to be seen as. Her therapist was a good investigator and suspected that the client didn't just create this way of thinking out of nowhere while she was in a good place in life, but suspected that it was a reaction to something painful. The therapist ended up uncovering that Francine had a painful reaction to her parents' divorce at the start of her teenage years, and had been disappointed regularly by one or both parents with visitations or how they handled managing the family on both sides. She had decided that she would never allow herself to be hurt by this again in the future. The therapist worked patiently with Francine to see the value of expect the worst and you'll never be disappointed, only protected her from the biggest disappointments and kept her perpetually disappointed and unhappy through all of the simple and mid-level daily transactions and interactions with others. Francine began to see that she was sacrificing 90% of her daily happiness and contentment to protect herself from the potential 10% of life that could be seriously or catastrophically negative. The therapist suggested that this would be like protecting yourself from the eventual reality of death by choosing to die emotionally ahead of time and thereby losing the ability to live during the whole of your life. Francine was challenged to decide whether she wanted to continue being unable to look forward to anything positive in her life and live in a depressed state, being unable to enjoy the things that were actually good in the moment. This was a challenging transition to be confronted with, and it took 4 or 5 months for her to make a definitive decision to start letting her guard down and letting things either go well or just go without predetermining what they would be ahead of time. With time, however, Francine improved, and she became a more enjoyable person for her husband, children, co-workers to be around, and she surprisingly found that this change in mood slanted things the other way and made things better out of her own effort and control. The therapist then worked with Francine to develop some presumptive problem-solving skills, where she could consider how she would handle things if they went back. Using these skills, Francine was able to weather the unexpected death of a favorite aunt without falling into a cataclysmic depression, and did not roll back to the position of, "See, I should have expected the worst, I would be better protected now." Instead, Francine grieved her aunt appropriately and came to a place about the time she ended therapy where she was able to reflect affectionately and gratefully for all the time she spent with this favorite relative. Francine had successfully changed her value of expect the worst and you'll never be disappointed to I will embrace the good that life gives me and survive the bad. I will make both as positive as I possibly can. Straight A's are what is expected of me, or you. Kaniqua scheduled an appointment and told the receptionist that she suffered from crippling depression since as far back as she could remember, possibly since her teenage years, and she hoped someone could find a way to help her. Upon coming into the office, she presented as an emotionally exhausted woman in her late 40s with a long history of stress-related physical health issues, who, despite being very well spoken and energetically likable, seemed to be bathing in despair and hopelessness. The more she spoke, the harder it was to find the root cause for all of her unhappiness and catastrophic expectations in life. She had a decent relationship with her second husband, who seemed to be loyal and affectionate by her own description, and her children seemed to be fairly attentive and successful at life. Regardless of how these parts of her life were reviewed and interpreted, and regardless of how well her job went, Kaniqua was subject to deep and dark moods of swirling negativity and an expectation of failure both from the world and environment around her, and even by her own efforts. As the sessions proceeded, Kaniqua began to give evidence that she believed the problems all stemmed from her own lack of ability to manage life correctly or to just get things right. This belief seemed deeply embedded within her. Puzzled as to where this sense of personal failure and unworthiness originally came from, her therapist pushed backwards to track her developmental history and reviewed the values and beliefs she was presented with during her formative years. She told a tale of being raised by loving but strict parents who focused almost exclusively on scholastic performance as their expectation of their children, and especially of her as the only daughter. Time and again, Kaniqua remembered. She worried and obsessed over her grades, and the day report cards came out and dreaded her parents' response, to which she knew would always be disappointment. Despite her considerable efforts, she never lived up to their standards, as they told her repeatedly, "Straight A's are what we expect. That's what you're supposed to get." And she was, at best, an AB student. This inability to never reach her parents' expectations had been internalized so deeply, and her desire to please them was so strong, that these two dynamics combined together caused a deep sense of personal failure and unworthiness in Kaniqua. This sense of unworthiness and failure grew and festered over the years and created all the self-esteem issues and depression that have poisoned her life up to that point. The absolute most depressed, hopeless, and despondent individuals that have ever walked into my office were the ones who had this drilled into their heads as children, and ultimately accepted this. It is not the least bit unusual to hear either, as it is a common thing for parents to say to their children. Whether the parents were trying to instill their children a much-needed ethic, or perhaps the ability to strive, struggle, and fight for survival and success and overdid it, or whether they deliberately tried to set unreasonable and unattainable standards so they would never have to award deserved approval, the effects of the effects were or whether they deliberately tried to set unreasonable and unattainable standards so they would never have to award deserved approval. The effects of the effects are usually devastating on the ones trying to live by the standards. It is a giant black cloud of despair and hopelessness that never loosens its grip. It gradually absorbs all the hope and brightness out of these children and subsequent adults and leaves them exhausted, seeing no end to their misery. Let's talk about why this saying has such a negative effect on children and later adults. I'm going to start with the formulation premise that children are consumers. I'm going to start with a foundational premise that children are consumers on an emotional level with their parents and the world around them, and that is perfectly normal. Children are blank screens when they come into the world, who necessarily absorb from their caretakers a complete sense of who they are and what the world around them is, and what they need, and that they need their parents or whomever the designated caretaker is to help them develop an essential sense of their character traits, value, and how they should expect the world to see them. Anyone who has had children knows this is true in a very personal way and has a very good sense of just how powerful and overwhelming this need can be, as well as how powerful children's need for their caregiver's attention is by nature. Returning to our own youth, try and jump temporarily into a time machine and remember how much you yourself sought and craved that energy, that attention, and that approval from your own personal overlords, and think about just how far you would have gone to get it. I have seen adults in their 50s and 60s who still desperately thirst for and chase that parental approval. These older adults partake in actions that are demeaning and show a complete lack of self-respect and dignity in order to try and capture that precious treasure that they believe will be so satisfying, bringing a sense of completion and wholeness to their lives. While it is a fruitless quest at that point in life, it is, however, understandable that children expect and need that initial validation that they are worth being on the planet, knowing that their parents are pleased with them and validate who they are. Now, if you accept the above paragraph's premise about how badly children need and will chase this validation, let's consider the effect of straight A's are expected and why it is just a damaging value. What you are either saying or being told is that in either the literal or figurative classroom of life, that only absolute perfection is acceptable, and no degree of success except absolute success is what you should achieve. The problem with this whole value is the expected part. What is being said is that if you manage to somehow struggle, claw, fight to achieve a complete set of A's, that when you go to present this accomplishment to your primary judge, that they will say, well, that's what you were supposed to do, and then walk away with all that approval still tucked away safely in their pocket. That's right. If you achieve absolute perfection, then you get nothing. Nada. Zilch. What you will get is an absence of punishment. So in essence, someone living in this world is living in the same framework as the Hebrew slaves who built the pyramids by hauling giant blocks up the steps and hoping not to taste the whips from their masters by not making any mistakes that would call attention to themselves and bring down punishment. Imagine how depressing it would be to live in a world where you could never, ever achieve not one moment of praise or warmth or recognition, and you were perpetually struggling just to avoid scorn and criticism. That's what people who have taken their That's what people who have taken this value to heart experience. They can never, ever win, and the only life outcome is perhaps, and only with incredible effort or luck, to avoid negative feedback for a brief time. As a result, they live in a world overcast. As a result, they live in a world of overcast and gloomy skies, with no hope of any sunshine or warmth on the horizon, and depression and despair become their permanent companions. My usual response when I'm faced with someone who is living underneath this painful backdrop is to confront the root of untruth of the game. And I usually recount one of my favorite episodes of the 60s TV show, The Andy Griffith Show. In the episode in question, Andy's son Opie visits the traveling carnival that has rolled into Mayberry and naturally gravitated to the shooting game, as he was known to be a pretty experienced shooter with his paw. Opie ended up eyeballing and getting excited about a newfangled electric shaving razor, and he immediately thinks it would be an incredibly thoughtful gift for Andy's upcoming birthday. The carnies that ran the shooting game booth, however, have concocted a scheme to reduce their risk of running across a string of great shooters who will drain away the prizes. They have bent the sights on the primary shooting rifles that they give the players and just have the ones that actually shoots right and straight. The carnies choose when and whom they give the rifle that you could actually reasonably win with. Opie put his hard-earned money on the counter and was confident he could win the razor for his paw and make him proud. But the carnies handed him one of the rifles with the bent sight, and Opie ended up spending all of his money, hopelessly missing the targets, and he won nothing. Distraught, Opie confided his disappointment in Barney Fife, and Barney eventually broke down and told Sheriff Andy the situation. Andy went to the carnival and quickly figured out that the carnies were switching out the guns and running a crooked game. After having confronted the carnies, he told them that he would send his son back out to shoot one last time, and that he will run them out of town if they don't let Opie win or lose fairly with the good rifle that hasn't been tampered with. They nervously agree, and Opie came back out and won the electric razor for his father, and gave it to him proudly as a birthday present. How I use this to combat the depression that people have internalized is to frame this story as an example of how you shouldn't play crooked games, and resist taking the bait to try and win prizes that are hopelessly out of reach. Now, I would expect that adults can make this kind of rational decision and decide that they are not going to be baited into trying to get approval that cannot be attained, no matter how hard or how well that they perform for someone's expectations. I do not believe that young children, in the midst of their developmental years, can, without help and guidance, be expected to put aside their intrinsic dependence and just accept that their parents have put a permanent lock on the refrigerator and that they will never be able to get anything worthwhile out of it. The nature of being a child is to believe in our formative years that adults we depend on should tell us who we are and should be very fragile and accepting about what they reflect to us. It would be perfectly reasonable to expect that a youngster confronted with this straight A's only value would take it at face value and assume that it is a legitimate game and that the problem lies with how they shoot the rifle rather than questioning whether it's a crooked game. The therapeutic challenge would be to transition the person sitting in front of you into not chasing the prize up on the shelf because they can't ever win it, and also because they should no longer need outside approval for their self-esteem as fully grown adults. So let's talk about why this whole expected straight A's is a crooked game, so we can effectively dismiss it and replace it with a game that is legit and winnable. The first problem is that an unreasonable scale that never allows for winning and doesn't even respect its own grading. The normal school standard grading scale would be that an A is excellent and a B is actually still above average. And getting that mark means that you still did a good job, performed beyond expectations, and And getting that mark still means that you did a great job, performed beyond expectations, and should be happy. And one should be happy and satisfied with and one should be happy and satisfied with that grade. I had a client that worked as an executive for a large financial holding company who came into the office seriously questioning whether he truly deserved this high position. He perceived that he may have been over-promoted into it at too young of an age and level of experience. He wrestled with the feeling that he might be eventually exposed and relieved of duty. He eventually received a public review from a Wall Street holding company that judged his performance as perfectly adequate for the financial position and physical location his company was in. He stated he was very pleased with this review. We ended up discussing how he rightfully perceived that, while others may have seen a rating as adequate, as substandard, and possibly insulting. The review was actually the validation he was looking for, as adequate meant to him that he was neither better nor worse than expected, and was judged as being worthy of the position he was in. This evolved into a separate set of conversations about how society has pushed a distorted standard where average is not good enough any longer, but rather that average means now that you are falling behind and is a substandard grade rather than being the middle of the pack. To be sure, the idea of demanding and expecting straight A's in performance is an unrealistic and distorted value that no one should logically embrace because of its perfectionism, and is definitely damaging to those who try and live up to it. It's a product of all or nothing thinking, who the founders of cognitive behavioral therapy rightfully included in their original list of distorted thoughts that provoke depression. It precludes that any degree of success other than 100% as being of no value, and we know that this is logically wrong on any practical level. To accept this as a consumer would be to discount anything good that you have ever accomplished unless it was absolutely spotless, without any single miscue or blemish. I certainly don't accept a perfectionistic grading scale in my own life, and generally grade my own efforts in more of a pass or fail standard. And I believe this is a more logical way of looking at success. One of my regular statements in session when combating the value this chapter is addressing is that not one single employer in the 25 plus years since graduating from my graduate program has asked me about my grade point average, nor one single solitary grade from any class. This usually makes this nor one single solitary grade from any class, and this usually makes the pragmatic point. They are only concerned with whether I successfully graduated and seeing the proof that I passed the program in the way of a diploma or a transcript. From a parenting perspective, as the potential producer of this value, using this value is an understandable general principle by which you could motivate children to understand the need for hard work and the pursuit of excellence. I have no qualms with this idea in general, as this is a good goal in theory. The underlying issue is that this is a way of assessing performance, and giving the reward of acceptance relies too heavily on results. One of the recent trends in parenting methodology and techniques suggests that one of the most damaging things that you can do is to praise children for traits that they innately have and were born with, such as being smart or talented, that they didn't do anything to earn and didn't work for. Instead, it is suggested that parents should recognize and reward children's efforts, as this is something they create and engineer themselves, apart from whatever genetic gifts they may have been blessed with. To just grade results and place excessive weight on straight A's is to ignore the actual work that one puts into getting the grades and does not recognize the effort, the self-discipline, the determination, and resilience that was put into the task. Being a die-hard fan and attendee of the Indianapolis 500 since my early childhood, I have always been aware that there is a great difference in the quality of cars and equipment that were in the race due to both available cash and engineering resources. I recently read about the great talent of an unknown and unheralded driver who spent much of the 1970s trying to pilot substandard race cars run on shoestring budgets by undermanned teams into the race and just keep them on the track and mildly competitive against much faster and better developed cars and better funded teams. The trick was that the only ones who were educated about the inner workings and the behind the scenes realities of the Indy 500 would even have a clue as to the depths of this man's will. His developed skill and bravery as a driver when he regularly finished near the back of the pack. On a message board I frequent, numerous insiders recalled stories of admiration of how this driver persevered against great odds to put cars they thought were rolling buckets of bolts with underpowered engines into the race and actually giving a decent show for his employers. And how he was an unsung talent who was deserving of so much better in terms of opportunities. If we only gave consideration to the winner of the 500, we would be disregarding the efforts, successes, and failings and performance of every other single driver in the race. This illustrates my point perfectly that judging results alone and looking for perfection overlooks the character traits that are being developed or displayed in the process of trying to achieve these results. As a parent, I do my level best not to react out of perfectionism when my daughter turns over her report card and to recognize any grades over a C with praise and thanksgiving, and to look at the effort and the work and self-discipline that it took to get those marks recorded on that card. It takes effort to not instinctively push for results, but it is a wise effort to undertake. I promise that if you ever end up in my office, I will do my best to recognize your work and your character and your effort in the process rather than focusing solely on the results. Kaniqua had a hard time working her way out of the depressive hole that years and years of trying to achieve an imaginary perfection dug into her, and the underlying realization that even achieving straight A's would only earn her a temporary reprieve from criticism and disappointment and not any meaningful acceptance of praise. With the time, she has started to develop a new and independent grading scale of her own that was much more balanced and objective, and she has now had room for some B's as grades and even some C's, while still seeing herself as doing a good job and being talented and successful in life. As she began to level out her personal grading system, Kaniqua began to feel less despondent and less hopeless about things that she did and how she was doing regarding the relationships she had. Rejecting the inner perfectionist voice was critical to her reducing depressive symptoms. She frequently heard and had to wrestle with her parents' phrase, "straight A's are expected," in her mind for years to come. Luckily for her, she came to see this phrase as the root of her personal misery and hopelessness and took it on, head to head, as the tenet that needed to be repeatedly evicted from her personal space. She eventually became a much less self-critical person who was much more fair in how she saw herself. Her mood and her relationships became lighter and more positive, and she was able to reduce her personal stress and live a healthier and more satisfying life. I shouldn't be upset about my life when there are starving children in Rhodesia. The counseling center received a call from a young man in his late 20s named Matt, who requested a counseling appointment with a therapist to discuss his general frustration and yet apathy about his job as a financial planner and his upcoming marriage to his long-term girlfriend. After settling in with his therapist, he began to tell his story and why he scheduled the appointment. It appeared that Matt was a pretty solid performer in life who worked hard and was fairly disciplined personally. People generally liked him and respected him overall. And even Matt had trouble pointing the finger at what was wrong. He described himself as having worked hard in college and in postgraduate school to get a license as a certified financial planner. He had a successful position in an investment company and successfully bought a condo in an exclusive side of the city. Matt described having a seemingly good relationship with a very attractive young woman who would have been considered a pretty good catch for even someone in his position, financially and professionally, and his family was generally functional and supportive as well. What did start to stand out to the therapist was Matt's way of diminishing any negative experiences or any problems in his work relationships, with his fiancée, or with his siblings by comparing those problems to those of others and declaring them not worthy of time and attention or not even worthy of fully experiencing. The therapist noted that a lot of what he was complaining about personally was a level of detachment from his own experiences. The therapist also noted that his fiancé's main complaint with him, and the one that was causing the most tension between them, was that he wasn't either fully present emotionally with her, nor was he particularly committed to a normal level of problem solving when emotional issues come up. When the therapist started reflecting this back to Matt in these sessions, she noted that one of his go-to statements was what his inner voice said to him, which was, "How can I get upset about a problem so small when there are starving children in Rhodesia?" He admitted doing this quite a bit, even in instances where it would appear he had a rightful reason to be unhappy or angry with something that disrupted his life and was a major problem or setback as well. Well, there is no argument that there are starving children in Rhodesia, and no argument that this is a problem. Nobody likes starving children anywhere, and while none of us has a great plan to end world hunger, the knowledge that people are struggling and suffering somewhere should have some cognitive and emotional effect on us on a deep spiritual and introspective level. I have absolutely no problem with being affected by this knowledge and encourage you to be affected by it. The question is whether Matt has let this knowledge affect him in the right way or not, and whether this knowledge is working to make his daily life better or make his daily life worse. So let's look at his statement at face value and discuss first exactly how we should be affected by knowing that there are people in some other distant places that have life much, much harder than we could ever imagine. I believe that developing perspective is an essential part of learning to really test our lives experiences. We have talked in other chapters about the necessity of looking at others who have handled situations that are similar to the ones that we face in order to get a baseline of what kind of normalcy to feel or to achieve. Our entire scholastic world is based on a grading system that hinges on an average grade of a C as a borderline that separates good performance to one degree or another from bad performance of one degree or another. Someone, somewhere, I'm sure, has written a wonderful paper or wonderful book explaining how we developed a grading system for schools and why it is either good or bad. But regardless of whether it works well on an existential level or not, there is no doubt that it exists and we live with it. This grading system is a central part of us trying to figure out what is normal to achieve. Combined with what our parents hopefully taught us about what is normal to feel, should give us a good start on developing an appropriate perspective in our daily lives. This sense of perspective, once installed in us, should serve to teach us not only goals to shoot for, but also teach us how to begin to react to stress and loss and learn how to appreciate the blessings and things that we do have. As a parent myself, I spend more than a fair amount of energy trying to instill the inner perspectives in my children that would moderate their desire to consume the things that they want and need. I remember an instance a few years ago when I used the exact phrase, "There are children in Brazil eating out of garbage dumps," to address my daughter's frustration when she did not get exactly what she ordered going through a fast food drive-thru. I was very firm in saying that if she did not stop complaining about accidentally getting pickles on her chicken sandwich, that I was going to take the sandwich away from her and she could just make herself a peanut butter and jelly sandwich when we got back home, because pickles did not ruin the sandwich. I believe I was giving her an appropriate sense of perspective, that she was overreacting to a slight inconvenience or disruption, and that I, as her parent, was telling her that it was not worthy of an emotional reaction she gave it. I was fine to use the starving children in Rhodesia technique as a barometer to teach her not to go off the deep end over some pickles on a sandwich that she could easily take off, and that I did not believe ruined the sandwich, nor should keep her from enjoying the fact that she got free, hot food that someone else prepared for her, convenience and consumption. Now, if you have noticed that my use of the phrase "with my own child," does not seem all that different on the surface from how Matt has used it, then I'd say you're paying pretty good attention to what's going on here. I have no problem at all with someone using this sort of global perspective of suffering to keep themselves from overreacting and falling into either despair or generating an angry outburst over something that really is not that important in the big scheme of life. Exactly no problem at all. And a lot of what I do as a cognitive behavioral therapist is reframing distorted thoughts and resulting the exaggerating feelings back into appropriate levels. There is a big difference between the motive and how my imaginary client in the vignette has applied this statement and what I think the correct motive is that you should have if you were applying this statement to your life. It appears that Matt used this statement, "I shouldn't get upset because there are starving children in Rhodesia," as a way of avoiding his rightful feelings and concerns about his life in the moment. He also avoided doing anything about the issues that he was upset about. Instead, it appeared that he tried to throw a giant fire blanket over anything and everything that could be an issue. This included issues in his relationship with his fiancée, his job as a financial planner, and everything else in his life, from where he was going to lunch that day to what movie he should go to at the Metroplex Theater on Saturday. Granted, from the vignette, it appeared that most of what he put the damper on were his negative feelings, and that he was afraid to let them come to the surface. This would be something I could understand if he was a guy who was trying to teach himself not to be angry over little things and subsequently needed to be fire blanketing due to a volatile and overactive temper. But this does not seem to be the case, nor was it. What he was really doing was throwing this blanket over any meaningful emotional connection to his daily life and diminishing himself in a sort of passive and depressive way. It has appeared that he has learned to discount anything negative that might happen to him with some version of, "Well, someone somewhere probably has it worse than me, so I don't have the right to register any kind of negative reaction to what just happened." I regularly work backwards with people who display a lack of appropriate self-esteem and self-worth to see just how far the elevator goes down that shaft, as I need to know how much of a foundation has actually been built in order to start working with and form. My belief is that the very bottom of the self, the ground floor in a manner of speaking, is our foundational set of likes and dislikes, the things we want within our life to experience. Things like having a favorite color, what TV programs and movies we like, what hobbies we take up, and how we spend our time, are basic building blocks of our individuality. Wanting to experience things we like without life's disruptions is a natural extension of these. When someone does not have the basic likes and dislikes, I have found they question their right to exist altogether, or see themselves as existing only so others can have them and enjoy what they can produce for others. Frequently, I find that I need to tell my clients whose foundation is very underdeveloped, that your experiences are important and your feelings matter. And I am met with an outpouring of tears because this may be the first time that anyone has ever told them this in their lives. I believe you should have a basic desire to have these positive experiences, and you should have an impulse of frustration and maybe even anger when your life is disrupted from having and enjoying them. Of course, this impulse has to be reality tested and managed, but it needs to be there. When clients tell me that they are saying this to themselves in their daily lives more often than not, what they are really saying to themselves is that their experiences do not matter and they should not engage in the process of improving their lives because somebody else has it much worse. It is not using Rhodesian children as a way of managing these basic impulses for enjoying our lives through maintaining a grateful and appropriate perspective that is the problem. It is when you use this as a justification to either minimize all of your experiences as not worthy of feeling or not worthy of your attention and time to fix or improve that is the problem. Starving children in Rhodesia may be a good metaphor to cause you to be more appreciative of the fact that you have a full refrigerator, or that you live in a climate-controlled and secured house, or that you have reliable transportation and don't have to struggle for your daily existence. No problem with that at all. Starving children in Rhodesia should have nothing to do with your general frustrations about problems in life or with uncomfortable situations at work or home regarding relationship issues that need to be improved so they feel better and the relationship can be healthy and comfortable. Matt was not appropriately committed to his own experiences and feeling in such a way that he ended up disconnected from his own likes and dislikes and his own comforts and success. He was not assertive about seeking out meaningful encounters either individually or with his fiancée, and allowed life to run its course without working to make them happen or keep them from being disrupted. When other people become frustrated or angry, they make an effort to solve the problems that are limiting the good things that life has to bring. Matt would just rationalize his own passivity and disparages either what is important or should be important to himself by invoking the specter of starving children somewhere as justification. This is minimizing your right to have and achieve the feel-good things in life, while avoiding the responsibility to do something about it when things get in the way. I want you to maintain appropriate gratefulness and not to be a reckless and greedy consumer, but I also want you to protect your right to a good life with enjoyable and memorable moments and relationships as well. Matt was fairly receptive after a short period of getting comfortable with his therapist and examining how his habit of diminishing his normal daily relationship experiences had caused him to become flat emotionally and not fully invested in the life he had worked so hard to create. The therapist suggests that perhaps Matt was subconsciously feeling guilty about his overall success in life and achieving a high-paying job at a young age and having a relationship to a very beautiful and socially skilled woman that others would be envious of, and was discrediting his own accomplishments by saying, "But there are starving children in Rhodesia," whenever he was confronted with the need to make an already good life better. Matt accepted that his overall feeling of discomfort and his general malaise came from this exaggerated attempt at gaining perspective and maintaining some misbegotten sense of humility, and was willing to look at how he minimized his right to a good life overall and a gratifying relationship with his fiancée. Working steadily with his therapist, he began to put more of his energy into his own experience of life, and he enjoyed the feelings that went well, even better, and allowed himself to feel frustration and upset when things did not go well. This caused his relationship with his fiancée to straighten itself out as he became more invested and attached to her. This also corrected some ongoing problems at work, as he was now more invested enough to work on making these situations better. After 6 months of weekly sessions, Matt had shifted his concern about starving children in Rhodesia away from diminishing his enjoyment and investment in his blessed daily life and into appreciating what he had and what he could make it even more. Matt left therapy with an improved life and successfully married his fiancée with a good and positive momentum for the future. There's always more that I need to do and should do. Sandra was a reluctant caller into the therapist's office and was clearly hesitant to admit that she had reached a point where she needed answers to questions that she could no longer convince herself she could answer. She admitted to the intake screener that she was suffering from feelings of overwhelming anxiety and had slipped into depression and needed to be seen as soon as possible. In the initial counseling session, Sandra detailed a series of responsibilities that would have overwhelmed all but someone with superhuman powers. She worked as an office manager for a bustling medical practice and took complete responsibility for everything that happened within its walls, and worried extensively about every aspect of the physician's business, as well as every employee's job duties. She also described the rigors of being a parent of a rambunctious 2-year-old and having assumed custody of one of her sister's children to prevent a foster placement, a 6-year-old girl. Both regularly tested her limits and demanded as much attention and her energy as they could capture. To add to this already loaded family life, both Sandra and her husband had elderly parents who lived within driving distance that required some level of monitoring. Neither set of parents could provide any meaningful assistance with the children due to their own health problems. When she described this set of burdens, the therapist noted that Sandra was especially committed to dotting every I and crossing every T in all areas of her life. She was very much a perfectionist in making sure that every possible task was done to its fullest possible point of completion, even the ones that seemed to be relatively unimportant. Sandra admitted that her life was merely one long and endless string of duties and tasks, that life was basically just one giant conveyor belt bringing her things that needed to be done. And she admitted that she was starting to rely too heavily on the medication that her physician had prescribed her in order to try and manage her stress and unhappiness. Sandra admitted, "There is always something that needs to be done," and added, "I've just come to believe that if something needs to be done, I'd better do it myself." I generally believe that the world of adults is divided into 2 categories of people. People who are not responsible enough and have way too much fun while accomplishing or producing next to nothing, and people who are too responsible and do nothing but produce while they have forgotten how to have any fun in life. I guess you could say that as a therapist, I would not have a reason to see people who have well thought out balance between responsibility and recreation, and that people whose porridge is just right would be the ones blowing up the phone at the counseling center. My experience has been that I generally don't get to see too many people for the first group either, whose porridge is ice cold, unless they get drug in by some angry spouse or boyfriend/girlfriend who has been fed up with their nonsense. They're usually pretty content to look at the world like it's a giant pinball machine, and they're the ball, and they're too busy experiencing all the lights, buzzards, speed ramps, and hitting all the bonus targets to be too much worried about self-improvement. So the person who's walking into my office, more often than not, has a hot bowl of porridge that they can barely stand to hold on to, and they are sick and tired of being overwhelmed by life's demands and just can't take it anymore, just like Sandra in my illustration. Let's start off with a couple of foundational and ground-level assertions about what is true in the statement that there is always more I can do and should do. First of all, it is absolutely correct that there is always more that can and should be done in anyone's life. As I sit here voicing in this chapter on my laptop, I have outlines of 4 other books that need to be written and I feel strongly about. There's a box of stuff that we've accumulated that needs to be listed on eBay and sold. I have a garage that needs to be swept out and finished being painted. And there is a giant hamper full of laundry that came out of the dryer this morning and that needs to be folded and put it on hangers in my closets. I'm guessing that you, the reader, can come up with a very similar list right off the top of your head at any given moment on any given day. Everyone has a garage sale that needs to happen, and everyone has a house that needs to be better organized. Everyone has things both on their to-do list and their bucket list. Sandra was not at all wrong in her visual and conceptual assessment of the world around her, or the list of tasks that she had created in her mind. That is my first response to this statement that people say themselves regularly and repeat often in my office. The second fundamental thing about this statement is that Sandra and the other people that think and feel like her are fundamentally responsible and good people who are trapped in a mindset where they are doing too much of a good thing. The world can use more producers and less consumers, to be sure. I have had a fair amount of business owners come into my office over the years in different locations. I have had a fair amount of business owners come into my office over the years in different locations, and the one thing they unanimously have stated is that it's impossible to find enough good people to hire. Without fail, every single one of them has had tales of woe regarding employees being lazy, irresponsible, or expecting way more from the business than they were willing to provide for the business. The world needs more hardworking people who take life seriously enough to do things the right way and being where they're supposed to be, when they're supposed to be, and keep their word and commitments. I absolutely like and respect the Sandras of the world, and I'd like nothing more than seeing them come to a greater appreciation of their own character and build self-esteem, while at the same time learning to mix a little fun and relief into their daily lives. I don't think there is any great mystery as to the whys and wherefores and motivations of adults that don't live like adults, and have the work ethic and responsibility of a 6-year-old. That's exactly why they act the way they do. They have simply carried on the childhood view of the world around them to something to be enjoyed and consumed, and have chosen to be someone who doesn't want to develop the work ethic of a producer, or the responsibility of the parent in a family. So the question is, why do people let the porridge go cold? But rather, So the question is not why do people let the porridge go cold, but rather what causes people to go over microwave porridge to the point where it's burning in their hands and they can't stand to eat it. How do people become entrenched in what I call the work-parent cycle of misery? This is how I describe the person whose life is a Groundhog Day, getting up early in the morning and waking the kids up to get them fed, dressed, and sent off to school, then putting in an 8 or 10 or 12-hour work day, and then coming home to make the kids dinner and supervise their homework and get combatants, and then clean up the house before they go to bed and play on their phones for a couple minutes before falling asleep and starting the whole routine over again the next day. I believe the answer is it's a combination of unmanaged anxiety with a lack of appropriate perspective on daily life that gets a giant portion of perfectionism dumped into the mix. This all swirls together to create a giant boiling cauldron of stress, hopelessness, and overall unhappiness with life that brings about depressed mood. People who have become trapped in the vicious cycle cannot see any guiding light that will take them out of the tunnel because they are afraid of criticism and failure if they are not perfect in meeting all the possible responsibilities that come up daily and weekly. They also tend to see life in terms of all or nothing thinking, which, as we have talked about in previous chapters, is one of the foundational 10 cognitive distortions that were identified and listed as core values that promoted depressed thinking and behavior by the forefathers of cognitive behavioral therapy. To achieve anything less than perfection is failure, and will bring about an expectation of criticism, either from others or from one's own internal inner critic, that speaks from the deep recesses of one's mind. If the house isn't cleaned completely, then that means that one is a failure as a homemaker. If one does not get a perfect evaluation at work and not living up to the job description, if one does not successfully check off every box on the to-do list, then they are being lazy and unproductive. These are the hallmarks of all or nothing thinking, and the chief ingredients in that nasty witch's brew of misery simmering in the cauldron. My approach is to first address the anxiety in sessions with people who were suffering from depression and self-criticism because of this statement echoing in their ears. I teach a technique called sequential processing, a process to assist people in reality testing anxious fears and help them develop the ability to see and maintain appropriate perspective. I explain this technique by telling a story from my pre-college days when I was wet behind the ears, barely 19 years old, who had just been promoted to his first meaningful job as a shift manager at Domino's Pizza in a college town in Texas. To consolidate the story, which is much more colorful in its details when I tell it in person in sessions, we got absolutely slammed on Saturday in a torrential downpour to where we were buried in late orders from probably 2 p.m. in the afternoon until the end of dinner rush around 8:30. After it died down, I remember sitting on the edge of the manager's desk in his office while he did a check deposit, and I asked him how he managed not to get stressed through the hours and hours of hammering. The dialogue that followed went something like this. Why would I get stressed out? Vic, we got absolutely obliterated. I mean, blown away. So what that we got blown away? Vic, we were buried. We had late pizzas for hours and hours going out the door. So what that we had late pizzas for hours and hours? Vic, we had probably 40 late orders so far today. Each late order got a discount of $3. So what that we had 40 late orders so far? Vic, we've given away over $120 so far, and there's probably more we haven't even counted. So what that we've given out $120 so far? Vic, we turned the paperwork into the main office, right? They're going to see this. So what if Andrea, the office manager, sees we had $120 in discounts? Well, she could get upset. So what if Andrea gets upset? Then what? I don't know. Maybe she tells the area manager, Ray, and he gets upset. So what if Ray gets upset? I guess he could call and chew you out, Vic? So what if Ray calls and chews me out? I guess he could write you up for the late orders. So what if Ray writes me up? Pause. I don't know. Maybe he would suspend you from work? So what if he suspends me for a few days, even a week? Vic, I don't know. What if he fires you? So what if Ray fires me? Pause. Geez, Vic, I'm at a loss. What would you do if Ray fired you? Vic showed the first sign of emotion that he had all day. He suddenly raised his hand up in the air, then brought it crashing down onto the table in a silent, shattering slap, and said emphatically, "Let me tell you what I do if they fire me on Monday. The first thing I do is pop open a cold Corona and head down to the pool in my complex. I'd kick back and watch all the beautiful college girls that go swimming around lunch while I'm here sweating in the store, and I'd relax. Then I'd call the registrar at school and sign up for full-time classes starting after the summer. I've got about $20,000 saved up from working the manager here. So I don't really need to work for the next few years. I figure I can finish my engineering degree in about another year and a half instead of going part-time like I am now and finishing in 3 years. I know I'll make way more money when I get on with a firm than I'm making here. So this sounds pretty good to me. In fact, they'd be doing a favor to fire me the more I think about it." I just sat there in kind of a stunned silence for a minute until Vic thought looked at me thoughtfully, and said, "Can I tell you something?" "Sure, Vic." He took a long pause and then said with a mischievous smirk, "You know you worry way too much, kid." I remember walking home from work to my apartment and thinking about that exchange, and how Vic, who was a mature guy that everyone looked up to as a good leader, managed the stress of the day. What I saw him do during duress was react to stress of the moment by processing out a sequential string of potential consequences if everything went a negative direction. At the end of this string, Vic had already determined that there wasn't really anything harmful waiting for him, so he wasn't going to panic. Me? Well, I hadn't developed that skill yet, so I stayed in a perpetual state of anxiety during the rush with a vague but powerful dread of whatever consequences that I hadn't yet identified. That left me exhausted and spent. Vic later laughed at my reaction and questioned why I got so worked up when I was just a shift manager that wouldn't have been held accountable for whatever happened on his watch. He also suggested that the higher-ups in management weren't stupid and weren't firing or even getting mad about a rush that couldn't be anticipated or staffed for. I got the memo. So what I would say to Sandra or anyone else that tells me that they live with this statement of "there's always more I need to do" in their head, persecuting them, is, so what if you don't get this one thing done or everything on your list done? What will happen negatively that will meaningfully impact you or your loved ones if you don't have a perfectly clean kitchen counter or dishes in the sink for a few hours? What if you do miss your 9-year-old son's 4th soccer game of the season? So what if you don't get a perfect evaluation at your yearly review and only got a 5% raise instead of a 6.5? How will any of these possible consequences reasonably cause any real harm to you or anyone around you? This process of questioning is how you get rid of some of this over-responsibility once you've inherited it. By examining the cost to you and your family and the people around you, if things either do or do not get done, you naturally place things in an appropriate context, and this effectively combats an all-or-nothing line of thinking. This is how you manage the perspective part of this problem. The perfectionism portion is similar, but slightly different. The variation strain of perfectionism at the heart of this voice statement takes something true. There's always something more I can do, and tries to make it actually happen as if it's something that can and should be accomplished. Let's say that you are in charge of the canned vegetables and soup department at a supermarket, and those 2 aisles are your responsibility. In theory, you would want to have perfectly symmetrical line of cans organized by type with all the labels facing exactly forward. To be sure, this would be the desired standard that anyone up the ladder in supermarket management would want it to look as nice and probably should be that way. But does it really mean anything if they aren't? I mean, is this sort of obsessive order going to sell more cans of pork and beans? Or prevent someone from slipping on a wet spot on the aisle? Or even improve profit margins for the chain? And if it really is something that you can reasonably achieve, and is it something that you can really achieve? And is it really something that you can reasonably achieve no matter how hard you try or how disciplined and responsible you are? It would take you setting up a tent in the store and keeping a 24/7 vigil for every can that gets moved a few spots over or gets turned to one side by a reluctant or questioning buyer. Is worrying about what can't be accomplished and wouldn't make much of an impact if it did, worth the internal sweat and misery that line of thinking brings? What I would say to Sandra, or any of you who spends their precious energy trying to cross every T and dot every I, is to openly and consistently reflect that to be in this position means that you have proved your responsibility and ability to be a mature, productive member of society many times over, and you deserve to see yourself in a positive light. Then we would discuss how you are not a human pack mule who needs to be stuck carrying supplies up the mountain every day for the rest of your life, and you deserve to enjoy some fruits of your hard work and responsibility. If we can agree to this, then we should start working on internally giving yourself permission to do something else other than to stay on the work-parent treadmill, and instead have some pleasurable and fun experiences that bring balance and meaning to the grind of life. It's okay to prioritize going out shopping and to dinner and letting some household chores wait. It's okay to spend some money on a weekend trip or spending a lazy weekend afternoon reading a paperback and having a glass of Chardonnay. It's not the end of the world if you miss your kid's game or be 15 minutes late to pick up your cousin at the airport or wait an extra day to cut the grass. Be successful and responsible about the things that truly matter and not the things that don't. Make sure to have some memorable nights on the beach under the summer moon. Sandra's therapist spent several sessions validating her stress and providing an honest and reliable reflection that the emotional and physical workload that she had assumed was excessive and would be experienced by anyone else the exact same way. At the same time, her therapist also began to shine a light on Sandra's habit of taking due. At the same time, her therapist also began to shine a light on Sandra's habit of taking on duties that either did not need to be done in any kind of pressing manner, and also the fact that she frequently stepped in and did tasks that were responsibility or concern of others. Using some basic cognitive behavioral techniques, her therapist began challenging Sandra to look at everything that needed to be done and start differentiating between essential tasks that needed to be done for survival or basic functioning versus those things that were essentially luxury tasks that didn't need to be done with any urgency. This was difficult for Sandra because she had always thrown everything in her life into the urgently needs to be done pile and reacted with extreme emotionality and stress to everything in it. The therapist started this process by getting her to buy into the reality that there truly are endless things that need to be done in order to achieve a perfect work and home environment, and pointed out that there was no humanly possible way to cross everything off that list on a daily basis. Once the therapist was able to get this buy-in from Sandra, separating the high priority items out of the pile from low priority items became much easier and real progress could be made. The therapist used the concept of sequential processing, with my permission since I coined the phrase, with her to help identify low priority tasks by examining and proving logically that no real harm would come to her life or anyone else's life and family if they did not get done immediately. In this way, Sandra was able to begin self-regulating for stress and acknowledging that if her living room window did not get wiped down with Windex every other week, then no real existential harm would come to her or anyone else, and her stress reduced accordingly. Sandra graduated from therapy considerably less stressed and less anxious and less dependent on medication to regulate her emotions. And when she said to herself, "There's always more I need to do," she was able to justify by remembering difference between urgent and not urgent tasks on a daily basis, and added, "But that's okay." Why am I not good enough to be treated better by him/her? Rachel was a 40-year-old woman with 2 teenage children who had called the therapist's office and asked for an appointment. She was clearly distraught and emotional and had a hard time scheduling her appointment through her tears. She reported to the office manager that she needed to be seen for her relationship problems with her husband of 17 years, who who she had recently found out had been sleeping with a coworker and had told her that he wanted a divorce after being confronted. The therapist encountered Rachel at the first appointment, and the impression she gave was that she appeared, on the surface, to be a very successful and self-disciplined woman. She appeared to have been exceptionally athletic, attractive, and successful at her career in human resources. However, she gave off a very fragile and dependent vibe at the same time. Rachel described herself as having been married to a man a year younger than her, who she had met directly after college. She had previously caught him texting other women at a couple points in years past, but always patched up the relationship and pushed forward. But now she was devastated at the idea of losing him. In taking stock of the relationship that she had with this man, Rachel pointed out numerous examples where she went above and beyond to take care of his needs in ways that he didn't even consider reciprocating in return. She unintentionally described this man as insensitive and brusque, macho sort of individual who seemed fixated on what he could get from her, rather than having any idea of what he was supposed to give in return for what he wanted. As Rachel and the therapist discussed how she was processing this reality that he wanted a divorce and chose to leave her for another woman, she regularly reflected back and stated, "I don't know why I wasn't good enough for him, so that he would treat me better and be faithful too, in a variety of different ways." This seemed to be her primary way of making sense of his behavior and the interpretation that she was fixated on as the main problem. The main question in her mind was whether her success or failure at being a good wife determined whether her husband would or would not have cheated on her. She was consumed with guilt, worrying that she had caused his behaviors. Responding to a loved one's bad behaviors or decisions with, "Why wasn't I worth treating better?" or "Why wasn't I good enough to deserve you acting differently?" It is a common thing to say. In fact, as I'm writing these very words, I have heard this exact phrase on 3 occasions from my clients in the past week sessions. On all 3 occasions, it's been a response to someone cheating and was an expression of feeling absolutely betrayed and that their marriage or relationship was irreparably damaged. And while I'm including it in this book because I don't believe it's the right way to interpret this kind of situation, I definitely feel empathy when someone says to me, as it is understandable, wrong turn in what has to feel like rush hour traffic and a maze of one-way streets after discovering something painful about someone you are deeply invested in. Let's explore why this is a place people go when they feel hurt and betrayed, and why it isn't the right turn to make when these kinds of things happen. Once again, this is a typical thing that people say when the relationship goes really, really wrong. It's an understandable conclusion to come in the heat of the moment. I believe that it is an attempt to explain the other person's behavior and make sense out of it when it doesn't seem to make sense right off the top. The question that should be asked when any relationship goes south or turns sour is, did this happen because of me and who I am and what I've done? Or did this happen because of them and who they are? In other words, was this me or was this them? When I hear this in the midst of people's grief and emotional bleeding, I know that what this statement means is that the victim of the poor behavior has decided that it's me. They are asking why their spouse or boyfriend, girlfriend, or whomever didn't consider them, their value, and their feelings in the decision-making process before doing something destructive. They also ask why the strength and quality of their relationship was not some sort of braking system or deterrent from them acting the way that they did. Now, I am of the opinion that it is perfectly understandable to believe that your value in the other eyes of other people would have some influence on how they behave and how they conduct themselves. I I would suspect that parents would like to think that their children will not misbehave because they respect and value them. It seems reasonable that someone in committed relationships would like to think that they would be important enough to be considered and to have some leverage over how their partner acts. The same reasoning and rules generally apply. The same reasoning and rules would generally apply to friendships, relationships with business partners, and perhaps an employee-employer relationship. It is normal to try to process and understand our own experiences and the influence that we have on others around us that we are intimately involved with. I have no problem whatsoever with this. I also have no problem with the idea that we do modify our behavior regularly to not offend and not to disappoint someone we care about or not to damage that union. This is where it gets tricky, because it sounds like I'm justifying the statement. Why was I not good enough for them and not able to act right? The way I tried to explain the difference was by telling the story of the 3 suitcases. Once upon a time, in my younger days, I was involved in the restaurant business. I frequently traveled out of town to conferences where the trainings were held about management, growth, or legal issues. We would be holed up in a very nice hotel somewhere as a group. My experience was that there were 3 kinds of people that went with me on these conference trips, and you could tell who they were by what they did after they set their suitcases down in the hotel room. For the sake of the story, I have to say that most people that I was on these conferences with were men, at a maybe 85 to 50% ratio. Almost all were at the place in life where they were either married, engaged, or had a long-term girlfriend that they were committed to. The first guy set his suitcase down in the hotel room and immediately thought about heading down to the hotel bar or going out on the town and looking for some action with a girl. Whether he felt any conscience about potentially cheating on the woman waiting on them back home or not is inconsequential to what he does, as he is on the hunt. The second guy set his suitcase down and told himself that it is wrong to give in to the urge to find companionship, and he said that he hopes he can resist temptation to do something that will damage or hurt the woman waiting for him back home. This guy knows what is right and says to himself, I hope I can get through this week without getting into trouble. Maybe he does, and maybe he doesn't. It's up in the air. The third guy sets his suitcase down and says to himself, I don't know what's going to happen over the next week or 2 with this conference, but I do know I'm not the kind of guy who cheats on his woman and breaks his commitment. Period. Many, many years ago, I went to a convention in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. I remembered having a conversation with this guy that we went out to dinner with. He was maybe a handful of years younger than me, and he gave me a fantastic testimony about how much he loved his wife. He talked about how she was a wonderful, noble woman who was fabulous to live with and great at raising kids, and that she had been really understanding when he had lost his job in the world of business. She suffered through the struggles and headaches that came with him building a new career in the restaurant business. He even showed me a picture of her, and she was a very nice-looking blonde gal who looked very much the part of what he had described as he bragged on her looks too. I just sort of cataloged this as a good story of a successful marriage and was glad to hear it. A couple of days before the conference ended, I finally gave in to the guys who had been asking me to go out to the karaoke bar where they had spent most of their evenings, pounding chicken wings, knocking down beers, and warbling out country music songs on the microphone. It wasn't but 5 minutes after I got there that this guy who had given me a great testimony about how much he loved his wife jumped up on stage and started crooning a boozy version of Garth Brooks' Shameless to this nondescript sort of pudgy girl in the front row who was clearly completely infatuated with him. The guy sitting next to me threw a confiding elbow into his ribs and leaned over to say, he's been sleeping with her since the second day he was here. and then added with irony that her kids are calling him daddy, with an accompanying laughter. If I was telling this story in a session to someone, the question I would be asking is whether the young guy's behavior really said anything about his wife's femininity, attractiveness, or personal worth, or did it speak to his character and personal traits? The point of my story about the 3 suitcases is that if you try to tie these individuals' decision making to the bow of the person they are attached to, then you completely diminish their capacity for an independent moral choice or specifically developed an individual values about relationships and sexuality and fidelity. It would then make their wives responsible for whatever their husbands decided to sexually act out on the road at these conferences and make the men's behaviors a complete reflection of their woman's value. Doesn't that sound ridiculous? It almost sounds like we're saying that these women have some sort of remote control ESP subliminal control over these guys to moderate how they choose to act, think, and feel. In reality, the decision is based on pre-planned moral values and immediate impulse control. I just do not believe that people make these kinds of choices and decisions based on external relationships, no matter how good they are or how bad they are, but on their own internal beliefs and values. You could, in theory, see someone trying very hard to maintain control because they didn't want to hurt their wife, fiance, girlfriend, but again, that wouldn't simply be resisting the pre-existing value that says, I would give in and do something pleasurable and impulsive and reckless if it were up to me. It would not change or transform that value. I understand completely, however, why this is such an appealing thing for us to say to ourselves. It would be wonderful and would give us a great sense of security if we had some way of keeping our wives or husbands or boyfriends, girlfriends, or fiancés from making terrible relationship choices about faithfulness because of what we did or who we are. Having this kind of control would do wonders for people's sense of security as long as things went well, but it would also give us a sense of control and security when things go badly. In Rachel's case, instead of having to admit that she made a poor marital choice and picked someone who did not have the same relationship values that she did, she could place the blame on herself, and this would give her hope. This way, she could tell herself that his behavior was a reflection of her. And if she could just find a better way to be a better wife and a better person, then he would be magically transformed and he would never cheat again. She would not have to go through the pain and misery of being dragged down the alley full of broken glass that divorce is. One of the core foundational pieces of lifelong depression, in my opinion, is the childhood belief that we can somehow find a way to transform a lacking parent or parents into who we need them to be through our own emotional efforts. What I'm saying is that someone, as a child, who is struggling, that a parent is either neglectful or abusive and is feeling that pain of either the good things that they aren't getting or the bad things they are getting, is going to naturally assume responsibility for what the parent does. No normal child of 8, 9, or 10 years of age would likely be able to understand the process why their mother is an alcoholic who tends to go into fits of anger and rage directed at them when she's inebriated. This is way too much to ask of someone so young and very inexperienced, and not only understanding why people think and feel the way that they do, but also doesn't have much life experience to develop a reasonable hypothesis in the first place. The child just naturally assumes that it's happening because they aren't good enough as a child, and that is an honest reflection of their deepest and most core worth. Then what happens? The child will usually try to improve their behavior and be a better kid, with the hope that this will somehow transform the alcoholic mother into a warm, loving, and nurturing parent that the child craves and desperately needs. Of course, this does not happen. The child's worth is not why the mother started drinking, abusing alcohol, and self-medicating. It could be one of any 100 reasons why Mama picked up the bottle and used it to try to cope with something inside her. The child assuming responsibility is part of our own adolescent narcissism, but is also understandable because we don't have any real depth or frame of reference to naturally evolve out of this narcissism into some higher state of understanding until we are older and more experienced. This assuming of responsibility for how our parents treated us, though, also gives us hope that we can miraculously transform them into who we need them to be if we just keep trying hard enough emotionally. This assuming of responsibility keeps us from falling into a deep pit of despair, as we will never get that which we need from them. This is the root of codependence that builds deep-rooted depression. Coming to the realization that we do not have any true control over someone else's values, beliefs, or core motivations for how they choose to act is both painful and liberating at the same time. To accept the fact that we do not have any control over someone else's core self leaves us in a state of not knowing for certain how someone that we love and are attracted to will choose to act under pressure or temptation to do something wrong. What it does do, on the other hand, is free us from having our self-esteem and self-worth hitched to someone else's runaway chuck wagon to determine who we are. The good part is that you are freed from responsibility of trying to control other people's behaviors. You can be plenty good enough to be treated well, but that is not the issue. Your value does not determine someone else's moral choices. What it does mean is that you have an obligation to examine this person thoroughly before you put your precious trust in their hands. Hopefully, this realization will lead to an examination of the other person's values. It is hard to accept the reality that Suitcase Guy makes his own decisions based on what he alone believes about relationships and life, and we have no real control over this process. In Rachel's case, it could be absolutely true that she was or was not the best wife that she could have been to her husband. She might have been the kind of wife who was screechy and demanding and put a lot of negative pressure on her husband to meet her emotional needs. She might have lacked warmth and was emotionally unavailable. Maybe she didn't pay enough attention to his romantic and sexual needs or his deepest, most intimate feelings. I would have no problem with someone like Rachel reviewing her performance in the relationship and critiquing it objectively and seeing what maybe she could have done better or should do better in her future relationships going forward. What I would have a problem with is if she believed any of her feelings, deficits, or a lack of emotional self-control or presence had any real bearing on her husband's behavior with other women. I would even go as far as to say that if she were really not a good wife and may have affected her husband to where it may have made it easier for him to justify his cheating behaviors, but it would have no direct, concrete bearing on what he chose to do in his private moments of opportunity for infidelities. There are plenty of people I have met in my adult life who have been in very uncomfortable and dysfunctional relationships who chose not to be deceitful and unfaithful despite not getting their needs met in the present. One situation does not equal or justify the other. Rachel's case was not an easy one, even for her very experienced and seasoned therapist. There were many 3 steps forward and 2 steps back sequences in the 1.5 sessions that followed. Her therapist was patient and understanding with this back and forth process, which really spoke to her attempt to determine how much her behavior had influenced other people, how much her behavior influenced what other people ultimately chose to do and act. The turning point in therapy for Rachel was when the therapist was able to effectively separate her behavior from her husband's by addressing the 2 separate points of whether Rachel had been an emotionally pleasing wife versus her husband's values about infidelity. The therapist asked Rachel if she believed that a better sprinkler system on the 94th and 95th floor of the World Trade Center building would have prevented 9/11 from happening. Rachel quickly recognized the absurdity of the question and rightfully answered that even if sprinklers had been operating at maximum capacity, it still would not have prevented WTC-1 from catastrophically coming down. The therapist then suggested that the sprinkler system was like whether she was a good wife or not, and the building coming down was the result of her husband having a value that he should pursue pleasurable and enticing sexual relationships for gratification, no matter whether he was married or not. This separated the two issues conclusively for the client, and Rachel was able to begin seeing her estranged husband as someone with a defective moral character and low impulse control, who would have acted the way he had, no matter how well she acted, what she looked like, or what she did for him throughout the marriage. Rachel eventually changed this distorted question from, why was I not good enough to make him a faithful husband, to a more appropriate question, why was my husband not good enough to be a successful marriage partner? She successfully placed the responsibility for the destruction of the marriage on him and began to feel less and less depressed about the divorce in the midst of her pain and the loss going through the breakup. After about 18 months of painful process and therapy, Rachel began seeing a man who was a much more appropriate potential partner and left the counseling center in much less codependent and more stable emotional place, ready to live her life more successfully. I'm supposed to always forgive people when they wrong me. Juliet was a very warm and friendly woman in her mid-20s who radiated a sense of warmth and openness, if not excessive vulnerability. She walked into the counseling center and asked to fill out the new client paperwork. She wrote on the form that she was suffering from guilt and anxiety over relationships both within her family and outside of it, including acquaintances and friends. Upon starting her first session, Juliet radiated and communicated a sense of deep-seated conflict over feeling morally commanded to be more forgiving within some very tense and difficult relationships, and yet also experiencing a conflicting desire not to extend olive branches to some of the people she was in conflict with. As Juliet spoke more about her upbringing, she described being the oldest of very sincere and religious parents. Her father, being a lay minister, taught the value of forgiveness at all costs to both she and her siblings, and was raised to believe that it was the foundational act of being a good Christian, a good citizen, and neighbor in the community. While this was appealing and seemed like a good value to try and live by, Juliet also described having issues with a younger sister who was consistently deceitful, who had stolen items from Julian's apartment and car on several occasions, and was also rumored to have been abusing pills. Juliet also had problems with a cousin who was verbally aggressive and intrusive on her personal life without either seeming remorse or regret. She also struggled with dating, as she had a couple of long-term relationships with men that were very one-sided and had a pattern of them wronging her with either unfaithfulness or taking advantage of her financially, with Juliet graciously forgiving them repeatedly until they eventually lost interest in her or found more appealing options. Juliet attempted to maintain a positive and happy countenance during sessions for several weeks by justifying her values, but eventually the cracks began to show, and she ended up tearfully confessing to her therapist that she felt there was something wrong with her, that people keep taking advantage of me, and that she silently felt both great pain at the wounds from others and helpless to do anything about this pain, but to endure it from here onwards. When pressed about this helplessness, Juliet stated that she believed she had no recourse but to keep granting absolution to others who wronged her, or she would be failing at her faith and also enacting her father's faith. Taken to an extreme, this is a really, really bad idea. Now, most people don't paint every situation with the same brush and give everyone the same level of forgiveness, but when they do, it is always disastrous. So let's start from the beginning with this one. The idea of forgiving people when they do you wrong sounds like a wonderful idea on the surface, doesn't it? Who wouldn't applaud the idea of actively seeking greater harmony and relational union with others by giving out graceful and understanding response for the poor decision making, ignorance, and sometimes just worthless values of others around us? It sounds wonderful to me on the surface, too. Definitely the world can use some more grace and understanding and more forgiveness. I think we would all agree that it's a good idea to have a general sense of forgiving because we all acknowledge that we ourselves have not always treated other people around us the way that we would have wanted to be treated. And we acknowledge that we need some level of forgiveness from others and some grace for our own shortcomings. There is no doubt that this gracious approach to the hurts, offenses, and misdeeds that others intentionally or accidentally inflict on us is a value that is supported and heralded as good and noble by both the world of faith and by the world of psychotherapy. We acknowledge that forgiveness is absolutely essential in life because it is a natural and unavoidable part of life that you will offend someone that you care about by either selfishness, ignorance, or by incidental contact, and we know that this goes both ways. There is not anyone who has even a smidgen of integrity and accountability who has not made bad decisions that have damaged someone else and felt guilty or ashamed and wanted to fix the damage that they created and depended on the other party having this value and being willing to let them make the relationship right. On the flip side, knowing that, we know that there has to be some general commitment to learn to work through these offenses, or we would all be one and done in relationships, and we would run out of people around us to connect to, and we would end up sad, miserable, and completely isolated. So we learn to work through these bumps in the road, and we keep these relationships alive and pumping blood so as not to get thrown off the tracks with small offenses and hurts, and we hope that others are learning the same sort of resiliency for the betterment of our social and family lives. The issue in my scenario recounted above is that this was not what Juliet experienced. The problem was not that she was some hypersensitive, fragile flower who reacted poorly to normal life offenses, like someone accidentally taking a soda out of her work refrigerator that was hers and drinking it, or a supervisor snapping at her because she hadn't had her morning coffee yet. No, it's more than that. There are major offenses that have been committed against her and were painful, damaging, and could not be shrugged off as normal part of life and moved on from. These were emotional felonies, not emotional misdemeanors. So let's look at forgiveness on a more serious and deeper level. From listening to people talk about their struggles in relationships over the years, my experience has been that there are 3 different kinds of forgiveness that people talk about and try to use. Let me see if I can explain them clearly in a way that will make sense. The first is a simple version that we've sort of already talked about in this chapter. I called this one the shrug it off style of forgiveness, where the offense is so small that it isn't worth taking the effort to stop one's life and try to hash it out a solution with a person that did it, and it really isn't worth spending a bunch of time being hurt or worrying about what happened. Some of these types of examples might include someone cutting you off during a phone conversation and seeming slightly rude or sounding sort of edgy in their tone while you're talking. It might be that your spouse accidentally forgot to keep track of an expense in your online checking account and you find out later and it seems mildly disrespectful and irresponsible. It might be that someone forgot to give you details about the meeting they were supposed to organize or host. The list is endless of what these small misdemeanors could be, but generally the person who experiences them says to themselves that they are too small to affect their relationship with this other person and they do not count as serious enough to worry about it. You just moved on as though nothing happened. This sounds like a very small, meaningless skill that we're talking about, but it's not. If you have ever done marriage counseling and tracked the things that people fight about, you would be mildly surprised at how petty or how sensitive people can be at holding on to the smallest of disruptions in the marriage, and how useful it is for people who live together and raise children together or sleep together to have a little bit higher tolerance for these inevitable bumping into each other moments and not take them as some sort of proof of a bigger relationship problem. I believe strongly that these sort of small things do not need to be hashed and rehashed, or you would be having frequent conferences with your wife or husband for every edgy tone or failure to return your call or text right away, and you would drive each other crazy and never get anywhere together. Nonetheless, I think we could all agree that this is a good one, that we can all identify with and probably do reasonably well with, unless you are a professional injustice collector and spend most of your days obsessing over minutia. The second kind of forgiveness is on the far other side of the ocean when it comes to the level of offenses. This one is reserved for the strongest of felonies that hopefully no one has ever had to experience or go through. I call this one the wash my hands of it technique. And you see it when people have unfortunately undergone a tremendous tragedy at the hands of someone else, or maybe a lengthy series of offenses by someone who is just incapable of or completely unwilling to take any accountability for what they've done. The last time I saw an example of this in the media was when someone linked me to a story on Facebook with a video of a man sitting in a courtroom setting, speaking directly to the unrepentant murderer of his sister. He was very clear in stating that he was forgiving the killer and would no longer hold any malice in his heart towards him and intended to move forward. I've also seen it recently in sessions when one of my clients dealt with an elderly parent who had been a miserable caregiver for their whole lives and had done nothing but bring misery to everyone under their authority, but who was now in terrible health and in need of hospice care and could no longer wreak havoc on their grown children and relatives around them. I believe that in the first case, the brother in the courtroom was speaking and making a deliberate decision to no longer carry around the rightful rage and desire to inflict punishment and retribution that he surely felt towards the murderer of his sister, and that we would likely have felt right along with, and that he was seeking a discharge of all active hostile emotion. In the second case, I believe that my client was making a similar decision to wash their hands of a lifetime of bad feelings, rightfully developed because of abusive or neglectful behaviors by their parent, because there was no point at the present time of spending any energy on it. The parent was helpless physically and emotionally, and my client acknowledged that there would never be any possibility of meaning resolution to past wounds, and decided to provide reasonably compassionate care out of basic human dignity. In both cases that I detailed, there was no reasonable belief that any harmony could be achieved with the other person through accountability, discussion, so the injured party balanced themselves out cognitively and emotionally by discharging all their bad feelings toward them so that they themselves could return to a normal life. It is also clear that this decision to discharge those feelings was sort of the last and final statement about the relationship in question. It was almost a eulogy of sorts and pronounced that relationships end and that there would be nothing else going forward on an emotional level. I don't begrudge people using this technique myself, because otherwise I could see that they could be consumed by fiery anger that comes from these injustices, and that it would leave them a miserable smoldering heap for the remainder of their lives. I believe that the third kind of forgiveness is one that Juliet was wrestling with at the start of this chapter, and is the one that causes people anxiety and depression that sends them regularly into my office, looking for some sort of relief from destructive pattern that reads misery at every turn. She was trying to figure out a way to deal with strong, intensive, and deliberate offenses that others had done to her within the relationships. In the case example that I drew up, Juliet had tried to use a combination of the first and second techniques when she was damaged and hurt, and neither were appropriate. This third sort of forgiveness would be easily recognized as being one of reconciliation, and she was trying desperately to create with both her younger sister with the drug problem and a series of boyfriends who were self-centered, using her for their own pleasure and convenience despite being the only one participating in this process. I argue regularly with people who want to forgive someone who has wronged them that a true reconciliation style of forgiveness is only possible if the other person is participating meaningfully towards healing the hurt and the damage caused by being accountable and displaying an attitude of change about not doing the same offense again in the future. True relationships take something close to an equal effort from both parties. Otherwise, what you have is something like a parent-child relationship where one person is the producer and the other person is the consumer, where someone's resources are being siphoned without conscience by the consumer. And this is not good in any adult interactions. The first problem with Juliet's value of unilateral and unconditional forgiveness was that she had tried to take sole responsibility for the relationship altogether and was trying to eliminate the other person out of this process completely. This is clearly a display of excessive control and reeked of an unhealthy codependence which will leave her, or you, an anxious and depressed emotional mess. It will also leave you in a state of constant vulnerability with no personal boundaries, and this will be like raising a gigantic flag and waving it across the countryside to others that says, "Come take whatever you want from me. I have no standards and will accept any treatment with no consequences." You will attract every narcissistic and self-absorbed emotional vampire from miles around, and they will hone in on you like a helpless prey and will manipulate whatever they can from you before leaving you empty, drained, with bruised and battered feelings, and wondering why anyone would treat you so poorly when you try so hard to be a good person. Juliet was practicing altruism and not healthy grace-based forgiveness that builds relationships and develops greater empathy and accountability and trustworthiness in the other person as well. Another reason to not just wash your hands of these sort of offenses that Juliet was trying to do is that it's not good for the other person. If you allow someone to act selfishly and destructively, and you attempt to forgive them over and over with no consequences, as anyone who has ever watched an episode of Intervention will attest to, their behaviors will get progressively worse. We need relationship consequences when we misstep, because it develops our own empathy and awareness of the space, the feelings, and the needs of others. When the offender responds appropriately to those consequences, then it builds trust and healthy respect and intimacy in the one who was wronged. True reconciliation-based forgiveness requires penance and restitution from the person that has offended you. Avoiding the other person and their part in this process of forgiveness is both potentially damaging to yourself in that whatever was at the heart of why they wronged you is still unchallenged and unchanged, and also because it is not a true relationship if the other person is not invested in preserving and maintaining it. I usually hear this excessive attempt to award unwarranted grace and unconditional forgiveness from individuals who were less specifically trained to be deliberate altruists like Juliet in my vignette, but rather are worried about losing love of others, or who feel an excessive and overpowering responsibility to be nice. Those who are excessively anxious about losing love of others usually had an experience in childhood of being abandoned and clung to the belief that if they just could have been better or more worthy of that the abandonment wouldn't have happened. As a result, they overfunction and give absolution to anyone who sins against them under the belief that this will keep them from being abandoned, unloved, and alone, and to maintain an attachment regardless of what the other person thinks, feels, or wants or does. The second group, who are overly concerned about being nice at all costs, similarly have an exaggerated concern with being rejected. So they are mobilized personally to never give anyone any reason to think they are being bad, and they hope this will enough to ward off the same sense of rejection. The fear of not being good enough is frequently what I see at the heart of cheap forgiveness. I cannot count the number of times that I have reset someone who professes a sincere and committed Christian faith, but who is perpetually victimized by others taking advantage of them, that God of the Christian faith does not unilaterally forgive people unconditionally. They usually accept this theologically reality when I challenge them with, well, do you believe that all dogs go to heaven? And answer, no, of course not. You have to repent and change your behavior to get to heaven and be in a relationship with God. Then my next challenge is almost always, if you're trying to forgive others without repentance, then you're telling me that you can do something that God can't, and you believe somehow that you're superior to God. This usually works as a sort of spiritual chiropractic adjustment, and they accept that you cannot have a reconciled relationship to someone who has either damaged you in the past and has no concern about it, or is actively in the process of repeatedly damaging and hurting you over and over again and has no concern about it. In conclusion, I completely hold to the value that relationships require mutual accountability, effort, and forgiveness. Forgiveness in its truest sense is an act that brings reconciliation, requires the one who has harmed to make appropriate restitution, and reasonably display that they do not intend to do the same again. On the other hand, I also don't believe that this is a perfect process, and that every harmful word or act will be met with a perfectly congruent and equal level of energy coming back the other way, and it's up to you who are wounded to decide whether the effort of repair is enough. I do not believe that it is a wise relationship value to expect specific perfection from those who harmed us, but instead use good judgment to determine whether someone generally is accountable, feels badly, and will not likely do the same thing to us again. In Juliet's case, however, she definitely needed to begin the process of learning to protect herself appropriately on the emotional level, and maybe physical level too, and value herself enough to expect others will earn what they want from her emotionally, cognitively, and physically. Juliet will need to set appropriate boundaries for those who do not and would not do her selfish harm. To learn this concept of setting boundaries is to develop appropriate adult self-esteem and will reduce her anxiety and depressive symptoms. Juliet's therapist allowed her to reveal deeper feelings and experiences at a pace that was comfortable for her and respected her need to control what was revealed, and found that their originally discussed relationship problems were only the tip of the iceberg. She had suffered many more abusive indignancies from relatives, so-called friends, and romantic partners. Juliet had a lengthy history of emotional abuse at the hands of several relatives, while an adult who consistently abused her kindness brazenly took advantage of her financially while speaking disparagingly of her while doing it. Furthermore, she suffered both emotional and physical abuse from both long-term boyfriends who had also treated her with extreme disregard as someone to be consumed and manipulated at their whims and discretion. Juliet spoke tearfully at feeling helpless to stand up for herself and reject these behaviors, because they all were always very apologetic afterwards, and she did not feel comfortable challenging their sincerity and felt obligated to restart the relationships as though nothing had ever happened. After lengthy discussions about the values that she inherited unquestionably from her father, Juliet began to see that it was less about being appropriately forgiving than it was a form of altruistic, unconditional love that had been broadcast to others around her, and that she had no personal boundaries and was a vulnerable victim for whatever they wanted to take from her. Juliet began to see that she really did attract people who were morally capable of taking advantage of others without conscience, and that these relationships were utterly destructive to her self-esteem and caused her to be anxious about how others would treat her. Progress was slow, but steady. Eventually, Juliet began the uncomfortable process of saying no to others and having to endure the emotional wrath of those used to having access to her emotions and resources. But she began developing the ability to negotiate better and healthier relationship outcomes, and also have the ability to recognize people who were willing to treat her fairly, as opposed to those who were simply out to consume her and what she owned. By the time she ended therapy after a year and a couple of months, Juliet was much more careful about who and under what circumstances she offered forgiveness, and she accepted those who did her wrong to show real contribution and make the relationship right before being close and vulnerable to them again. You should always put others first. Gunnar was a tall, soft-spoken young man in his early 20s and was not that far removed from living in his parents' home. He appeared much less confident and sure of himself when he walked into the therapist's office than one might assume he should be. He prefaced his current feelings of depression and overall hopelessness with a long and at times confusing story of growing up in a turbulent household where no one seemed to be comfortably in charge. Gunnar began to feel strangely responsible for what appeared to be able-bodied parents. As his story continued, it came out that Gunnar was told repeatedly that he should always put others' needs first, and it appeared that he took this mantra to a literal extreme. As a result, he became the family's primary provider during his high school years and took on an incredible amount of physical and mental stress to ensure everything ran correctly and smoothly in the family. Gunnar did all this while going to school during the day and working full-time hours at a restaurant at night. When the therapist asked about his parents under the assumption that they must have been sick or elderly for him to assume this role, was surprised to hear that they just took it easy and let him take care of them for seemingly no good reason. Gunnar could not reconcile their apparent taking advantage of him for their own laziness and lack of personal responsibility for not only his younger siblings, but also for their own self-care and kept. Gunnar kept reflecting back to this value that he had accepted as a straight and universal truth. As a result, he had a history of painfully imbalanced relationships with employers and friends who had shamelessly used and abused him into a perpetual state of exploitation of his time, money, and emotional resources. Even worse, Gunnar felt a strange sense of guilt and shame over seemingly not being able to enact his parents' values and make their version of life work, and was in a constant state of self-questioning. The above example may seem extreme in its black and white application, as few believe that you should apply this piece of moral direction in every single relationship and situation. But I can say without a shadow of a doubt that one of the biggest issues I personally encounter in trying to treat depression and anxiety is the problem of overgiving. This will be a difficult subject, unselfishness and doing this very thing of putting others first, to discuss without tapping into all sorts of religious and moral training that we have all heard about since we were children, from a variety of respectable authority figures. There is also an unreasonable and excessive negative definition of selfishness that makes looking out in a completely necessary and healthy way for oneself a thing of shame and guilt as well. As a result, I will try to demythologize this saying in a way that does not devalue taking others' welfare into extreme consideration, does not discard the concept of self-sacrifice that is a core tenet of my own and many others' faith, and is also a necessary component of parenting and child rearing as well. As I said, the real problem, as I see it, is overgiving and not giving itself. In the vignette above, the problem was not the young man's attempt to give something meaningful and valuable to his family, but that he extremely overgave. This ended up being a big part of his personal pathology and depression that had to be deconstructed in therapy. The first problem that should be very apparent in reading this vignette was that his parents were absolutely promoting a value that they themselves had no intention of living or embodying. They were using this value to exploit and manipulate their own son into inappropriately taking care of needs they were more than capable of meeting on their own. This highlights the basic problem of you trying to put others' needs first and then putting their own needs first as well, at the very same time, and what this ends up creating. The obvious answer is a lopsided distribution of resources. Most people who talk up this value have a subtle expectation that other people around them will do the same thing, and thus we will all be part of a social circle of mutual consideration and care for one another's neighbor, and sort of assume that this is already a given. What ends up happening is that someone else looks out for their own welfare, in maybe even a natural and not excessively self-concerned way, and they receive a second helping of consideration, and the giver ends up with an empty plate, and the relationship is thrust into a strange imbalance that causes uncomfortable anxiety and tension. Understanding this, let's take a shot at the bad rap that selfishness gets in everyday conversation and understanding. We usually interpret this word as automatically meaning that someone is being completely and inappropriately concerned with themselves, and that they are being unhealthily narcissistic, failing to treat others with respect and normal consideration. I would argue that we all necessarily selfish in that we have a life to live with our own need to develop skills and abilities, both cognitive and emotional, to survive and thrive in this world. We also have to cultivate our own interests, talents, and dreams, or we would be little serious value to the others around us, and we would never build any real resources to share with anyone around us in the first place. Developing the self is necessary and a prime task to be achieved in both the words of faith and psychotherapy that I live in. It is also the prime task of personality development that we work towards achieving with our children. There is a difference between normal levels of developing oneself for the purpose of being a healthy and functioning person versus being abnormally unaware or unconcerned about the well-being of those around them and taking excessively from them for one's own gratification. One of my other deep convictions about this value is the reality that all relationships have built-in self-interest that causes the relationship to exist in the first place. For example, take romantic relationship between opposite sexes or same sex, it does not matter. The genesis of any romantic relationship is that person A identifies that they have some desire or need that they want to have satisfied, and that they need person B to achieve meeting those needs. If they didn't have a core desire or need, then there would never be any reason for a relationship to be initiated in the first place. If person A always puts others first, then they would never have need to seek out a relationship to begin with, because having a desire in the first place would be a violation of the value. Furthermore, person A would have no say in who they had a relationship with either, and would have to take the first offer from whatever person stumbled across them, in this case, person B. And person B then decided they wanted whatever resources and characteristics that person A had. Therefore, living this value would mean that someone, person A, would have no literal say over whom they had a relationship with. Person A would be at the mercy of others and to the fate of whomever chose them, and that they would be rendered unable to say no to any request or demand, or simply because you cannot put your own needs, preferences, and even personal health and safety before the other person's willfulness. This sounds bizarre, doesn't it? Realistically, in marriage counseling, the start of all these unions begins with someone wanting their reproductive drive needs met and making an overture to someone else who counters with them wanting their own reproductive drive met. If both believe that they can successfully get their own needs met and pay the price that the other person expects, then an entry-level deal is struck and the relationship tentatively begins. I have never, ever encountered a person A that found absolutely nothing attractive or beneficial about person B and merely took up a relationship with them out of some completely altruistic desire to serve others slavishly and for no personal gain. Never. Now, this is not to say that there is not some level of desired consideration and occasional selflessness within these relationships. Because if two people want different or competing things, then someone may have to make a compromise for the betterment of their partner or the betterment of the relationship. This would be normal and healthy, we would all agree. But what would happen if one person always puts their partner's needs first? Well, the first thing that would happen is the other person would have to decide whether to match this and join them in this strange exercise of never wanting anything for yourself and always wanting what was received without a return. If person B doesn't match this flow of unselfish giving, then there will be an incongruence and unfairness at the heart of this relationship, with one person being a consumer, and this makes them the lesser person, right? And actually promotes them being narcissistic and childish, in that they are now taking more than they are giving, and is personally destructive to person B's character. This good-hearted intention is now causing the moral and spiritual destruction of your partner, and how could you stand by and watch someone you presumably love become damaged by the very act of unselfishness that you are trying to implement? Taking this saying to the extreme would mean that you would also be accepting that everything you have and are should be sacrificed or outright given to others. Do you truly believe that putting others first should mean that you should freely give all of your worldly possessions away to whomever asks them or wants them? How about your time? Should you allow all others to control your time schedule to the point where you forego working or caring for children or elderly relatives? And your money? Should you have an open checkbook for whomever wants to dip into it? Looking past these physical resources, does this value mean that you should have no inner space that is yours and stay private safely to yourself? Putting others first would mean giving up whatever information or emotional responses that others want as well. All of this, of course, sounds absurd, and while it sounds like a wonderful thing to do in general, it's a completely unwieldy thing to do, actually practiced literally. It is impossible to be a functioning person when you always sacrifice whatever you have for others on their demand or even your perception. A healthier and more ethical approach to relationships in general is to teach people to negotiate relationships that are much more quid pro quo in nature. While we can dig up and discuss the actual definition of this Latin term and how it, at its root, of our entire legal system, the way I usually describe it to people is recounting a scene from The Godfather, where Don Corleone first established himself in his home neighborhood. He's shown setting up a storefront office and sitting with his right-hand man when a distraught and dramatic old woman came in and immediately pronounced the end of her world because her landlord raised her rent and she will surely fall into poverty and end up homeless and could die cold, hungry, and abandoned. Coralini promised he would intervene and sent for the landlord, who proved to be completely deaf to the godfather's orders. To the godfather's offer that if the landlord will do him a favor by not raising the old woman's rent, then he would return this favor, and I will take care of you. The landlord refused angrily and stormed out of the storefront, to which Coralini rolled his eyes at his bodyguard. Maybe an hour later, presumably after someone told the crotchety old man that he just insulted a mob boss, the landlord came hurriedly back into the office and begged for forgiveness and insisted that he will never charge the old widow another dime of rent as long as she lived. The godfather tried to explain over and over again that this is too much and that he will repay the favor graciously, and even if he just keeps the rent the same. But the landlord wouldn't hear a word of it and left fearfully, insisting the old woman will live rent-free. After he left, Coralini just looked at his sidekick and shook his head with exasperation that people just can't get the concept of, you wash my hand and I'll wash yours. And the sidekick raised his hands with similar bewilderment. While I am not a marriage counselor by trade, I've done enough work with couples, married, unmarried, and cohabitating, to see that the number one issue that causes breakups and divorce is a belief that the relationship isn't fair, and that this sense of unfairness is what brings about the anger and unhappiness at the root of the conflict. When there is an imbalance in either affection, energy, commitment, or simply how much they do for me versus how much I do for them, it goes against human nature. It brings about feelings that the other person either doesn't care enough about us or that they are selfish. Maybe they are just incapable of holding up their end of the bargain. The key to helping any couple fix their relationship and stay together is bringing about fairness and equality in the both people should strive to treat each other evenly and getting it as close to even as it can be will almost always convince the couple to stay together with mutual respect and affection. The same ethic and dynamics apply to relationships between employers and employees, and the expectation of the equal giving and receiving between both is the glue that holds the relationship together. A downturn in production or attendance will cause a problem for the employer. Similarly, overwork or a reduction in pay or benefits will cause a problem for the employee. Obviously, the simplest version of always putting others first would not work smoothly in either of these foundational relationships that we all generally engage in. If we have made a substantial case that is saying is a well-meaning principle that doesn't work in reality, then what should we replace it with that would actually work better? My belief is that we should teach, and indeed I do teach this in my sessions with my clients regularly, people to instead expect fairness and deliver fairness in their interactions with other people and even institutions. I would personally shift this saying from always put others first to always keep the welfare of others in mind when you are making decisions to be fair. Or make sure your relationships are fair so that they are healthy. These seem much more useful and realistic and help us build quid pro quo relationships that benefit others as much as they benefit us, and that don't force anyone into being a self-centered consumer who will drive others away, or selfless, depressed martyr that will eventually be the one who flees from frustration and exhaustion. These would prepare a person, if used wisely and consistently, to build necessary, beneficial to oneself relationships with an empathetic balance and foresight that has to be equally good for both sides if it is going to work and going to last. Gunnar began to work his way out of this emotional and cognitive straitjacket that his parents selfishly manipulated him into. He began, with help, to understand human nature and that the way his relationships worked if he brought none of himself to the table. He had an eye-opening meeting with his supervisor and the owner of the business one day when he was concerned that his work demands kept rising while his pay remained substandard. They didn't deny that the relationship was unfair to Gunnar at the heart of it, but implored him to trust us that it will get better, and gave him vague promises about promotions and bonuses down the road. These promises required Gunnar to keep overproducing in their favor, of course, and it had no real concrete timeline of when he could expect to earn more, or what he would have to do to get promoted, or even specifics of what that promotion would do. Gunnar began to see that if they couldn't make it fair now, then there wasn't much reason to believe they would somewhere in the future. Through counseling, he also became more and more aware of his own value and how responsible and productive employee he truly was, and this spurred him even further away from the instinctive self-sacrifice toward wanting to be treated fairly. He began setting limits with his employer and resisted being taken advantage of despite their complaints and attempts to apply pressure on him to keep giving and giving with no return on his investment. Eventually, Gunnar began to look for a better job and was able, with his improved self-confidence, to negotiate a much better position with an increase in salary. The supervisors were aware that the job duties, atmosphere, and compensation had to match up with what they were expecting from him, and he transitioned nicely into the new position. Slowly, Gunnar set firm boundaries with both family and friends and expected others to take care of themselves as the adults they were, and limited his selflessness to situations where charity was deserved and absolutely needed. As a result, his depressive symptoms decreased, and his mood and energy increased. He became much better at building healthy interactions and unions with others, and was able to leave therapy successfully. Well, you know everything happens for a reason. Fred was an idealistic young man in his early 20s with an unwavering conservative Christian faith and tried hard to maintain an even-keeled mood in the face of adversity. Upon having learned that his cousin was involved in a near-fatal automobile accident that left him critically injured with a lengthy recovery period, Fred went to the hospital and met his relatives and addressed his family's grief and anxiety. Fred's go-to approach was recurrent reassurance that everything happens for a reason and that all is happening according to God's plan. No matter the level of grief and misery Fred got confronted with, he stoically reassured everyone that their tears, angers, or questioning were unwarranted and that this occurrence is all part of the happier story that we have not seen the fruits of yet. Cherie was an energetic and eager young woman in her mid-30s who went through a traumatic divorce from her husband 12 years 2 days ago. Cherie was actively hopeful in recapturing the feeling of being married, the emotional security that came from it. Friends at work introduced her to a man who appeared to be somewhat questionable candidate for a long-term relationship. Those close to her suggested she might not want to place too much energy into developing a relationship. Despite their friends and wise counsel, and this new man's erratic moods and financial issues, Cherie was not deterred. She reassured her friends that being introduced was sort of a validation of the investment because everything happens for a reason. She continued forward with this new man, confident that whatever was to occur was somehow meant to be. Simone was an educated yet eccentric woman who was just out of her teens, who placed a great deal of thought into places, people, and events that happened around her. She would develop an almost fundamentalist scientific view of how these elements intertwine and are interlocked both literally and figuratively. She believed that there was an underlying governing plan for the universe, that each event that occurred in her life had a celestial meaning and message for her to understand and appropriately respond to. Simone felt that she must conform to this plan and not disrupt what had been scheduled to happen. She deliberately, deeply, on seemingly random happenings, and relationship transactions, looking for this deep river of meaning that could tell her what the next step in her journey would be. As a result, her life is frequently bogged down to a snail's pace due to her anxiety and deliberation. The regular criticism directed towards anyone who believes that some event is part of a bigger plan or conspiracy is anyone who believes in conspiracy theories is actually trying to resist the reality that sometimes insignificant people can cause meaningful and or tragic acts. Sometimes things are just actually how they appear to be and do not contain a deeper meaning or set of circumstances behind them. In other words, these folks get wholesale criticism and dismissed because they believe things are more complicated than they really are. There has always been a battle that continues on in mainstream culture about how to interpret history. No better example of this is the assassination of John F. Kennedy. One side suggested that a lone gunman simply acted out his anger and shot an impossible shot that defied the laws of physics. And the other side wove a grandiose collusion between intelligence agencies and Cuban exiles. The diehards have trouble keeping it straight without a scorecard, and much rancor and continued name-calling had gone back and forth. We have always struggled as a people to make sense of why things happen, and what force or lack of force is behind them. One of the biggest issues that I get regularly during sessions is, why do bad things happen to good people? And how to understand death and tragedy in the bigger picture of life, and in terms of personal religious belief and theology. This is valid and absolutely necessary set of questions that resides in the heart of making sense of life. From my perspective, I would agree with the premise of logotherapy that argues that the primary motivational force of an individual is to find meaning in life, and that the mental health issues come from an inability to either be on this journey or an inability to complete this journey and answer the question to one's own satisfaction. Everyone I have ever spoken with in a session, and this is an admittedly select group, as people who don't care about the meaning of life don't generally show up in a therapist's office, has tried to answer this question in one shape or another and struggled to get it right in their own mind. Overall, I would say that existential questions, things that relate to our basic existence on the planet, are absolutely necessary, understandably so, and we have to come up with an answer to have any meaningful quality of life. I have run across people who were either too complacent or too simple to do much pondering about their life. These people tend to sort of live either with a dull laziness or with consistent gratification and daily pursuit of pleasure on their mind. They are not people who will be downloading and reading this book, and are probably not like any of the three individuals above in my scenarios. Let's take a look at what Fred, Cherie, and Simone were actually trying to say in these little vignettes about their view, the meaning of life. About how they view the meaning of life, and what their underlying assumptions and values actually are. Starting with our friend Fred. I will make the argument that his take is the most commonly experienced one I see in sessions, and is the simplest one to make sense of. Fred has taken the generic position that all sadness and grief can and should be responded by a general and vague sense that all this emotional reaction is completely unnecessary because there is clearly something bigger and better that it is part of. Fred also believed that the grieving party should take to heart that everything has gone accordingly to some plan. Does this belief really hold water and make sense? For it to be true, it would mean that each individual tragedy is planned and scheduled, seen within a bigger self-contained movie. It would also mean that there would be a specific payoff to both the person who suffered and the person grieving that suffering. I always contest the Fred style of interpreting life is the manner theologically by asking them about 9/11. What was the greater good of the hundreds and hundreds of people who were forced by unbearable heat and smoke to hurl themselves out of the towers to certain death below? Without fail, the individuals will start backpedaling from this statement, and belatedly suggest that maybe they are not right and not everything in life is a part of a bigger and better movie with a great ending to come. More often than not, Fred doesn't even believe that everything is a part of a bigger scene with a happy ending, actually. He was simply avoiding a complicated and emotional and messy counter with someone who probably has a completely justifiable reason to feel terrible over a true loss. Fred tried to give some well-intentioned comfort to get the grieving party through a difficult moment. Usually the party that was grieving will understand that Fred was trying to be a good friend and won't take Fred's comments that seriously. In the next example, we have Cherie trying to make sense of a dating relationship and determine exactly what her responsibility will be in making sure that she's making good decisions in the relationship and will continue in a healthy manner. When she was confronted with the facts based on her own experience that this new relationship started off poorly, Cherie came to the conclusion that this new man may not be the best candidate due to his impulsive nature, which caused him to leave jobs, making him not the most reliable provider. She did not process this directly. Neither did Cherie spend much energy thinking about the other parts of the relationship either, such as whether this new boyfriend has control of his emotions, whether his moodiness was a sign of some dark depression or lack of anger control, or whether he can provide her any real meaningful security, either emotionally or physically. Cherie did not stop to ask what his values and beliefs were on a whole variety of subjects, such as being in a committed relationship, raising children, managing money, faith, and personal ethics, and so on. Instead, she bypassed all of her personal responsibility to do this forensic investigation and reality testing with this man and went straight to a passive dependence on fate to make her decision for her. Lots of people place a stamp of approval on an event by saying everything happens for a reason and have avoided the personal decision-making process themselves. It appears Cherie has chosen a passive emotional comfort over the stress and uncertainty of having to make stressful and impactful decision that could either be a positive or negative one for the rest of her life. What Cherie may have been doing as a way of managing life events is what I've referred to as premature sanctioning. Let me give you an example. I had an acquaintance of mine from high school who went through a messy divorce that became public knowledge via social media, where it became a topic of discussion. One of his friends suggested that he try and get back on the horse by trying an online dating service that spent some time trying to convince him of its virtues on a specific thread. This acquaintance replied back to him with, "Thanks, but God sent me a wonderful woman and we're dating and involved now." All I could think of when I read this is, it's a little early to know whether God sent this woman to you or whether you found her all by yourself. Not surprisingly, this new woman disappeared from his social media post, and he went on to pursue other avenues for dating. It is a common tendency for people to automatically pronounce a positive final outcome on a relationship that is either promising or one that someone really, really hopes will work out. My experience has been that people in general have a hard time maintaining the necessary emotional distance that it takes to remain objective and stay in a position of evaluation during a dating relationship that would allow one to be able to be in it, but still be able to watch it to see if it is working or is appropriate to stay in. This desire to avoid the uncertainty of the future is a key motivation to pronounce that everything happens for a reason for her and many others that I have seen and continue to work with. Simone adopted a much more intense usage of this phrase and did not use it to try and respond to singular event as Fred and Cherie have done in previous vignettes, but rather as a complete backdrop on how to interpret the whole of life as contained within the universe in which she lived. It appeared that Simone had placed an interpretation on the universe as having completely synchronized set of gears that meshed perfectly together, working exactly as they were intended. At first, this seemed to provide her with a general sense of emotional security, due to the belief that all events happen intentionally, which suggested that we were all in good hands and part of a bigger plan at work. This would also suggest initially that one could relax and not spend an excessive amount of time worrying about individual events, as everything that happens is planned. The problem, though, starts pretty quickly when you start trying to figure out where your place is in this whole set of moving and synchronized gears, and what you should do not to screw up these wonderworks. I once had a client that took this belief to an extreme, but a logical extreme, and spent hours agonizing in guilt over the possibility that he may have spent 15 minutes too long at the grocery store, or having not been in the right place at the right time. He wanted desperately to not throw a monkey wrench into the universe's grand plan and run afoul of its creator. Simone was headed down this same road and was trying to figure out how to crack this celestial code and understand how to see gears clearly and determine what her next move should be and where the most recent events fit into the overarching plot. She will, naturally, have an increase in anxiety and try to find her place in the universe. My initial reaction when people bring these concerns in my direction is to empathetically agree that we all need to figure out, to a reasonable degree, how the world and universe work to the best of our own limited understandings and perceptions. This is in no way a task that is either an easy one to be taken lightly. The question I believe that is the hardest one of us all to answer: how do we respond to the randomness of life? And how do we deal with it? I think this can be applied to everyone, regardless of religious beliefs or worldviews. I would argue as strongly as I would about anything that I believe that some things in life are absolutely random and occur without any celestial sanction. There is not a perfect set of gears turning that somehow overrides our own free will to do and act independently and spontaneously. This does not mean I believe life is completely random and chaotic, with no underlying rules or order, or that there is not a spiritual force underlying everything we do and experience. The two are not necessarily mutually exclusive. I believe I would be hard-pressed to lay out a schematic drawing of how the universe works in exact detail. I suspect you understand exactly what I mean here. It does appear that some things are completely random, and what we see and experience, that other things seem to be part of a larger order and have some greater meaning. In this instance, however, Simone has overcomplicated her view in the world and struggled to find a giant spiderweb of security and control to somehow get into lockstep so that every move is the right move. One of the traits I look for in others that I think is a telltale sign of emotional health and emotional maturity is just how much uncertainty and ambiguity that someone can accept and live with. We would all like concrete answers to complicated questions, and we would all like the security of knowing why things happen when and where they do. I think that's a given. The reality is that there will always be things that occur in each of our lives that defy immediate explanation, that we are all faced with and the overwhelming realization that we are not completely in control of our destiny, and probability that no one else is moving us like a chess piece intentionally around the board either. It is a hard pill to swallow, and to consciously accept that going to the wrong convenience store at the wrong time could get you shot during a robbery, or that you might meet your spouse there, or that taking a few minutes longer than expected in the candy aisle might propel you out of or into a big car accident on County Road 12, or that the person you are falling in love with might be the right person to marry or have children with, or a terrible choice that will leave you divorced and brokenhearted, or maybe is the right choice and ends up dying young with a fatal illness. There is a level of uncertainty in life that we all have to make sense of, and preferably work through, to the point of being able to make assertive and well-educated decisions, and not to be overcome by what we don't know and don't have control over. Even worse, there is a second reality that when we do make decisions, there is no guarantee that they're the right ones or will work out well. So it's fair to say that someone that is being clear-headed and honest with themselves will have the painful awareness that decisions we make do have drastic implications for the rest of our lives and the lives of those around us. That's a big thing to wrestle with and subdue too. Overall, I'm going to argue that while I cannot say for sure exactly how, in specific detail, that they should try and make sense of complicated human experience, but that I want them to make a reasonably honest effort to try. There are those that make emotionally honest efforts to try to make sense of the world and display themselves as exactly that. And then there are those who make emotionally dishonest efforts to make sense of the world that are intended to cheat the process and avoid deep thoughts and existential wrestling. My argument to the belief statement that everything happens for a reason is that this could only be completely true if we were robotic players in a scripted existence where we individually had no freedom of choice nor ability to exert our own will. I would also argue that every single one of us is charged with making an honest attempt to make some sense of the reality that both good and evil exist simultaneously on our planet, and that sometimes things happen both as a result of their intermingling and sometimes from just physical nature itself, that are beyond reasonable explanation and our control. My belief is that the more control we accept not having, the more emotional strength and resilience we will develop, and the better our inner lives become. I realize that some will try to and use a cognitive belief shortcut, like everything happens for a reason, to try to find inner peace and respite from life's struggles to truly grasp the gravity of life. But there is no guarantee that where and how you find this peace is really truthful and helpful in the long run. I believe that a more truthful statement to explain the complications of this life would be, everything does not happen for a reason, but some things do, and are a part of a larger scheme of things, and it is our job to try and tell the difference between the two. Simone, Fred, and Cherie all mysteriously start getting their morning coffee, at Starbucks off Bellevue Parkway around the same time on Monday morning. Eventually, somehow, and some way, they develop a conversational relationship that leads them to get to know each other. They also start having weekly round table discussions over their mocha lattes. I'm reaching here, I know. Fred starts reconsidering his way of managing the awareness that bad things happen to people around him, and that these things cause them to feel pain and grief, and that he has been avoiding empathizing with their experience. He begins to become better at reflecting these painful moments and living in them, rather than avoiding them with superficial platitudes. Cherie began discussing her relationship problems and pulls back the responsibility she was trying to push away to make her own life better, and she has indeed some control over what her intermediate future looks like, and by her own choices and decisions. She decided to pull the brakes on a negative dating experience, despite really wanting to be in a committed relationship, and accepts that not everyone wants her and that not everyone that wants her is sent there by the powers that be. Cherie became more selective about future dates. Simone started relaxing her anxious desire to know where every block fits into the cosmic plan, and began to see life in less specific and more general outcome-based themes. Before long, her contemplation shifted from neurotic and constricting to thoughtful and strategic. She developed a much healthier view of life and decides she wants to return to school and serve the world by pursuing a degree in social work and attacking the problem of homelessness. All three move away from the idea that everything happens for a reason as a dogmatic belief and accept that they have more or less control over their lives than this statement allowed. The threesome develop a much healthier approach to the ambiguities of life. Conclusion. Now that you have presumably read through all 20 chapters and have gone through the material, I'd like to try and tie everything together in a way that makes sense and will help you with some general goals for the long-term future. Most of the 20 things mentioned in this book are generic building blocks that our parents or teachers have told us as a way to communicate a general idea that we need to understand to start learning basic morals and values. Pretty much all of them are useful in that way, as long as we do not try to take something that's meant to be a general principle to teach us all the idea of something and make it a one-size-fits-all value throughout the rest of our lives and in every situation. One of the biggest things that I see and believe in and promote with my clients is that moving from general life principles into doing whatever specifically makes your life better, as well as the life of those around you better. Most of what I am encouraging is becoming better at problem solving and creating values that are functional and work well by taking the simple and evolving it into the specific. One of my other important fundamental goals that both I try to live by and also promote with the people that come to see me is to develop control over both one's inner space and one's personal self-image. The questions that I want to ask are, how well do we police our innermost thoughts to prevent intruders from either breaking in and stealing something or leaving something unwanted there that will ruin or damage that space? Also, how well do we design and build our inner world and take specific control over what happens inside? I know that that is a big question that will require another book to cover entirely. But I want to know if we are living with the self-esteem and diversion of ourselves that other people have created, either during our developmental years or of our parents, or maybe that is created within a marriage. Or are we living in the version created by ourselves that we independently created? What we tell ourselves is the fuel that drives our internal engine. It determines our internal world, whether we become depressed or not. It also determines our self-image and daily functioning. We're like an old wind-up toy, and what we tell ourselves causes the resulting propulsion that determines where we will go in life. These moments of self-talk determine how successful and how happy or content our inner world is, and how we are as a whole. I never expected that anyone who read this book would find that all 20 of my examples apply specifically and powerfully to them. What I did expect is that some of these would ring a bell, and it would cause you to make your own chiropractic adjustments on yourself and change some distorted values for the betterment of your own emotional well-being. What I'm shooting for in this book is to call out the most common sort of sloganistic cognitive distortions that some people tell themselves that causes anxiety and depression. Any one of these 20 can be enough of a malignant virus to destroy your life and ground you into a lifelong pit of depression and despair. Hopefully you found some of what I wrote helpful in filling some of those pits so that you can have a healthier and happier rest of your life. Sincerely, Mark Underwood, M.A., L.M., F.T., Daphne, Alabama. About the author. Mark Underwood, M.A., L.M., F.T., is a practicing psychotherapist and licensed marriage and family therapist who works at Crossway Counseling Center in Daphne, Alabama. He is a cognitive behavioral therapist who works specifically with individuals with clinical depression and anxiety. Mark lives with his wife, Amber, and their daughter in Lillian, Alabama.